truck drivers are taking a cue from their fellow Canadian counterparts.
They're joining an effort to protest in Minneapolis. The Bob Bowles Towers and Truckers for America line up this morning to head to Washington, D.C. at 3 a.m. This is the truck drivers from crossing the North
So my Twitter is @WizzyWigTV. For those of you who are on Twitter, in the Twitterverse of non-reality, still coming. We're calling it a convoy protest. I feel like that's demonstration. Much better. We are free to demonstrate in the United States. Shan is watching from Bakersfield. Hey, Shan. Dana Rodriguez, thank you very much for that $25 super chat. You guys are amazing. It's Freedom Convoy, yes indeed. And I think Freedom Convoy is sort of the Kleenex version of all the different convoys, because there's three at least that I'm aware of. We're all having a hard time keeping them apart, which one's which. Okay. Now, so there's that tweet is out, and that's till the convoy ends. Obviously, I have to get back to LA, so we'll keep going and do some fun stuff on the way back, like we did for the last DC trip. But we're all business right now. We're all about the convoy and People's Convoy. But then on the way back, we'll do the Buc-ee's live stream and hit the fun stops. And last year we went to that 100-and-something-year-old dance hall. We'll find those weird off-the-wall spots, and so. Oh, I don't have Rumble. Yeah, because I live stream, and I'm not set up to live stream directly to Rumble. I'm still using, obviously, you can watch Twitch, Facebook, YouTube. Those are the three that we're live streaming each live stream. Panama Beach, Florida. Panama City Beach, Florida. What's up, Bobby? I'm almost teary-eyed. I'm so damn excited. It's fun watching. You can, Brazil. Oh my! Thank you very much. We want freedom for everyone, and real freedom. None of this backhanded, for democracy freedom. It's about real freedom. If you have to ask to do something, you're not free. Short of breaking the law. I think you know what I mean. also don't. I don't know. It's no, but nobody is yet. Yeah, I still see a lot of trucks in the lot, so obviously the trucks haven't left to lead the way. As of right now, I'd say if they're only 22 minutes behind, they're doing pretty good. They weren't scheduled to pull out until 11, so and then nothing else. Whoa, Philippines. That's a good question. I would guesstimate 20. Only because it's hard to say if every single truck that was in that parking lot was going. So, dude's got his camera on his little one-wheel scooter. That's pretty cool. But we will do the count as we drive by them on our way out. Road road. Let's watch to see how this goes. She's doing a little last minute window painting. Freedom is not free. Riding with Biden. It is, you know what, actually, Mary, it's not as windy as the desert can be, but there is a breeze, which is really great for the flags. No. Where? Not sure what KMA means. Oh, okay. Got it. Kiss my ass. Probably, it may just say that. I don't know where you saw that, though. I haven't. Netherlands. Wow. I cannot, I'm blown away by how many international viewers. That is really awesome. Oh, the trucks are moving. You know what? No. I'm stuck here for a minute, so I'm going to get out and give you the handheld version. Who did that as a kid, driving down the road on the road trips, getting all the truckers to honk? I heard a discussion the other day talking about the fact that they really love that. And I thought, wow, that's really cool. Are you going to DC? No? I was curious if you were going to drive the Prius to DC. Right, we're going to go all the way, but we're going to go a good little way. See, even guys with beards drive Priuses. That's pretty awesome. Slow roll trucker. Josh, thank you very much. He says, bro, I remember being on a Greyhound bus as a kid. And this one passenger was pretty cool. He and I got some trucks on. See, that's what it's all about, Josh. Thank you very much for that super chat. So, I lost count, but oh, Uncle Sam lost his head. Hey, Uncle Sam lost his head down here. I guess we put it back on when they stopped. I showed you guys that earlier, but well over 20 trucks. Here's the one with the banner. There's a reason why I don't put my. There's people out there who are such great moral, high moral people that when they see stuff like that, they just destroy it. We've shown you guys in the past what happens if you have an American flag on your vehicle. When Antifa sees it, they just destroy your car. So that's why I don't do that. I would love to put music thing. I'd love people to know that it's me. I'd love to, but you just can't do that. The left, who calls everybody the most evil, awful things, they can't take seeing things like that. So that's why I don't do it. So, yeah. Has anybody been counting? I kind of lost track of how many trucks. This is what we see. Where does it stop? Right there. Where does it stop? The one thing I promise you I'm not going to do, and I don't think it'll be hard to keep this promise, is that I'm not going to talk to you about vaccines. I'm not going to talk to you about COVID. It's not going to happen, but we'll show you everything and show you what I see, but we're not talking about that. is this gentleman? How are you, sir?
Thanks.
Thank you so much for the shirt. I cannot wait to wear it and hang out. But he was out here this morning giving out T-shirts. Yes. I'm gonna give you another one just in case. Hey, that's me. Thank you. Yeah, first people I met this morning when I pulled in, equally as excited as I was. Oh yes. So he made a bunch of T-shirts and was just giving them to everybody. On the road to Damascus. Yeah, Damascus. Sorry guys, I'm just hand holding my phone, but yeah. We're gonna have these times where it's not cinematically perfect, but we're about making sure you can see what's going on and sort of experiencing it with me. We'll just share in this. Yeah, so they're going out and making a lap. We're gonna jump on 395. Try to sneak in as many Smokey and the Bandit references as I can because I'm just a kid and I love that movie as a kid. And yeah, we're gonna whatever you can find. Anybody got something, throw it in the chat. It's all about the truckers. It's all about whatever we want to make it about. I don't know which truck my buddy's in, but I don't think I've seen him yet. I'm really jealous. Maybe I can ride in the truck and he can drive my truck at some point and we'll swap off. That would be kind of fun. I'd like to do a live stream from inside of one of the trucks. All right, give it to me. Throw it out there. I think we're all wrong on that, but I appreciate that Smokey and the Bandit reference. I still was in California, but it does not feel like dog I was trying to show you earlier. For Dylan. What's the dog's name? Molly! Have fun. We'll see ya. Some more trucks and then there's a bus back there. Oh, so shit. I think it was close to 30, but turned out nice. She was working on it and then got the money. There was something else. I still don't know where you saw that other thing. Stop, man. Chilly. Now I can feel the excitement. It's good. Oh, long shot. Here we go. Poison. If you're not going to be nice, you don't get to stay. Sorry. Jokar, what's going on, dude? What kind of snacks do we have? Well, I have some muffins. I was handed a ham and cheese sandwich from my sidekick. Ooh. That's a really nice ham and cheese croissant. Look at that. I'll be nibbling on that in a little while. It's funny, I see like the little edges of meat. I'm like, those are all Tucker right there, but I don't have my little buddy with me, so he doesn't get me. He's staying with his second family. They took care of him on my emergency trip to Detroit, and they didn't want to let him go, but so they were really excited to have him come back. The family over there, they like having Tucker, so he gets spoiled a little bit. He doesn't get fed the way I feed him because we share everything, and my buddy, he doesn't get scraps and whatnot. Poker Time, thank you again. Would you consider riding across the country in an ambulance with Jeff Mack, Farrah Fawcett, and Dom? Hell yeah! That's okay. So now you went to a whole. You went Cannonball Run, another fine '80s movie, but definitely not Smokey the Bandit. But Dom DeLuise was funny as shit. He was fantastic. There are so many great things in that movie too. The cars. Obviously, as a kid, that Lamborghini, the white Countach, was my favorite. But all the different theories of how they do it. Fun fact: due to COVID, the record was destroyed for the cross country New York to LA. I think it was like 4 hours. They beat it by, which is huge because they've been trying to beat this record. And then when everything shut down and the roads were basically empty, somebody got smart and said, now's the time to do it if you want it. And I don't think that record will ever get beat again. Which is sort of amazing that still happens. If you've seen any of the videos, you see all the tech that they put in the cars. They build They build sedans. I think one guy used a Mercedes sedan, and they drive in teams. They've got radar. They've got this system that detects aircraft in close proximity. It's actually used in airplanes to detect mid-air collisions. They put one in the car so that they could detect an aircraft flying overhead, tracking them. They've got every possible technology to avoid getting speeding tickets and caught. And it's just amazing. So I love it. I actually love it. Man, they go so fast cross country, 100 plus miles an hour. What's that? Switzerland. Sovereign. Who is from Switzerland? Glad you said hi. Daniel. I missed that one. Oh yeah, look at that. Wash hands, wash hands, wash hands, wash hands. Yeah. Daniel, I should be dead by now. I'll be honest. If all of that stuff was true, I would be dead. And Wizard Egg, I live in PA, and man owns a truck fleet is taking his trucks to DC. Whoa, that's cool. Okay, cool. We'll keep an eye out for those. That's awesome. I based on what I'm seeing today, if there's this much support here, I think it's only going to exponentially build. What was it, 37 miles they had of trucks in Canada going cross country? Just imagine 47-mile long caravan of trucks. It's a whirling traffic jam at that point. So BG on the scene's reporting there's 1,000 vehicles, and I would easily agree with that. Now, I don't know that there's 1,000 vehicles joining the caravan, but there are a lot of vehicles in this caravan, because I'm asked, and there's trailers, RVs. We haven't moved yet. Actually, the crane, the parted out crane that's on the flatbed is still sitting to my right, so I see up on the road. Oh shit. Okay. So watch this. Sounds like, and the intention is that everybody's headed to DC. And there was rumors as to whether that would actually happen, if they were actually going to DC or not. But yeah, let me see. Hang on 1 second. I'll be right back. Hang on 1 second. they've got their routes. Okay. If you can find a if you what is? Oh, what was that? Yeah, I was told I was going to bring one, and then it turned out my buddy had a much better one that got all the sideband stuff, so we'll get the CB set up eventually. Let me see if I get anything on the scanner picking that up. The trucks are sticking to the beltway around DC. Jody, that's what I have heard as well, that they've been publicizing that they may not even go into DC. So there's a lot of information out there that we're gonna learn together what happens, that's for sure. And there's a great team of people in my ear that are monitoring all this stuff and watching. And
well, I got dressed, so that's good. Gotten somewhere in life, so we'll just keep listening to this. I gotta make a phone call real quick, and I'll be right back.
Works and operates, and I use the term we because it's not just me here. Yes, I'm on the ground usually by myself, but there's a whole great group of people doing the magic in the background. Oh, my favorite leftist is creating a whole Twitter thread and having some fun. Hopefully he's telling the truth, which is not something he's capable of, but that should be fun. I look forward to reading all that. I'm sure he's watching the stream and upset that he can't use the clips for his Twitter feed. He's already gotten in a lot of trouble for that. He's one of the people that we talked about the DMCA over. So he doesn't dare. Has he got the best road trips? Yes. Oh, Joe Carr, the Corvette Museum. That's right. That was a lot of fun. We need to find another Corvette museum. Oh, maybe. What's the racetrack in with the motorcycles? Barber Motorsports Park. Maybe we'll hit Barber on the way back. That would be cool. Yeah, God Rides a Harley just peeped up in my ear. Yeah, let's go to Barber Motorsports Park on the way back to LA. See if we can live stream the motorcycles. Thank you, Lisa. Support from Canada, yes. Appreciate that. But I'm just blown away by the beautiful clouds today. This is a shot about clouds right now. Usually our skies are nothing but blue, so it's fun to have the texture. And the RVs are starting to roll. So I'm learning a lesson right now, which is I don't need to sit and wait in this line. We're doing it right now to be a part of the convoy, but when it comes to tomorrow and later and whatnot, I'm doing my thing, and we're going to stay with the convoy, but we're going to media and move around and try to show as much of the convoy. And maybe what we'll do is like get ahead and maybe get in a position where we can go on an overpass and watch them go by. We'll do that kind of stuff. I think that'll be fun. But for right now, I'm sitting just to ease in and take a little gradient and get a feel for what's going on, how everybody's working. But I got ideas working in my head, and we'll see how things go. At some point, if my buddy ends up in the truck, then he can drive and I can live stream and get out the sunroof, and I got a little mount I can put up on the sunroof and put you guys outside the truck, and then I'll put the microphone in the truck. I think microphone in the truck so you don't hear all the wind noise, and somebody can watch the comments and pull the comments up on my other phone. I don't know. Yeah, Twitch. It's WYSIWYG TV on Twitch. You're more than welcome to watch on any of the streams or any of the... It's the same stream on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. Whatever platform you like the best, that's where you watch. And you know, I noticed that like the communities are different between the Twitch stream, the YouTube stream. Like everybody has their spot where they like to hang out, and then they know, you know, who the watchers are, and they have the conversations during the stream. I think it's really neat. But I am able to see on my phone using Prism the chat in Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch simultaneously. So no matter which format or which platform you're watching on, I get and I see your... See, MS Angel Flower, I found it over here. She's in... Last time I was driving, East Coast, West Coast, back. Have fun. I like the drive. I love the drive. And we're taking the 40 this time, which I haven't done in a while, so... Jody Lee. You know what? If the problem is, if I understand correctly, Rumble makes me pay to stream live on their platform. Hey Bones, will you check and see if we can build a Rumble account and what it costs? And if you let me know, maybe, because I don't know. I would imagine Prism would allow me to send a feed to Rumble, so maybe we'll look into it. You know, I know everybody's talked about you know, the lack of censorship over there, and so I just haven't tried that. Oh, yeah, it's Where Is Truth. I don't know why I was like seeing an L in there. I thought it was Where's, but yeah, no, Where Is Truth. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. WYSIWYG's all about people seeing what's going on. So sharing the stream, putting it out there, we want people to see what's going on. Most of the time you're not going to see my mug. I don't like being on camera, but most of the time I'm just going to show you what's going on and try to refrain from giving my commentary. You guys can watch and see what's going on. Dan Bongino said they have a new paid place. What is the playlist for the trip? Or I can send. That's funny. Are we allowed to play music? Because yeah. For me, oh right, yeah. See, all the platforms are different. Like, if the music gets caught in the background, I get a copyright strike. But it's not a strike. It's just they take whatever little monetization. My videos don't get that many views after the live. So it's not like I make any money off of the advertising. It's maybe like $1 or $2 a video, if that. So I don't really care if there's music in the background. I don't try to hide it. They send me, you know, a message saying, hey, you know, copyright this and that, the licensee is going to take all the revenue from the video. Okay, great, whatever, you can have the $2. But directly playing music and streaming is, I guess, not the same. Vicky, what's going on? Show the vehicles and oh, okay, that's good. Thanks for the. Vicky's gonna help produce. I like it. So you see the line of cars on the left here is now moving. So it's like there's a loop, I guess, somehow. But I might actually be at the end of the loop. I followed their directions. They did. Ori Express kicked me out of chat last night. Okay, Eric. Well, we're all about peace and love over here, so you're more than welcome to hang out, but you gotta be cool, that's all. These days, there is no reason to be anything but just kind and loving, and you can say anything in a kind and loving way if you set your mind to it. So, if you don't have a CB, Broadcastify will let you listen in. Yeah. To Salty, I don't think Broadcastify will give me CB radio broadcast because that's usually like some shorter distance. Unless somebody is broadcasting from one of these trucks to the internet on Broadcastify. Otherwise, that's only really good for like police, fire, emergency broadcasts on traditional radio. But the funny thing is I turned on the scanner and I totally forgot to, let me just see what I pick up here. So I've got it set right now to close call. It'll pick up anything nearby as we're traveling, and we'll see what we get. I don't think it'll pick up the CB frequencies because of the, it needs a really long antenna for CB frequency. But we'll get set up by tomorrow. So close call on the scanner picks up anything within eye shot of where I'm at that it can frequency range wise, if that makes sense. So when's the next stop? Well, stops for me, I'm guessing, are going to be a little different than stops for the convoy. You know, I'll like I said, get ahead and try to get out and get some shots. I don't know how long the live stream. So far, I've been live streaming for 2 hours. At some point, I won't be able to keep the live stream up because I'll lose cell signal as we travel. But if something happens and I don't have cell, I'll record video and then I can play it for you later on live stream through the app. It's Big 10-4, good buddy. There's our CB radio shot. Our planned stop would be Kingman, Arizona for the night. That's the stopping point for the convoy for the evening. So, can somebody see if they have an itinerary for, do they have events planned? Is it just stop and sleep time? Have they put out anything saying that there's, you know, speeches or is it campfire and kumbaya? What are we talking about? Or as I said earlier, we'll just have to figure it out and see what happens as we go. At this pace, we'll be in DC by next January. questions. Why Kingman? There's no room there. Should probably try exit 9. Lots of open space. I think that they're saying Kingman in a geographical reference, but all of their stops from what we were seeing look like what we're sitting in now. Big open spaces for the trucks, and this is all organized by truck drivers, so I imagine they are pretty aware of spots and whatnot. So we're gonna see, but I'm having great faith in the truckers knowing what the hell they're doing. Mr. David Devine, how are you, dude? Slow down. We're pushing the sound barrier here, David. All right, so we've been sitting here for an hour. Traffic on the road is not moving. Now, what I could do is go out the other way. Head on to navigation. Let's see. Let's program Kingman thing here. State, Arizona City, Kingman. Now, I need to put in a street address for Kingman. Is there any address or anything on that stuff? They won't let me just Apple Maps. I can just go to Kingman. Actually, you know what? I'll put it on the other phone. I just wanted to see if I decided not to sit here, and if we said screw it and I went out the other way, we could get moving. Yeah. Kingman, Arizona, it says, is 3 hours and 43 minutes. It has a population of 31,000. It's at an elevation of 3,333 feet, and it is an area of roughly 35 square miles. And it's 200 and... Sheila, thank you for that. What does it say? I pray everyone stays peaceful, even in face of hatred and violence. It's so important, blessing. Thank you, Sheila, so much. That is really beautiful and sweet. That is exactly what everyone that I know is hoping for. Brian, I don't see getting as far north as Wisconsin unless there's a really good reason on the way back to come to Wisconsin. Besides the cheese. I love the cheese, but I don't think we'll be getting up that far north. I was there last year. Noise, I appreciate that. But we got to figure out a really nice way to say that. I feel the same way, but we got to figure out a really nice way. Yes, indeed, we are on our way to stop fascism. It is nothing short of fascism. There's the Joey Gilbert RV. I don't know who Joey Gilbert is, but he looks intense. Somebody misnamed him, calling him Joey Gibson the other day, which I thought was really funny. Okay. All right, in the comments, what do you think? Should we sit here in line and in the convoy, or should I exit out the other way and just get on the road? And let's see, what do you guys think? Not that I I'm just getting a little bit antsy. Nothing crazy, but not like in a bad way. I got sun hitting my leg. I could sit here and eat. I could have my little ham and cheese. And I should get I'm gonna wait. Okay. I don't recognize who this is. We the Random? We the Random, I appreciate you doing that. I definitely love when the streamers let people know who they're showing and what they're watching. Yeah, feel free to share the stream on your stream wall. I'm a big fan of stream walls. And thank you for reaching out, oh yeah, good call, God. I'm sticking right here. I'm staying in line behind the white Kia, and it feels weird to me because technically we are going the wrong way, which is weird because the cars are heading out the other way, but I guess it's the way they've snaked out. Oh, look, a couple motorcycles going. Oh shoot, I have to plug back in. Look at that. So when I turn it that way, I can't quite see as much, so. Yep, the gang's looking for you. Is the channel called We the Random? I guess it would be, right? That's what it comes up as. Yeah. We'll definitely check you out. David. All right. We are in Adelanto, California, out in the desert, where this morning it was snowing. Last night they had hail. We just got a super chat from Juliet, $20 super chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I am you, you are me. Random are we the people. God bless. Random. We the Random. I love that. That is awesome. I can't wait to see what you guys are doing. So we're out in Adelanto. They had a rally this morning at this, I believe it's now, event center, and there's about 1,000 getting ready or working their way out to the road and heading to Kingman, Arizona as the first leg of the People's Convoy headed to DC. So I got convinced yesterday to come do this, and I packed myself up real quick, and here we are. So right now we're sitting in line, in the convoy line, and we were just talking about whether I should just bail out and head out the other direction and then just kind of go cover the convoy on the way, but we all decided, Hottie, you're absolutely correct. They could never do this. They wouldn't do this. They don't have the support. There is more support here than any rally I've seen from that side. So thank you very much for pointing that out. I love seeing all the American flags on the cars. We're not sporting any flags. At some point we'll sport a camera up there, but it's good to see the motorcycles. That's pretty darn gutsy. They're all bundled up in their cruiser gear. I wonder how far they're going to go. But man, some hardcore bikers on some really nice Cadillac style cruisers, like God Rides a Harley. They're all Hondas, and one's a BMW. No, that one's a Harley back there. You got a little representation. So, this road in front of me is Adelanto Highway. What is that? Let's see. Let's say that road is. That's 395. So they're pulling out onto 395, but you see, the traffic over there is slow. I would hate to think that it's something nefarious. I would just imagine that it's something's holding up the group. But Truthway Alexander, who is also involved, has now infiltrated the convoys, so they go very badly. So he's, Ali Alexander didn't have anything. I'm not sure what that's all about. Alien, $5 super chat says, Reed, last time you was in DC was the 6th. Be safe, brother. Absolutely. Thank you very much. We are going to stay safe and have a lot of fun, and glad y'all are joining to get in on this with us. I might have to find some flag attire. This one SUV, he's got, if you love freedom. Say that again, Bones. Honk in chat if you love freedom. Why not? Yeah, I feel you. Can they throw emojis? There's some horn American flag emojis. The only honking we've heard so far was from the trucks as they exited. I'm curious to know how, like, if you're in a truck and you've got the windows up, how loud does the horn sound in the truck? I'm guessing not that loud compared to what it is outside. Just a guess. But I bet as a trucker, you hear another truck's horn louder than you probably hear your own. As I would imagine sound coming out of the horns on the truck. The trumpets. Now wait till you see what the clouds look like over here in a second. Try to get a shot. As I come around. See this cloud structure right here? You can see, you can maybe see, let's see if I can do this here. Look at how the fog maybe, right there, it's coming off the hillside. As the sun comes out and the temperature raises, you get like a fog. And I had this happen once in Malibu. Pretty awesome. Riding the motorcycle, you go through just a fog, and you're in this dense, and then it's rolling down the side of the hillside, and it's just the most like magical looking thing. It's surreal being in it. it's warming up. What does it say? It's 37 degrees right now on the car thermometer. Hey, hey. Good, how are you? WYSIWYG TV. What you see is what you get TV. Is it? Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm live streaming on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch right now. What is this? Oh, okay.
That's the stuff from my channel.
Oh, I got you.
Mine is from Geoengineering.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay, cool. You gonna be traveling to DC?
No, I would, but I obviously just can't afford it. Just means. But yeah, good luck with the travel.
Thank you very much.
Can you tell me more about Geoengineering? Look that up.
Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. We'll talk with you next. This way. Be good. See ya. Oh yeah? What's the 420 company? Yeah. Bones is down with it. Why, nice, thank you. So the guy I was just talking to, oh, Mary, quite. Yeah, geoengineering. I don't know what this is. I don't know what, I haven't looked at it. He gave me a sheet of paper with a bunch of YouTube links that are impossible to, but he's got local YouTuber links. I have no idea who these are, but there's, but then he's got his geoengineering watch, the Dimming full-length climate engineering documentary. For those of you interested, take a look and see him. Geoengineering kind of breaking news. His most recent live broadcast, Geoengineering Watch Global Alert News from February 19th, 2022. Number 341. So I'll definitely check out his stuff. I got a list of live streamers, so I'll be bouncing between all you guys and helping you get people. Thank you. I appreciate that. We learned a lot watching what happened in Canada, to see how important it was to have streamers on the ground showing the truth of what was going on, because we saw the narrative that was being pushed that was flat out lies. So the more eyes on the ground and the more people can show what is really happening, the better. So thank you very much, 420. On what platform? Okay. Pay attention to truck permit decals. If you see any expired truck that could be, oh shit. So, God, next time, just read that to me. If you can. Do you know how to take a screenshot on your device? Okay. No, but if you need to if you see any expired truck that could be a DOT impound without undercover cop as a driver, if they plant someone, it likely will be a truck driver. The shop, thank you very much. That's really interesting. So I'm curious what you could, depending on what social media you use, could you send me an image of what that sticker looks like? I'm curious. I think it's the little square one that has the state, and obviously you're saying they would have a current date, but what happens if you don't have a current state registration? floppy. If you don't have a current registration, is it just like in a motor vehicle they can impound it? And so that's what you're saying is it's been an impounded truck that then a cop or somebody would be driving to use as an undercover. Yeah, I guess they wouldn't bother to register it, but okay. So my eyes are on the road. So if any comments that I need to respond to, let me know. Seatbelts on. We are moving. Look at this. You can tell these are all drivers because they're doing the zip-up. Except for that one. She was busy. She was busy looking at the supporters on the side of the road. We are officially rolling in the convoy, y'all. God damn. I have been just jammed up excited for this all morning. Nothing but red roads in our future. Actually, it looks like it goes blue in about half a mile. So maybe there's a light up there or something. We're gonna find out. (12:27) time of departure. I'm hearing. God, that's good. So these guys. That's. You going to DC? No. Oh. WYSIWYG TV. We're live streaming all the way to DC. We support each other. What's your stream? Cheap Show? Nice. We'll note it. That's Cheap Show, guys. Cheap Show on YouTube. People cheering. Look at this. See, this is... The support is out. Isn't this great? I just can't say how damn excited I am. Oh, no, he's in the trunk. I'm sure he's watching. It's funny because you mentioned him. My other favorite lefty media person. He's been tweeting up a storm from his armchair at home using everybody else's footage. I almost offered him a ride. Could you see me and Vishal? I know. Can you imagine me and Vishal in a car together for whatever, you know? We would be besties. We would absolutely be besties. Oh, I don't think there would be a dull moment. I think it would be a lot of fun. The challenge is that Vishal's unwilling to talk to anybody that has a different opinion than him or a different way of looking at things. So, you know, we'd have to get over that hurdle first where he'd have to actually talk to me. But I think somewhere along the line we would just finally realize that, you know, there is a way for everyone to get along, and, you know, people aren't going to agree about everything. That's you know, you can't please everybody all the time. We all know that. But we can at least figure out how to get along and understand each other, and, you know, what affects one person one way affects somebody else completely different. And, you know, we've gotten so far away from that, but yeah, that would be funny. I thought about throwing that tweet out there and that offer, but We could compromise on an awful lot, I guarantee. We could definitely compromise on some stuff, but no, he doesn't. But I think that's what I mean. That's like, that would be my hope, is that at some point we would find compromise, and I, you know. He would find racism in his ham sandwich. In my ham sandwich that I was just cracking up because you reminded me. How are you? Good. You driving with us? All right. See you. Thank you. All right. How many fender benders he's going to be, how many rear-enders. You know, it's like when I learned this with the motorcycles and traveling in groups and whatnot, is that it's not like regular driving. You really have to pay attention all the time, because people do stupid shit, not intentionally, but they see something and they jam on their brakes, and you know, it's like you really just have to be focused all the time when you're driving in a group. But I see down the road that there is, the police are helping move traffic, and I don't know, can you find out who that is? And then Bones, if you just give me the exact name that I can say. Sky 14? No, Sly. Sly 14, yeah, put your channel name in a comment. But yeah, definitely, you can stream. You can restream. Thank you. The more eyes, the better. I always appreciate it. I gotta say, this ham and cheese croissant is gourmet. Sorry if you guys hear me eating, but I realized I got a little hungry. Sun disappeared and the image got all dark. Yeah. It's snowing. There's snow coming down right now. It's hail. You see it on the hood? There it is. Yeah, it's a little hail. Look at that. California! LA! Oh my god! That's nuts. I love it.
I'm going to put it on the State Department briefing.
Orders. And of course, as you know, the U.S. maintains significant numbers of combat-capable forces in Europe. Relatedly, U.S. Army Europe and Africa will be kicking off Exercise Sabre Strike 22 later this month. The exercise will run through March with approximately 13,000 participants from 13 countries. Sabre Strike has been held every 2 years since 2010. This is the next year for it. It is scheduled during the wintertime to help demonstrate the ability to operate in austere conditions. The 5th Corps, Army 5th Corps, will provide command and control for the exercise. And conducting Sabre Strike now, we believe, demonstrates that U.S. forces in Europe can simultaneously support ongoing operations and regularly scheduled training without any degradation in support to our NATO allies and partners. Training events like Sabre Strike are planned well in advance, and this one was, and demonstrate that NATO allies and partners are stronger together, and through training and interoperability exercises, get stronger together. Lastly, I think you may have seen
that the Secretary did approve a couple of requests for National Guard support here in the capital region. He approved that request yesterday. Those requests came from the D.C. government, their emergency management agency, as well as the U.S. Capitol Police. All told, among the two requests, it's about 700 Guards personnel and about 50 vehicles. They are designed for traffic support in anticipation of potential challenges to traffic here in the D.C. area surrounding some potential protest activity. I want to stress again that it's a relatively small number here, about 700, and they will be supporting traffic support needs. That's their goal, that's their mission. And with that, we'll take questions.
John, the people are talking about this potential invasion by Russia of a large scale.
Oh my gosh,
being
he's
imminent.
more worried about
Can
the
you talk about
convoy
what
than he
US
is
has seen
Ukraine and Russia.
today that may be different than what it has seen in recent days? Why this has become sort of now imminent? Have you seen Russian troops move into Luhansk and Donetsk? Have you seen them move into that Donbass region? And have you seen them move further into Ukraine beyond those two regions?
Okay, a lot there. On the Donetsk and Luhansk, as you've heard administration officials say before, we do believe that marks the beginning of an invasion. We certainly believe that additional Russian military forces are moving into that region, not beyond that region that we have seen, but we can't confirm with any great specificity the numbers and what the formations are, what the capabilities are, but we certainly believe that that's happening. As for your larger question, Lita, without speaking to specific timing, because only Mr. Putin knows what the timing is here, what I would tell you is that we continue to see him form his capabilities in such a way that leads us to believe that we are potentially close to some sort of action. Again, what that action is going to be, and exactly on what timeline, we can't be sure. But what we see is that Russian forces continue to assemble closer to the border and put themselves in an advanced stage of readiness to act, to conduct military action in Ukraine, again, at virtually any time now. We believe that they are ready. I'll just leave it at that. They're ready. Jen.
There are reports of a chemical plant in Crimea that's been evacuated. This is the kind of location that was described to us by Secretary Blinken as a possible staged provocation. Are you seeing reports of any sort of preparations either for an attack on a chemical plant, or what are you seeing?
I don't have any specifics on that claim, but it is of a piece of the kinds of ridiculous claims that we have seen the Russians make in recent days of alleged provocations or assaults and attacks unprovoked on their people. So again, no knowledge of this particular one, but again, we've been seeing this over now recent days. These claims of whether they're acts of terror or acts of violence, unprovoked shelling of Russian forces or Russian separatists, all again as of a piece of the playbook that we have seen the Russians use time and time again. I have no specific knowledge about this particular report, but again, it fits perfectly into the Russian disinformation playbook.
Did the U.S. government help protect the Ukrainian government from this denial of service attack, the cyber attack? Did you help them with preparations for how to to get back online quickly after such an attack?
So first, I don't think we're in a position to attribute these cyber disruptions that you're talking about. I assume you're talking about the various websites, the government websites that were taken offline. What I would just tell you, broadly speaking, Jen, is that we have provided some cyber resilience training and assistance to Ukrainians, and I won't go beyond that in terms of these specific attacks. Again, not in a position right now to attribute them to any one entity. I would just say that, again, this is of a piece of a Russian playbook, which is to disrupt in cyberspace. Let's see, anybody else? Jenny.
Thank you, John. I have two questions on Ukraine and linkage with Korea. If Russia uses nuclear weapons to invade Ukraine, what will the U.S. do? Secondly, if Russia were to use nuclear weapons in this invasion, what would be the impact on the Korean Peninsula? Because there is a fear that North Korea will copy this. Any comment?
Yeah, I'm going to avoid speculating here and getting into hypotheticals, particularly about the potential use of nuclear weapons, Jenny. What we've said all along, two things. One, Mr. Putin has a lot of capability at his disposal right now. As I've said earlier, they are ready to go. And number two, if he decides to conduct a full-scale invasion here, again, bigger than what we've seen in just the last few days, this will be a war of choice. That he'll be doing so with diplomacy and options still left on the table, and it won't be bloodless. There will be suffering, there will be sacrifice, and all of that must and should be laid at his feet, because he's doing this by choice. How he does this, when he does this, we don't know for sure. But if he does this, this will be a war of choice and totally unnecessary. And as for the impact on the region, I couldn't begin to speculate. Nothing's changed, obviously, about our commitment to our South Korean allies, and we noted that the South Koreans also came out publicly yesterday with a statement of support for Ukraine that was certainly noticed by the whole international community. Yeah, in the back there, Abraham.
A couple parts to this question. You just described a lot of different forces moving to the eastern flank. Was there any consideration of those forces going under NATO command, and why not? Also, the word is temporary is pretty prominent there. Is there a time frame for temporary? And is there any talk yet of the NATO rapid response, those U.S. forces getting activated?
Okay, yep, there's a lot there. Right now, they're going to be under the command of General Walters in his U.S. European command hat. I don't know of any changes to that. Temporary, I don't have an exact time frame on this. I want to remind you that they were already in Europe. They're simply repositioning elsewhere in Europe. I don't have a time frame on how long that repositioning is going to be, except to say that it'll be as long as we believe it's necessary, and the host nations, the new host nations that will be hosting these units are willing to continue to have them. So this will be a constant discussion with each host nation that they end up in about where they go, how long they stay, and what kind of training opportunities they're going to conduct. This is really all about reassuring allies and partners and demonstrating that in tangible ways. On your, I lost your third question. Dang it.
What was the response force?
That's a better question for NATO, Abraham. That's not a question for the United States. That'll be up to the NAC to decide, North Atlantic Council to decide, not just the United States unilaterally, of course. What I will tell you is that as you know, the Secretary has put on a shorter alert tether our contributions to the NRF, the NATO Response Force, so they are more ready to go if called upon. So while I can't give you any sorts of timing or certainty about whether the NRF is going to be activated, what I can tell you with certainty that is, if it is, our contributions to the NRF will be ready to go and will contribute fully.
United States, correct?
Correct. Yeah, Tony.
Question within the Pentagon or within the National Security Council about whether all of Putin's maneuvers and the force buildup is a grand game of brinksmanship, and he's got no intention of invading. He just wants to show his muscle get the U.S. and NATO to commit to not letting Ukraine into the alliance. In other words, a game of brinksmanship, bluffing, but not really an intent to invade.
We have seen no indication of that.
Let me ask you though, has it been groupthink here that we're all thinking, just assuming he's going to do this? Or skeptically look at whether this is just a bunch of BS brinksmanship, albeit on a grand scale?
Tony, we've been looking at this now for months, and we've been talking to allies and partners for months. The Secretary was just in Brussels last week meeting with all his counterparts in the alliance. It's not just the United States who is deeply concerned about the potential for war in Ukraine now. That other NATO allies feel the same way. We've all been looking at this. I hope, we all hope, that we're wrong about this. But every indication we have is that he is poised to attack Ukraine again, and this time with what could be significant military force. I mean, we are talking about more than 150,000 troops that he has arrayed against that border. As I said earlier, we believe that they are now at a state of readiness where they could attack at any time. That's what we're seeing. And that's what we've been saying. We've been talking about this very openly now for weeks. We've seen, sadly and unfortunately, no indication that he's willing to de-escalate, move those troops back home, and actually get to some sort of serious diplomatic solution. Every indication, rather, that we see is quite the opposite.
A China-related question. Is there any indication that President Xi has given his tacit or explicit approval to Putin for an invasion? You recall there was speculation that an invasion wouldn't happen until the Olympics are over. The Olympics are over now. Any indication that China's given its wink and nod?
Well, I mean, I would point you back to the February 4th statement that Xi and Putin put out. Was certainly we took as tacit approval for what Mr. Putin is doing. You could point also to concerning comments by the Chinese Foreign Ministry yesterday that made it clear that they weren't going to support any what they called unlawful unilateral sanctions against Russia, and then blame the United States for contributing security assistance to Ukraine, somehow blaming us for this issue. No mention whatsoever in their statement about the 150,000 plus soldiers and the threats that Mr. Putin has been lobbying against Ukraine now for many weeks, including just yesterday. We wonder, can it really be the Chinese policy now to support separatist movements over the sovereignty of nation states? That's an interesting twist, isn't it? Sorry.
Thank you, John. Is there any? I would like to go back to the movements of U.S. troops to the Baltic states and to the eastern flank. Is there any consideration of sending more U.S. troops if there is an invasion, and on a permanent basis on this eastern flank of NATO?
There's nothing. There's no expectation at this time, Sylvia, that we're going to move to more permanent basing on NATO's eastern flank. What we're talking about now are short-term, temporary, rotational redeployments, if you will. As for your first question, whether there's, I assume what you're asking is, are we going to send more troops from the United States to NATO's eastern flank? And I have no such announcements or movements to speak of today, but as I have said repeatedly, we're going to keep all options on the table. I'm not going to rule out that the Secretary might want to consider that should there be a need. We're looking at this day by day, and just yesterday, as you saw, we did reposition inside Europe, and there are lots of options available to us to continue to look for ways to reinforce that eastern flank.
But this will be temporary. You don't think about changing your posture in case of an invasion?
Right now, we're focused on reassuring the allies, and we're going to be in constant contact with them and consultation about what that looks like and how you do that do that given the current tensions on the continent. It's too early to tell whether any of this is going to lead to some other longer-term posture changes. We're just not at that point right now. Barbara?
You mentioned before that if this conflict breaks out, it would not be bloodless. So I assume that's also somewhat of a caution to Russia that it would not be bloodless for them and their troops. Can you be any more specific as this is assessed? Or is the Russian military, to use the expression, really 10 feet tall? Or do you see some vulnerabilities for them here?
So, clearly, if he chooses war, if he chooses violence, which means he's deliberately choosing to put lives at danger, soldiers' lives, civilians' lives. And he's going to have to bear the responsibility for that. And I would hope that he understands that some of those lives at risk are going to be his soldiers' lives. And he's going to have to answer to Russian moms and dads about their soldiers that aren't making it back home alive or making it back with injuries. He's going to have to answer for that. And as for the 10 feet tall, look, I think getting into qualitative assessments here of militaries is probably not the best exercise for me right now. They have, as we've said for a long time, significant combined arms capabilities arrayed against Ukraine right now, and they are ready to go right now, should that be the way that Mr. Putin wants to go.
I am sorry to interrupt, but I have some breaking news to bring you, some important breaking news to bring you. Russian state media is reporting that the DNR and LNR, and the Kremlin is reporting, the DNR and LNR have asked President Putin to help beat back the aggression of the Ukrainian armed forces to avoid victims among the civilian population and humanitarian catastrophe in the Donbass, per Russian wires. Max Seddon, who's with Financial Times, I believe in Moscow, says this could be it. This is very important. I know a number of experts were saying that they thought this could be the last step before a Russia attack. That, remember, what happened a couple days ago, 2 days ago, President Putin said, this part of Ukraine, President Putin said this part of Ukraine is independent. He said it's not part of Ukraine, it's independent. And he said there's two independent states here now, the DNR and the LNR, which are controlled by Russian-backed separatists. And so now the Russian-backed leaders are saying, can you help us? Can you help us, Russia? Basically, you have to defend us from Ukraine. Now, they've been launched, the last few days, there's been all these fake allegations of attacks by Ukraine on eastern Ukraine. Well, now we have an official request for help from the DNR and the LNR, asking Putin to, quote, help beat back the aggression of the Ukrainian armed forces, which is just made up, to avoid victims among the civilian population in a humanitarian catastrophe in the Donbass. Per Russian wires, this could be it. Here is the letter from the head of the DNR asking Putin to intervene. So again, I have seen a number of experts waiting for this step and saying that this could, as Max Seddon says, this could be it. Because what Putin would say now is, I got to go in to help because the people in eastern Ukraine have asked me to come in and help them. Because, Ukraine is attacking them and threatening them. So this is really big news right here. This is very, very big news. Very, very big news. So I want to cut away from the Pentagon. I'm going to try to get you more on this. But again, Putin could use this as an excuse to conduct a big attack on Ukraine. So this is very, very concerning. And I'm going to try to get you some more updates and analysis. But I just saw, Russian state media is reporting this now. I just saw it from them. So very concerned. This is a really big deal. This is a really big deal. Okay, look, here, let me show you what Michael Horowitz says. This would pave the way for an official, sorry. Is this what he says? This would pave the way for an official Russian intervention framed as a peacekeeping operation. So, again, the head of the two separatist republics have asked President Putin to help repel, in quotes, the aggression, in quotes, of the Ukrainian armed forces. Remember, the background is this. In 2014, Ukraine had a revolution. They threw out the pro-Russian leader of Ukraine. Russia then responded by taking over Crimea, and then Russia actually started supporting a separatist movement here. And there's been the Russian-backed separatists have been fighting against the Ukrainian government because for the last 8 years. But Russia just basically created this big separatist war. And then just 2 days ago, Putin said this part of Ukraine, we consider it its own territory now, made up of two states, the DNR and the LNR. Well, now the DNR and the LNR, who do what Putin wants them to do, have requested tonight that Putin come help them repel the, quote, aggression of Ukraine. So again, it just looks like it's going to be an excuse if Putin wants it. I have to imagine that they're asking Putin for this because Putin told them to. Looks like it could be an excuse for Putin to attack Ukraine. So this is very, very, very concerning. Very concerning. Very concerning. Yes, look, Evan Hill, see? Experts have previously said this is the request that could serve as a pretext for Russian military intervention. This could be it. That's from Evan Hill. He is with New York Times. Very concerning. Intel Crab, who is I know is very concerned about this and is very worried. I follow him. He says, I hate making predictions. I notoriously avoid them, and I'm annoyed by anyone who asks me what lies next. But tonight, rock and roll never been more certain. And he's going to be very upset about that, just to be clear. But I'm telling you, we've talked about this on the air. But as Evan Hill just said, a number of experts have said this is what they expect to happen if there's going to be an invasion. See, John Hudson reporting it. Separatist leaders in Donetsk and Luhansk have asked Putin to help repel the aggression of the Ukrainian armed forces in order to avoid civilian casualties in the Donbass. This would be perfect, Putin spinning something as a humanitarian action, but unfortunately, look, if you haven't been following today, there were multiple outlets reporting that the U.S. had given a new warning to Ukraine of a full-scale Russian invasion within 48 hours. Nick Schifrin from PBS reported that yesterday the U.S. told Ukraine that the U.S. intelligence believed there was going to be a full-scale invasion within 48 hours, and that was yesterday. So now it is 10:58 p.m. Ukraine time, 10:58 p.m. But this is really bad. That's very, very bad. And hold on a second here. Intel Doge retweeted this. ESET Research. ESET Research discovered a new data wiper malware used in Ukraine today. It was installed on hundreds of machines in the country. This follows the DDoS attacks against several Ukrainian websites earlier today. They observed the first sample today around 14:52 local time. The wiper abuses legitimate drivers from the blah, blah, blah in order to corrupt data. So ESET Research, which I guess does tech stuff, security research, I'll have to follow them. Intel Doge found this, says that today they have found a new data wiper malware on Ukraine computers. Hundreds of machines in the country. So is the idea that if there's going to be an invasion, this is going to kick in and start erasing computers in Ukraine? That's very worrying. So very, very worrying stuff going on right now. Very worrying. Yes, and Michael Horowitz, who's a security analyst, says, I specifically mentioned this would likely be the main step before a Russian offensive in the tweet below. See, he says, in the tweet below, he said, with all the rhetoric on the, quote, genocide against Russian minorities, this paves the way not only for military support from Russia, which was already in place anyway, but for an invitation or a call by the LPR and DPR on Russia to preemptively strike Ukraine. So again, huge breaking news right now. We could be seeing the start of the invasion. It's very, very worrying. Right here, I'll show you again. The Kremlin says the Eastern European separatist republics, well, they call it a republic, because they say it's not part of Ukraine now, have asked Putin to, basically help them fight off Ukraine, who they falsely accuse of aggressively attacking them. And multiple analysts, journalists saying this could be the start of, this is something that a number of analysts thought that would be the start of the invasion. So this is really bad. This is exactly what you don't want to see. Exactly what you don't want to see. I will keep bringing you updates. But this, again, it's just what a number of people said that Putin would use as the excuse for an invasion. Let's see here. So I'm going to keep looking for updates, but I am not, I'm very, very concerned for what we might hear tonight and what might happen tonight. Very concerning. And we're seeing this from ESET Research, a security company, saying that they today discovered a new data wiper malware, which they say has been installed on hundreds of machines in the country. And so it seems like maybe Russia has prepared some kind of data wiping cyber attack on Ukraine that's going to kick in. It is widely believed if Russia were going to attack and launch an attack, they would first launch cyber attacks and electronic warfare and airstrikes to degrade the Ukrainian military and government response to an invasion. So that's very concerning there. So this is all trending very badly. And I'm just going to bring you updates, but we now have the official, I want to show you this too. Michael Kaufman's comment on this new news that the Kremlin says the Kremlin-backed separatists in eastern Ukraine have requested the Kremlin's help, have requested Putin's help to fight off Ukraine, to beat back the aggression of Ukrainian armed forces, because they falsely claim the Ukrainian armed forces are attacking them. This could be it, says Max Seddon. Michael Kaufman, who's a military analyst, I think he's a very smart guy, he says, looks like the momentum is building towards what I expect to be a large-scale Russian military operation. Don't want to confer a sense of certainty or inevitability where it doesn't belong, but I think we're very close to the worst possible outcome unfolding. This is very, very bad. Very, very bad. Again, what can I say? This is the thing that a lot of experts said this will be the step before the invasion is that the Russian-backed separatists ask for help for Putin. So that's enormous. It's just enormous. hang on a second here. I just saw this, by the way. This is from the Telegraph. The Defense Secretary, Ben Wallace, Defense Secretary of the UK. Defense Secretary of the UK suggests that mobile crematoriums will be used to hide evidence of battlefield casualties. This is from today. Russian forces have prepared a mobile crematorium for use in any future conflict with Ukraine, in what Britain's defense secretary has described as chilling. The Ministry of Defense, blah, blah, blah. Ben Wallace, the defense secretary, suggested the use of such a system may be a way for the Kremlin to cover up any future combat losses. So who knows? But you can read more about that at the Telegram. I just saw it, just came out tonight. The Telegraph, I'm sorry. It's at the Telegraph. So again. Ewan McDonald, who I follow, says this is it too. He says the Kremlin appears to have finally managed to manufacture a pretext to attack Ukraine. He's with the New Voice of Ukraine. Again, this is the huge, huge, huge news. This really could be, as Max said and says, that the Russian-backed separatist leaders in eastern Ukraine have officially requested help from Putin to, as they claim, beat back the aggression of the Ukrainian armed forces, who are not actually attacking them. There's been all these ridiculous allegations that the armed forces are attacking them. Why would they attack them with the Russian military surrounding the country? But it doesn't matter. Many I have been following have been waiting for this and saying this would be Putin's excuse to attack Ukraine, coming on a day when multiple outlets are reporting that the U.S. has warned Ukraine that a full-scale invasion of Ukraine is imminent. So we just wait now. We just wait. See, look. Zeke Miller, AP. The Kremlin says rebel leaders in eastern Ukraine have asked Russia for military help to fend off Ukrainian, in quotes, aggression. So this is all trending very, very badly. Give me one moment, please. Give me one moment. Now we just have to wait and see what happens. But it looks like the invasion may be in motion. That's all I can tell you. It's very, very worrying. Andrew Roth has the report as well. The Kremlin has received an official request to send its forces into East Ukraine. This could mark the beginning of Russia's operation in Ukraine. Let me remind you what the Institute for the Study of War predicted would happen. The Institute for the Study of War predicted that, well, what they basically said was this. Remember, Russia-backed separatists are in control in this part of Ukraine. Russia, though, recognized this part of Ukraine as independent 2 days ago. Putin said it's not part of Ukraine. But what Putin did is said more than that. He said the Russian-backed separatists actually have claim to all this territory. Putin said all of this is not part of Ukraine. But currently, you can see the Ukraine holds this. The Ukrainian forces hold this territory. So what the Institute of Study of War thought that Russia would do is that they thought that Russia would put forces in here, and that they would carry out some military operation to help the separatists here. But in addition to carrying out the military operation, they would launch giant airstrikes on all of Ukraine. And Russia would say they were launching the airstrikes on Ukraine just to help the separatists here. But what they'd really be doing is launching the airstrikes on all of Ukraine to prepare for a full invasion of Ukraine. It's widely expected Russia would first do extensive airstrikes in Ukraine before actually having tanks cross the border. So again, but the airstrikes, if they happen, the complete airstrike package on Ukraine, the Institute for the Study of War thought Putin would say like, oh, well, I'm doing that to help these people in here. But that wouldn't be the real reason. So we could be seeing that happen, unfortunately. This is a very, very, again, extremely worrying. It's like a worst case scenario we're seeing signs of right now. Breaking news. Patrick Howell O'Neill. Symantec says the wiper malware they found in Ukraine targets the financial sector. That's from Patrick Howell O'Neill, MIT. Because a security firm said that they found, well, I guess 2 security firms. I guess Symantec has found something as well. Multiple security firms say they have found new malware, data wiping malware, put on Ukrainian computers, and they discovered it today. He says, Symantec says the wiper malware they found in Ukraine targets the financial sector. Now, President Zelensky just posted on Twitter, it's not really related to the stuff we've been talking about. He said, had a phone conversation with the Prime Minister of Netherlands, discussed security, blah, 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 blah. Grateful for it's just about his conversation with the Netherlands Prime Minister. He just posted that right now. Dan Bayer posted this. He's at the Carnegie Endowment. He says there is no Ukrainian aggression and it's Ukraine's internationally recognized territory. This is a familiar Russian script, the banality of evil indeed. So again, what's happened is a couple days ago, Russia declared that this part of Ukraine was no longer part of Ukraine. And then, now tonight, the Russia-backed separatists, who Russia now say are independent territories, have asked Putin for help in fighting off the aggression of Ukrainian armed forces. That is what happened. Lots of people saying this will be Putin's excuse to attack Ukraine. We are here just bringing you the latest updates. But very, very concerning news coming out now from Ukraine. E-Link News, I agree with them, says, wouldn't be surprised if initial hostilities begin tonight. You know, we have the request from the Kremlin-backed separatists that Putin come and help them now. A quick thank you very much, NGTXX. I do very much appreciate that. NGTXX, Rust Belt Progressive, and Paul Bedard. And I want to say a big thanks to our moderators too. Oh, thank you also, Karim Gina. I just want to thank our moderators, guys. Our moderators are all volunteers. They've been with us all the coverage. So I just want to say a quick thanks to them. They're the ones who let us have chats. Linda Belk is there moderating. And hang on a second here. Also, thank you to all of our YouTube members. I really appreciate it, YouTube members. Hang on a second here. So a huge thanks to our moderators. Hang on one moment. Thank you, Luca, as well. Our Facebook and Twitch moderators, too. Roxanne, Becky, Kay Lowry Body are there. Bud Green. Thank you, moderators. Let me thank the Twitch moderators really quick. But this is about the worst news. Aside from an actual invasion, this is like the worst news we could have had. Bash and Girl, Serrero, Duxor, Mark and MC, Muse, Papa Bear, and Schultheis. Thank you for moderating very much. Lexa Fulmer is moderating too. Thank you, Lexa. Mark Urban posted this. He says, another sheet added to an ominous paper trail. From Putin's recognition of the breakaway republics on Monday to authorization of use of Russian armed forces abroad Tuesday, tonight's request from a separatist leader in eastern Ukraine for Russian military help in repelling, in quotes, Ukrainian aggression, which there actually isn't, but that's the claim, and that will be the excuse. And look, I've said this, and I agree with other people who said this. It just seems the last few days that everything Putin is doing is choreographed. That he's no longer responding. It's all planned. It's all choreographed, and just one thing is happening after another. Actually, some people have pointed out online this letter request is from it's the date is yesterday on it. The date isn't even today. The date is yesterday. So maybe, you know, if it was really spontaneous tonight, it would say the 23rd. So, but the date is yesterday. So maybe this picture was taken yesterday. You know, it says the 22nd. Well, now we are just going to bring you the latest updates. Oh, here, Doge found this, Intel Doge found this, the new Wiper malware. Symantec malware researchers picking up on the malware spreading through the Ukraine community. From Threat Intelligence, new Wiper malware being used in attacks on Ukraine. Again, this is, look, one of the things you'd expect to happen before an invasion is big cyber attacks. Apparently, malware has been discovered today which wipes data. You can see. ESET research. ESET discovered new data wiper malware used in Ukraine today, installed on hundreds of machines. And maybe it's going to activate. Maybe it is activating right now. This is not the earlier cyber attack. There was an earlier cyber attack, a DDoS attack. Some government websites went down. In the big scheme of things, not a huge deal, that earlier cyber attack. The data wiping attack, malware, that's a whole thing different. It's a whole different thing. Danny Gold says, this is playing out almost exactly how the smart people predicted it would. Christopher Miller, not good. Donetsk and Luhansk puppet leaders have sent requests to Putin to, quote, assist in repelling aggression from the armed forces of Ukraine, blah, 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 blah. So this just happening in the last hour. And again, looks like Putin, a lot of people think this is the pretext that Putin will use for attacking Ukraine. Very, very, very worrying. Mark Urban says, as several followers have pointed out, the letter requesting Putin's help is dated yesterday, but was released this evening, which adds more evidence to this whole thing just being scripted in advance. Thank you, Darth Desmond. Thoughts with the people you know in Donetsk?
This is getting ridiculous, to tell you the truth. This is
getting
ridiculous.
Please keep people in Ukraine in your thoughts.
If anyone has any suggestions on a different video in any of the boxes, please let me know. I'll be more than happy to put it in, if it's within reason.
And I'll go back to Michael Kaufman. He's been predicting this all along. I've been showing you what he's been saying. He says, looks like the momentum is building towards what I expect to be a large-scale Russian military operation. Don't want to confer a sense of certainty or inevitability where it doesn't belong, but I think we're very close to the worst possible outcome unfolding. So it looks right now like Putin has his reason to attack Ukraine if he wants it. Michael Horowitz says, separatist sources are claiming that the Ukrainian forces are trying to break through the defensive lines of the Luhansk People's Republic, which is not happening. Report is likely meant as another pretext. It is 11:23 in most of Ukraine. 11:23 p.m. Kyiv time, Ukraine time. It is nighttime there. Multiple news outlets today said that the U.S. Warned Ukraine that they thought Russia was going to launch a full-scale invasion within 48 hours. One report said that warning was given yesterday to Ukraine. Well, it could be coming true, unfortunately. Very unfortunately doesn't even express it. Tragically, I don't know if tragically would express it. Horrifically. If this does happen, if there's a full-scale invasion of Ukraine, it will change the world. I believe it will be the worst, certainly among the worst, but possibly the worst human events of my lifetime. I mean, there's been other really bad human events, but who knows where it will go. Who knows whether other countries might be involved. But that aside, just considering the people of Ukraine. It'll be a humanitarian catastrophe. It'll be just a catastrophe and a horror. And it'll change the world. Update here, Shannon Vavra with the Daily Beast. Ukraine Cyber Authority. Phishing attacks on public authorities and critical infrastructure, the spread of malicious software, as well as attempts to penetrate penetrate private and public sector networks and further destructive actions have intensified. Again, that is from Shannon Vavra. Oh, here we go. Look. Hackers have deployed destructive wiper malware in Ukraine, so cybersecurity researchers say, just as a wave of DDoS attacks at Ukrainian government sites and PSYOPs target Ukrainian troops with disturbing messages. See Daily Beast. Show you the malware thing. That could be the most relevant right now. Hackers have recently deployed wiper malware or destructive software in Ukraine, cybersecurity researchers at ESET said today. Christo Grozev, who I have been following with Bellingcat, says things look grim for this night. Intel Crowd says planes, possibly fighters, audible above Kramatorsk, Ukraine. He found a tweet that said, I only hear them, yeah, for sure, a sound I've never heard in Kramatorsk before in 3 years. I don't think you'll see the military planes on the flight radar. There is Ukraine. There's still commercial planes flying over Ukraine. Can you believe this? There are still commercial planes flying over Ukraine. Boy, what a dangerous situation this is right now. It appears that Putin may have just, again, the Putin-backed separatist leaders in eastern Ukraine have requested Putin help them from what they call Ukrainian aggression, which is a false accusation. But that is what many experts have been waiting for and saying, if we get the call from the eastern Ukrainian leaders for Putin to come in, Putin will use that as his excuse to attack Ukraine. That request has happened about an hour ago. And we're still seeing these, I mean, there's a US drone right there. But a lot of these are commercial planes. That's another US drone. That's one US drone right there. Look at this, 2 US drones right next to each other. 2 US drones, one right here, both US drones. That's I don't know what plane that is. That's Cessna there, but there's still these, look at these planes, these people are actually landing in Kyiv right now. Man. It's a Ryanair flight leaving Kyiv. Look, Sean Walker. In 2008, Russia worked hard to get a pretext in Georgia, and Saakashvili provided it. In 2014, they were freaked out by Maidan and turned it into a largely false pretext to act in Crimea, Donbass. And in 2022, Russia is just inventing the pretext out of thin air in plain sight. And again, the Kremlin says, the Kremlin-backed leaders in eastern Ukraine have asked Putin to help beat back the aggression of Ukrainian armed forces to avoid victims among the civilian population and a humanitarian catastrophe in Donbass. This is completely false. Ukraine is not attacking eastern Ukraine. They're not committing genocide in eastern Ukraine. It is just made up, but Russia does not care. They are putting this out there, and again, many think that this will be the excuse that Putin uses to launch a major attack on all of Ukraine. Michael Weiss says, 8 years of war taught Ukrainians quite a lot. Whatever happens, remember they withstood hell in the past week, just not to give the enemy an excuse. This is a video that Moshe Schwartz found from Belgorod, Russia, which would be pretty close to the Ukraine border. We don't know how close because we don't have it geolocated yet. But he says video uploaded this evening is from the Belgorod region of Russia, close to the Ukraine border. Saw one vehicle go by. There's another one going by. So a couple military vehicles go by in that video. It is 11:32 p.m. Ukraine time. 11:32 p.m. Ukraine time. A freelance journalist based in Kyiv. Guys, hold on a second. I want to show you something. Another report of planes over Kramatorsk, Ukraine. He says, I think there might be planes in the sky over Kramatorsk. I have to stress this is unconfirmed. It's Emil Filtenborg. I hope he stays safe. He's a journalist in Ukraine. Kharkiv Airport closed before morning. Kharkiv Airport closed. Kharkiv is a city of 1.5 million people. It is thought to possibly be a target of Russia if they invade. It is in the northeast of Ukraine, only about 20 miles from the Russian border. It has 1.5 million people. So they have just announced that their airport is closed. Let me show you here. Kharkiv Airport closed before morning. Notice to airmen. Live UA map found this. I don't know where the source is here. Will the Kyiv airports close? Thomas Thiener, he has been predicting a worst-case scenario all along. Sadly, it looks more and more like he may end up being correct. What he says is military convoy moving north in Crimea, military convoy moving into Donbass, military convoy moving south towards Kyiv, evacuating factory right at the... We heard about an evacuating chemical factory in Russia right at the border, well, no, in occupied Ukraine. In Russia-occupied Crimea, a chemical factory at the border with the rest of Ukraine is evacuating. has evacuated, which may be Russia getting the workers out of there because they're about to invade through there. He says all of this combined says Russia attacks tonight. Yeah, see, the airport in Kharkiv, a city of 1.5 million people, Ukraine, is closed until morning. Closed until morning. Notice to airmen in place, no reason given on why. I can't see it. Oops, I had it for you. I'll get it again. Airport temporarily closed in Kharkiv, Avia News. Kharkiv Airport was temporarily closed tonight. The only runway does not accept flights until at least tomorrow morning. The closing announcement was posted at 10:30 p.m. local time. The not accepting flight stops 5 minutes after that. Starts 5 minutes after that. The notice to airmen does not state the reasons for the airport's temporary closure. It may be due to precautionary measures due to the proximity of Kharkiv to the border with Russia. It is about 12 miles. This says 20 kilometers in a straight line. Signs are all very bad right now. Jennifer Griffin from Fox News just posted this. Warning shared by social media users in Ukraine. Everyone who has an active public anti-Russian position in Ukraine must take measures for personal security. Be extra careful. Pay attention at home, work, any place you visit often. Inspect your car. Do not move alone. If you're just joining us, it looks like Vladimir Putin may have taken the last step on the way to invasion tonight. Vladimir Putin, he controls what goes on in far eastern Ukraine. The Putin-backed leaders of the DNR and the LNR, which Putin now says these territories are not part of Ukraine. That's what he said 2 days ago. They have officially asked Putin last night to come in and help him beat back the aggression of the Ukrainian armed forces, who aren't actually attacking or threatening eastern Ukraine. But with this excuse, with this made-up excuse, many experts and reporters, Max Seddon is in Moscow. He's with Financial Times. Many have been expecting this, and they said if Putin orchestrates it so that the leaders in Eastern Europe, in Eastern Ukraine, who he backs, ask him to come in and help, then this will be the excuse Putin uses to attack Ukraine, to save. He'll argue, I'm saving our Eastern Ukrainian allies, when really it's just an excuse for him to attack Ukraine, which is what he really wants to do. But that's what many were waiting for, is this official request for Putin to come into Ukraine and help his allies who he supports and backs and tells what to do. Here's an example. You can find all kinds of experts and articles talking about this. Look, this talks about the Donbass region. This is from The Economist yesterday. Russian-backed separatists appear responsible for ratcheting up hostilities in recent days. Rather than a Ukrainian-backed genocide, which Putin and his Eastern Ukrainian allies claim, all the evidence points to Russian-backed escalation of hostilities. The accusation of genocide in Eastern Ukraine by Russia is just part of Russia's playbook to justify war. The other is to try to spark a retaliation from the Ukrainian military. You can find all kinds of analysis like this. It doesn't make sense. Ukraine is going to be surrounded by Russia's military, threatening to invade, and they're going to launch some terror attack on like a bus stop in eastern Ukraine. It's just ridiculous. And the videos, Eastern Ukraine has been producing these ridiculous videos which have all these clear flaws in them, claiming to be videos of evidence of terror attacks. It's just nonsense, but it doesn't matter. And by the way, if you happen to watch Putin's big hour-long nutty speech he gave a few days ago, it wasn't about Eastern Ukraine at all. It wasn't about the LPR, or whatever you call it, and the DNR at all, or the DPR at all. What was it about? It was all about how much he hates Ukraine. And it was about how Ukraine is not a state, and Ukraine doesn't deserve, it should be part of Russia, and all this awful stuff about Ukraine. So we can sit here and talk about the LPR and the DPR or whatever it's called. That's not what this is about. Go watch his speech.
How's everyone doing today? How does everyone feel about what's happening in the world at this moment?
Basically, I told you this when it happened.
Let me know in the comments
Declaration of war on Ukraine.
what you thought.
That's what it was, except for actually saying at the end.
I'm curious
attacking
what
them.
other people's
so please,
thoughts are.
I would encourage you to go watch that speech if you haven't, or at least read it. You really should watch it, not read the transcript of it. So it's very clear what's happening.
If you don't feel like saying, that's totally fine with me. We're just here to chill, and if you have any suggestions on any of the boxes that you would like, please let me know.
The invasion. Some of the predated pretexts for an invasion by Russian forces were prepared and still have those dates on them. Now, and somebody just said agenda free no more. I want to address this. Not having an agenda doesn't mean not having an opinion. An agenda is when you're biased. An agenda is when you come to an issue and you're predisposed to side on one issue or another, or to side with one side or another. That's not what I do. I come to every issue with an open mind and I look at the evidence. And all the evidence here and the evidence from Putin's past is that he's a total liar. He lies all the time. They make all this stuff up. And all of this nonsense in Ukraine is clearly just nonsense and lies. That's not having an agenda. That's just being a rational thinker. So I want to be clear on this, because some people think not having an agenda is everything is equally. You should treat everything. You should believe everything equally as much. You shouldn't reject anything. So if somebody says 2 + 2 = 4, and somebody says 2 + 2 = 5, some people say not having an agenda is saying like, oh well, I guess two people are saying two different things, so I have to say they're both just as good. No. What we do on this channel is we go into everything with an open mind. But when all the evidence says one thing, then and it's overwhelming evidence, then the reasonable thing to do is believe that thing. That's not having an agenda. That's just being a open-minded, rational, reasonable thinker. So just to be clear, if you want to say that because that not having an agenda means that 2 + 2 = 5 has to be as credible to you as 2 + 2 = 4, you better go look up the word agenda, because you've misunderstood what not having an agenda means. There's a difference between agenda-free and opinion-free. Michael Weiss says, please keep in mind that Kharkiv, which U.S. officials today have claimed is now in the crosshairs, is a city of over 1.4 million people. It is more populous than all of Estonia. Phil Stewart just posted this from Reuters. The Biden administration is not expected to target Russia's crude oil and refined fuel sector with sanctions cutting off trade due to concerns about inflation and the harm it could do to European allies, global oil markets, and U.S. consumers, officials said. That's from Phil Stewart, Reuters. It is 11:45. It is 11:45 p.m. Ukraine time. It is 11:45 p.m. Ukraine time. We could be seeing tonight a Russian attack on Ukraine. All the signs are there. Marcel Dursis, who I follow and I agree with, says this. Russian media is endlessly blasting Russians with fake stories about genocide and civilians being slaughtered by Ukraine. As a final step, Russian proxies are openly asking Russia to intervene by expelling Ukrainian forces from territory under Kyiv's control. That's what's happening. That is what's happening. Thomas Thiener says, almost 1 a.m. in Crimea, but the last few kilometers of road before Ukraine are totally clogged. I assume that Russian tanks and trucks are all over this road now. He said, second image, traffic on this road on a normal night. I don't know if I can find this on Google Maps. Here's Crimea, which Russia stole from Ukraine in 2014. Yeah, he's talking about this. See the orange here? This is controlled by Russia down here. They stole it from Ukraine in 2014. So there's the border right there between the occupied and unoccupied, Ukraine. So he thinks all of this orange here is and you can compare it to normal, typical traffic. There's typical. That's typical traffic. And here's live traffic. And this distance, guys, this goes on for miles. Look at this. That right there is 15 miles. That's 15 miles. So this orange here is about 8 miles of orange. And on a typical night, it's all green. It's a little orange up here. Whereas tonight, there's some green here, but all orange here. I gotta retweet that. Here, I'm going in here. See, if you look, it's orange and red. I don't know. Thomas Thiener is an analyst, so, and guys, it says both sides. Some of it's, anyways. Well, we'll see. Parallel Universe says locals on social media report that phone service and internet is down all across the Putin regime-controlled parts of Luhansk and Donetsk regions. That's from Parallel Universe. That's in eastern Ukraine. I'm going to check Telegram and see if I can find anything more about that. Ateo Breaking News, which is a Telegram account I follow, I don't know if this is right, they say in the Ukrainian Telegram channels, they wrote that the Jammer IL-22PP aircraft of the Russian army took off into the air. I have no idea if that's true. It is almost midnight. It is almost midnight. It is 9 minutes before midnight. It is 9 minutes before midnight in Ukraine. Intel Crab just retweeted this from Alexandru C4. Pro-Russians Telegram. Connection is being cut off. These are ours. Kraushka's Russian electronic warfare systems are working. Please don't worry, this is temporary. Electronic warfare works. Be patient without the internet and phones until the morning. It's 8 minutes before midnight. This is an unconfirmed report from C4H10FO2P. Mariupol in southern Ukraine. Stores have closed. Businesses are exporting goods and packing equipment. Car dealerships take out cars, locals report.
Yikes, this is crazy. What are your guys' thoughts?
Breaking news. Interesting new notice to airmen over Kharkiv up to 16,500 feet. Possibility of interception for offenders. Remember, Kharkiv Airport has been closed tonight. New notice to airmen over Kharkiv for up to 16,500 feet. Possibility of interception for offenders. It also says, this is from OSINT Technical, less than 5,700 kilograms inclusively are restricted and could be allowed only by permission of Ukrainian Air Force only. Possibility of interception for offending aircraft. Analyst Thomas C. Thiener says, Ukraine's air defense is on high alert. Anything coming over the eastern or northern border will be shot down. Let's look at, Airbus, look at this. Airbus entered Ukraine from Polish airspace. Look at this flight right here. This one. Look at what this flight did. Look at what this flight did. Wow, unbelievable. This flight was coming from down here to Kyiv, but it went all the way around. It went all the way around to the west. And the speculation is that it didn't want to come from the east because of the possible hostilities to come. Or maybe, you know, whatever. It's a strange route to be taking. It just landed. Oh, it's about to land, I guess. Or maybe it just landed. It said estimated 11:49. See, it was supposed to land at, I don't know, I'm confused here. Scheduled, actual, anyways. It looks like it's landed. Yeah, see, it was supposed to land 2 hours ago. It was supposed to land 2 hours ago, it looks like. Maybe because of the time difference. But it went all the way around. Intel Crab talked about this too. Notice to airmen, details are up and it's not good. This is a notice to planes flying over Kharkiv, Ukraine, saying if something's up there that doesn't meet these restrictions, you could be intercepted. Remember, Kharkiv Airport is now shut down for the night. Kharkiv Airport shut down for the night. 1.5 million people live in Kharkiv. It's here. It's thought to be a possible target for Russia if they invade. And the airport has been shut down there. And there's a notice to airmen that only certain planes are allowed in the sky. I think above us, they're not supposed to be above a certain weight, I believe it says. Or it could get shot down. See? Restricted area. Flights of no drones. Flights of unmanned aircraft in this area are prohibited. Flights of the aircraft with maximum takeoff weight, less than 5,700 kilograms, are restricted and could be allowed by permission of Ukrainian Air Force only. Okay, so basically, no flights without permission of Ukrainian Air Force are allowed up there. And it says if you offend that, you might get intercepted. Possibility of interception for offenders of this rule of this order. No, Kharkiv is not in the Donbas region. Kharkiv is not in. I don't believe it's technically Donbas. It's no, it would be north of that or northeast of it. I'll show you where Donbas is. No, it doesn't even have it here. I'll get you a map of it. I believe it would be north of Donbas. Maybe I'm wrong. But it's not in like the yeah, you see like here it says the present day definition of Donbas. Luhansk and Donetsk. I guess this is Kharkiv region. I assume that's Kharkiv region. Okay. So just to sum up what's going on, guys, it's 2 minutes till midnight. 2 minutes till midnight in Ukraine, and it really looks like Putin has created his excuse to invade. That's what it looks like. The Kremlin says that the Russian-backed separatists in eastern Ukraine, the DNR and LNR, have asked Putin to, this is made up, help beat back the aggression of the Ukrainian armed forces to avoid victims among the civilian population in a humanitarian catastrophe in Donbas, per Russian wires. Max Seddon says this could be it. There's no threat. The Ukrainian forces are not attacking eastern Ukraine. There's not a genocide in eastern Ukraine. There's no risk of a humanitarian catastrophe from Ukrainian forces attacking eastern Ukraine. But that's the excuse. Now it appears, this is what many have said, that if it came out, Putin would use this as an excuse to attack Ukraine. This has happened. These letters of request, both letters were dated yesterday. I mean, not even really trying to make it seem spontaneous. Both letters are dated yesterday, which suggests this was all planned well in advance. So again, what's really going on here, it's not about Eastern Ukraine. It would be Putin just coming up with an excuse to attack Ukraine and not say I'm attacking Ukraine because I hate Ukraine and I want to destroy the country and have it and take it over, or something like that, which would be the real reason. Phil Stewart says, satellite image company Maxar says latest images show number of new deployments in western Russia that would be near Ukraine. He's with Reuters. It is midnight. It is now midnight. It is now midnight. It is now officially Thursday the 24th in Ukraine. It is Thursday the 24th. So now we wait. Oh, in case you missed it, also, malware has been found. The company ESET Research, a couple companies actually, but one of them being ESET Research, it's a security company. They have found a new data wiper malware used in Ukraine today. They have found it on they say hundreds of machines in Ukraine. So maybe Russia has put that on today or sometime recently, and they plan to use it before an invasion to wipe data off computers. I don't know, but that's from ESET Research. So, really, I mean, Putin has what many people thought would be his excuse. Marx posted this. Outint. There is a sudden 7.5 miles traffic jam on the road from Belgorod towards the Ukrainian border. That's not good. Let's see. Let's go to the map and see what we see. Hang on, one moment. Because that could say be a lot of tanks, a lot of military equipment. Belgorod. There's Belgorod, there's the border with Ukraine. Let's turn on traffic. Can we see the traffic? Where is he talking? Oh, maybe he's using it. He might be using not Google Maps. He might be using not Google Maps because I don't see it on Google Maps. So he's saying on the thing he's looking at, on what he's looking at, it's showing a 7.5 mile traffic jam heading on the road heading into Ukraine to the border, which we already showed you. Thomas Thiener mentioned that from the south in Crimea, there appears to be a several mile traffic jam heading into Ukraine from Russian-controlled Crimea, too. And something to be aware, somebody just mentioned Ruptly. Guys, remember with Ruptly and also RT, they are owned and run by the Russian government. So if you're watching Ruptly or you're watching RT tonight, you are seeing exactly what the Russian government wants you to see. Just a heads up in case you didn't know. In case you think you're watching like neutral news when you're watching Ruptly and RT. Just so you know, they're owned and run by the Russian government. Okay. Let's check the flight radar. Let's check what the flight radar is doing in Ukraine. Not much flights up. We have the U.S. drone is still up. Forte 12 is still up. Forte 11, I don't know if it's leaving or going somewhere else. That's the U.S. drone. So 2 U.S. drones over here. The only planes we see on the radar in the east are 2 U.S. drones. We also have, this just took off. That's a plane leaving Kyiv. A passenger plane just took off. This plane is just from Moscow flying to Belgrade. That plane is from Lviv leaving for Budapest. And then this plane is about to land from Hamburg in Kyiv. There is, the Kharkiv airport in Ukraine has been closed until morning. There is a no-fly warning above the airport, and I think above above Kharkiv. And the no-fly, the flight warning says you might be intercepted if you don't follow these orders. Yes, notice to airmen over Kharkiv, up to 16,500 feet, possibility of interception for offenders. Flights of unmanned aircraft are prohibited. Flights of aircraft with maximum takeoff weight of less than 5,700 kilograms are restricted and could be allowed only with permission of Ukrainian Air Force. Possibility of interception if you break this, if you don't follow this order. So now we just wait and see what happens tonight. I just saw this, guys, from Vladislav Davidson. Tonight is the most frightened I have ever seen the Ukrainian capital. Everyone thinks that something is about to happen. A friend who spent time with the presidential administration today tells me they look nervous. Please keep the people of Ukraine in your thoughts. All right, here's what I'm going to do, guys, really quick. Hang on one moment. We are bringing you live coverage of the crisis, the Ukraine-Russia crisis, and it's looking very, very bad tonight. It's looking very, very bad. It looks like an invasion could happen, an attack could happen at any time now. I need to take a 1-minute break. I'm coming right back in 1 minute, and in 1 minute we will continue our live coverage. We are here live. I am back again. All the signs suggest that we could, at any moment, start seeing a Russian attack on Ukraine. That's what all of the signs are suggesting. Hang on a moment. Andrew Osborne posted this. U.S. satellite image company Maxar says latest images show new deployments in western Russia within 10 miles of border with Ukraine and less than 50 miles from Ukrainian city of Kharkiv. Now, we have known for days troops have been there. That's not, I mean, that there are troops that close to Kharkiv is not new. We've seen videos of troops close to that border in the last few days. Unverified imagery of Russian tanks in Donetsk. So this would be the part of eastern Ukraine that's controlled by Russia and Russian-backed separatists. So again, we're talking about this part of eastern Ukraine here. Russian-backed separatists control this area, and Putin 2 days ago said it's no longer part of Ukraine. He declared it independent. And so we've heard multiple reports that Putin has already moved troops in here. But remember, for the last 8 years, basically, Putin has controlled that part through Russian-backed separatists. So what we haven't seen yet is any kind of Russian forces in any area that Russia did not already control previously. So, you know, Donetsk is in here. But we've already heard reports that Putin has been moving troops in here today. Elint News says local reports text messages are not sending in parts of the Donbass. So we might be seeing Russia, I'm sorry to keep saying the background, but these are where the Russian-supported separatists are. But Putin yesterday said he recognizes all of this as independent. So one thing we might see is the Russian forces and the separatists launch an attack coming out this way. So now, really, it's just a question of waiting and see what happens. It looks like all of the ingredients are there for a Russian attack, and we'll just have to, including the manufactured request for Putin to come help the separatists he supports in Ukraine. Parallel Universe says this PSYOPs message is being spread around different social media platforms. Don't film Russian troop movements. After your city will be liberated, you'll be able to take photos, prepare food, water, necessities. Cell service could be down. Locals in Luhansk report on social media they're hearing loud shelling sounds throughout the city. Mobile communication has fallen in Donetsk. I am seeing an unconfirmed report that the cell service is down in Donetsk, in eastern Ukraine. Again, I'm seeing multiple reports multiple reports that mobile service is down in Donetsk on social media in these eastern Ukrainian news channels. Okay, guys? So again, multiple unconfirmed reports from these eastern Ukrainian news channels that in Donetsk cell service is down. seeing multiple reports unconfirmed reports on pro-Russian Telegram channels that cell service is down in Donetsk. Crap, I didn't do that right. Breaking news. Unconfirmed report that departures and arrivals suspended at another Ukraine airport. Is that Dnipro Airport? Dnipro is you can see, it's pronounced Dnipro, Ukraine. Unconfirmed report that departures and arrivals suspended at Dnipro Airport. That's from Intel Doge.
Oh, they got him on the ground. They got him.
Intel Doge is hearing the same thing I'm hearing.
Woo.
Hearing this is a complete mobile communications failure. As I mentioned, here, let me get my map up here. Hold on a second here, guys. Hang on one moment. Hang on one moment here. I'll get the New York Times map. Donetsk is here in eastern Ukraine. So multiple unconfirmed reports of like a total mobile communications failure in Donetsk. Unconfirmed. Ben Judah reports, retweeted by Intel Crab. Look at this. France is now telling its citizens to immediately leave Ukraine. I have not seen the announcement myself. But I'm going to keep going here. Ukraine has requested an urgent Security Council. There was just a meeting of the UN Security Council 2 days ago. Well, Ukraine Foreign Minister says he requested urgent meeting of UN Security Council, Phil Stewart. Unfortunately, it looks like we may be seeing some kind of Russian attack tonight. And let me just check my Telegram channels here. So multiple reports, I'm seeing multiple reports from pro-Russian channels on Telegram, pro-Russian news channels, saying that there's no more mobile communication in Donetsk region. So who knows what's going on there now? I'm seeing another unconfirmed report that Dnipro Airport is closed. Look, confirmed Dnipro and Kharkiv airports are being closed until 7 a.m. So Parallel Universe found this. Both Dnipro and Kharkiv airports, those are two cities in Ukraine, both airports have now been closed until 7 a.m. No reasons provided. Reports that may not be the same, that may be the same for many other airports across the country. He actually had the original notice here, Parallel Universe. Let me show you on a map where that is. Kharkiv, I need to turn the traffic off. There's Ukraine. There's Ukraine. Kharkiv is up here. Dnipro is here. Here's Dnipro. Here's Kharkiv. Both airports closed until morning. It is now 12:21 a.m. It is 12:21 a.m. in Ukraine. Here is the flight radar situation in Ukraine. In the east part of the country, Russia has apparently moved troops into the eastern part here. We have, the only plane is the U.S. drone. That's the U.S. drone there. Here's another U.S. drone. There's a U.S. drone there. That's the only things in the eastern part of the country in the air right now. Those two U.S. drones. There are still some planes coming in and out. That plane's supposed to land at Kharkiv. Wow. Dangerous time for planes to be coming in and out of the country. I wonder if this is going to stop soon. That plane just took off from Kyiv. That plane just took off from Kyiv. Very dangerous with these aircraft flying around. But on the east side of the country, only this one drone. Same thing we've heard, guys, here. Multiple reports the mobile phone network has gone offline in Donetsk in the last few minutes. Half of Donetsk, roughly half of Donetsk, a little less than half of Donetsk, is controlled by Russian-backed forces. I just saw this, a report that a Teo Breaking News posted this on Telegram. They said Vodovka correspondent confirmed there's no mobile connection in Donetsk, only the internet works. Why would Russia take down cell service in Donetsk if they're going to launch? Well, look, let me just say this. I've seen experts say that if Russia was going to do an invasion, they would just maybe take down all the cell service. They could take down the internet. They would do things so that the Ukrainian military and the Ukrainian government couldn't communicate and just degrade. So right now we're hearing this in Donetsk. Maybe there's some sort of offensive plan for Donetsk by Russia there. So I can't say exactly, but it was I would say the consensus expert opinion is that if Russia was going to invade, they would start with cyber attacks, electronic warfare, and airstrikes too. I don't know if we'll see airstrikes, but we'll have to see. By the way, and again, in case you missed it, this is Ankit Panda. He does international security stuff, nuclear policy stuff. He thinks this is it. What happened is earlier this evening, the Russian-backed leaders in eastern Ukraine, where Russia has been supporting a separatist movement, and Russia actually 2 days ago, Putin said this is no longer part of Ukraine. They today officially asked Putin for military help to help them from the threats from Ukraine, which are fake. Ukraine has not been attacking them. Ukraine is not going to be killing lots of people in eastern Ukraine, but they've been pushing this story, and many experts anticipated this. Many experts anticipated that what would happen is President Putin's going to say this is no longer part of Ukraine, and then the leaders here would ask Putin for military help, and then Putin would basically say, all right, I got to help my friends in the new in these new independent states to fight off big bad Ukraine. So it looks like that's what's happening. And that's why you see a lot of commentators and analysts say that this is it. They were just waiting for this to happen. Rebel leaders in eastern Ukraine have asked Russia for military help to fend off Ukrainian, quote, aggression. So now we're just waiting to see if it indeed is going to be a major invasion. Again, 2 airports have now been closed in Ukraine. Kharkiv Airport and Dnipro Airport are both closed. That's from Live UA Map. I wouldn't be surprised if more airports to come. It is 12:27 a.m. Conflict News says the same thing. Dnipro Airport has been closed in Ukraine as fears of a looming Russian attack on Ukraine mount. Are the U.S. drones going home? Let's see. I don't know. We'll see. Who knows? They're here and here. I don't know where they're going. We'll see. No real air traffic on the east side of the country that we can see on the radar except for the U.S. drone. Thank you to all of our moderators. I really appreciate all of our moderators who are in our chat rooms. Thank you so much for all your help. Wow. A third U.S. drone has just taken off from Sicily, says Live UA Map. A third U.S. drone has just taken off from Sicily. Let's go down here. Sicily. There it is right there. That's it. New drone. I don't know if it's going to replace one of the other two or just go on and you'll have 3 drones over Ukraine. Kharkiv live feed. Some lights went out. Hang on. Yes, lights. Guys, the lights went out in Kharkiv. I just saw this. Lights went out in Kharkiv. On the Kharkiv live stream, the lights went out. On the Kharkiv live stream that I'm watching, the street lights appear. The street lights appear to go out. Yep, you're exactly right. The viewer saw this. The lights all went out on Kharkiv. The Kharkiv live stream I'm watching on YouTube, the lights went out. This was about a few minutes ago. It was the street lights. No, all the lights. So if you, I just posted a link to the Kharkiv Live feed, but as our viewers saw, the lights definitely seem to go out. One of our viewers, John, says they might have cut the lights if they fear a bombing or something. I don't know. Let me just show this to you real quick, guys. Well, I can show you a screenshot. I'll show you a screenshot. Here's the before. There's the before. That's the before, right? By the way, you can go to this feed. It's on. It's at EA Integration Group. I can't show you the feed. It's their feed. EA Integration Group. That's the before. And then I'll just show you a screenshot at the end. See how the lights aren't on anymore? There's a few lights on, but basically everything seemed to go out. There you go. That's what it is right now. That's a screenshot. So go watch it. I posted the link to it. I posted the link to it on my Twitter. But the lights seem to all go out. People are saying it happens. Does it happen every night? It happens every night to save energy? They turn off lights every night? Okay, hold on. I got to delete that. I'm going to delete it. Update. A number of viewers say the lights on the Kharkiv stream Thank you for letting me know. Thank you for letting me know. I never watch it around this time. Saw it went out, posted it, corrected it. Took the tweet down, posted a correction. Not hard. Update on this wiper malware, this data wiper malware that was detected today. Shannon Vavra from Daily Beast says, the wiper malware in Ukraine was likely successful, the head of ESET threat research tells me. We assume that this indeed was the case and affected machines were wiped. It was created 2 months ago and deployed only in Ukraine, ESET says. That's from Shannon Vavra. Intel Crab posted this. I don't know, what is this? Niels Gronevold says, something happening at the North Bridge in Kyiv? Some people claim there's some shooting there. Just be clear, guys. Just remember, there's all kinds of rumors floating around. There's probably intentional false stuff floating around. So, I'll have to wait until I see, more reliable reporting on something like that. Oh, did Ukrainian... Hold on a second here. Hold on. Hang on, guys. Hang on. I haven't found this. Where did he find it? Oh, breaking news. Another airport closed in... Another airport... Oh, is this... Wait, is this... Which one? Which airport? Is this the one in Dnipro? Or is this... I'm confused. I'm not sure about this. No, we already knew about Dnipro Airport. That's Dnipro. We already knew Dnipro Airport was closed. Dnipro Airport and Kharkiv Airport are closed until morning. Hang on, where is this from? Hang on one moment, guys. I just saw a report and I'm trying to find the original source for it. Give me one moment. So I haven't seen them post it. I don't know where he found this. Parallel Universe found something, he says, from the Ukrainian government. He says Ukrainian intelligence warns that the Putin regime military forces will stage a large-scale attack on Luhansk in order to finalize the pretext to invade, like they did in Georgia in 2008 when they shelled, this place. So he's seeing this right now. He's seeing that on their site. See this? Ukrainian intelligence warns that the Putin regime military forces will stage a large-scale attack on Luhansk in order to finalize the pretext to invade. Luhansk is in eastern Ukraine. So I believe he's looking at the actual site. They haven't posted it on Twitter. I don't know. Maybe he's looking at their Telegram or something. Look, Michael Horowitz, Russian news agency TASS now also reports disruptions to the mobile network in Donetsk through its correspondent in the city. That's in eastern Ukraine. There is clearly something going on. Clearly. Here, look at this. Look at what Rob Lee says. I want to read you this. Shashank Joshi from The Economist. Ukraine's odds are grim in a conventional fight, even with Western-supplied weapons. Its forces might convert into partisan warfare or take to the cities. The latter would prove a difficult decision, as urban warfare is immensely destructive. And then Rob Lee, military analyst, says this is the issue. If Ukraine's military tries to fight a conventional war with Russia, it will be defeated. An unconventional fight means moving into cities, which will lead to greater civilian casualties. All urban warfare is destructive, and Russia lacks large PGM stockpiles. That's precision-guided missiles that can hit something precisely at the location. Let's see. Hold on a second here. Hold on. Here, look. Parallel Universe, who can read the language, says Ukrainian intelligence warns that the Putin regime military forces will stage a large-scale attack in Luhansk, that's eastern Ukraine, in order to finalize the pretext to invade, like they did in 2008 in Georgia. It's the same post, but he reposted it, I believe. They have not posted it yet on their Twitter, which I was looking at. Because they do post stuff there, but I have not seen it there yet. I assume they'll post it. They're on Facebook? Let's see. Let's go to their Facebook. Nope, 2 hours ago. Nothing new after that. No, I'll wait and see what I see from them. Aleph reports that TASS is saying the mobile communications of the operator Phoenix stopped working in Donetsk territory, eastern Ukraine. Oh, update here. Guys, the security firm Symantec now says they have seen targets of the new data wiper attack in Ukraine, Latvia, and Lithuania. Targets include finance and government contractors. See this? A new strain of wiper malware has been detected in Ukraine and notably Latvia. Western officials have warned for months about the possibility that cyber aggression in Ukraine could have spillover effects in the region or globally. Wall Street Journal. Malware detected in Ukraine as invasion threat looms. A new form of destructive malware that can delete or corrupt data on a targeted computer or network has been seen spreading in Ukraine, according to multiple cybersecurity firms. Researchers from ESET and Broadcom Software Symantec said so-called data wiper malware had been detected in Ukraine, a discovery that came as U.S. officials said Russia's plans to invade its neighbor were imminent. This is the second time in as many months wiper malware has been detected targeting Ukraine computer systems. So something to keep an eye out for. Rob Lee says if Russia tries to conduct regime change, it will likely try to install someone who would reach out to elites in other Ukrainian cities. But if Russian forces go into cities, a lot of civilians could die. That would only increase resistance and make conflict termination more difficult. Oh, now this is good. By the way, look at this. Locals report that the internet and cell service is gradually returning to normal in parts of Luhansk and Donetsk. That's positive. Locals report internet and cell service are gradually returning to normal. Again, with two airports are already closed tonight in Ukraine. Kharkiv and Dnipro airports have both been closed in Ukraine. Oleksiy Sorokin says, airports in Kharkiv and Dnipro, Ukraine's second and fourth largest city, are closed for the night. Again, in case you missed it, we've been showing the big thing that happened a few hours ago, as Sasha Ingber says, the heads of the so-called Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics of eastern Ukraine, these are Russian-supported, Russian-backed separatists, have asked Putin for help in what they say is repelling the aggression of Ukrainian armed forces. Ukrainian armed forces are not going to attack eastern Ukraine, but this is the continual charge from the Russian-backed forces in eastern Ukraine, and many experts have said that this was going to be the excuse Putin uses to attack Ukraine. And you can see she says this may be the moment that sets off a Russian military invasion tonight. It is 12:46 a.m. Ukraine time. And it looks like in Donetsk, the mobile service was down, but we're hearing reports it's coming back there. Live UA Map posted this. Flight from Sharm el Sheikh to Kharkiv, diverting to Kyiv. Because the airspace over Kharkiv has basically been closed. Let's see if we can find that flight here on flight radar. Not that one. Yeah, see, this flight was supposed to go to Kharkiv. Kharkiv's up here, but the airspace over Kharkiv has been basically closed. It's near the Russian border. So this flight that was going to Kharkiv is now landing in Kyiv, it looks like. The only airplane over the eastern part of the country is a drone right now. Drone there, U.S. drone there, U.S. drone here. We are bringing you the latest updates, the latest coverage. @Lookner on Twitter is where you can reach me. Hang on a second here. Euromaidan PR, which is a pro-Ukrainian account, says people watching the news here in Kyiv all downcast, concerned, belief that tonight will be the night, people say. Again, thinking of everyone in Ukraine right now. Just trying to get you more information. Oh, I think Zelensky is speaking. I think Zelensky is speaking, guys. I'm seeing quotes from Zelensky. I believe Zelensky is speaking now. Hang on. Zelensky said he initiated a conversation with Putin but did not receive a response. That's from Russian state media. That's from Russian state media. I guess is Zelensky. I think he's speaking right now. Let me just see, guys. Hold on a second here. I'll get you like a report on what he's saying. I didn't realize he was going to be speaking. All right, so RIA Novosti, which is Russian state media, says Zelensky says he initiated a conversation with Putin but did not receive a response. Yes, Zelensky is talking on TV in Russian. Zelensky is talking, he's giving an address right now. Zelensky is talking on TV in Russian. Yeah, see? President Zelensky says he tried to call Putin today, but he did not respond. BNO News just posted it. That's just what I saw from different... I was looking at some... I'm going to go back to the Telegram channels who are talking about what he's saying. So let me go over to Telegram and see. I'll show you what he's saying. Zelensky says... Typical Donetsk says Zelensky said, "We do not need war, neither cold, hot, nor hybrid." Oh, I'm, let's see, what is this? Okay, I can't, I just saw the Zelensky address posted right now. I can't translate it, but I'm on a Telegram channel, Abaz Revitel, and they have this address from Zelensky. He recorded a new video. But again, I'll have to wait for translation. Oh, Ateo Breaking News has a translation. Here, this is from Ateo Breaking News. It says, Zelensky addresses the people. He says the people of Ukraine want peace. The government of Ukraine wants peace, wants and does. It's not about peace at any cost. We do not need war, neither cold nor hot nor hybrid, but we will defend ourselves. When you step forward, you will see our faces, not our backs. There is always enough pain and dirt in war. Our main goal is peace in Ukraine and security of our citizens. Ukraine poses no threat to Russia. It will not happen. Today I initiated a telephone conversation with Putin. The result is silence. Although the silence should be in the Donbass region. People will suffer the most. Doctors, bloggers, TikTokers don't want war. The answer depends only on you, citizens of the Russian Federation. My appeal will not be shown on Russian TV. Apparently, he's giving this address in Russian, according to the site I'm looking at, Ateo Breaking News, which is a... I know they focus on Kazakhstan news, but they do. It's a Telegram news site, so I'm trusting on the person's translation there. So again, Zelensky just released a new address. I just told you some of what the translation was. Here it is right here, look. Right here, guys, look. Zelensky appeals in Russian to the Russian people, to actors, to artists, actors, journalists, and civil society to stop Putin launching a war. Seems like it might already be too late for that. So Sean Walker posted this. I mentioned I saw the video, but I can't play it, and I won't be able to understand it because it's in Russian. But again, Sean Walker says he's been looking at it. President Zelensky of Russia has just released a new video appealing in Russian to the Russian people to stop Putin launching a war. Yeah, a Live UA Map posted it on YouTube, guys. Live UA Map posted the link. You can go see it at Live UA Map. He also said, in case you will cross our borders of Ukraine, we will defend our country. That's from Live UA Map. But again, Zelensky says he tried to call Putin today and Putin would not talk to him. He said the response was silence. Rob Lee says the big question is whether Russia can translate the use of military force into achieving its political goals in Ukraine, and what will it do if it can't? A Russian invasion now would be an attempt to achieve what 2014-15 failed to do, so more force is likely and compromise is less likely.
This is crazy, you guys. This is really crazy.
It is 12:56 Ukraine time. OSIN Technical says we're about to have 3 U.S. drones over Ukraine at the same time. Right now there are 2 over Ukraine. There's that one there, that's one. There's that one there. And another one's on the way. And remember, Kharkiv Airport has been closed for the night, and Dnipro Airport has been closed for the night. Both of these airports, Kharkiv and Dnipro, are closed for the night. There's a no flight warning over the Kharkiv area, saying that if you break the roughly saying you have to have permission to be there, basically, and if you don't and you're up there, you might get shot down. Somebody else said there's another drone. I don't know.
This world's becoming crazy. I can't believe this.
Let me just go back
All
and
this.
try to get you more updates. Some people said
Just everything going on in the world.
I don't know what the one is. The one might not be. The third one might not be a U.S. drone. The third one might be a NATO drone. I don't know. The one that took off from Sicily. Took off from. There it is. That's the NATO one. I'm sorry, I said it was an American one. That's the one that took off from Sicily. I guess that's the NATO one there. It's got a ways to go. Yeah, our viewer just said third drone is NATO. I think you're right. Michael Horowitz says President Zelensky's address he just gave in Russian basically seems to be an appeal to the Russian people more directly, saying Ukraine does not want war and did not attack Donetsk. Jamal says he's in Kyiv. Hey, everybody in Ukraine, thoughts with everybody in Ukraine right now. It's just, we are hoping that there's not an invasion, because it'll be really just unthinkable if it is, and horrible. Max Seddon talked about Zelensky's address. He just came out with an address. Zelensky speaks to the nation. The gravity of the situation looks to have really gotten to him. Today I initiated a phone conversation with the President Putin. The result was silence, although it's the Donbass where there should be silence. The Donbass is the place in eastern Ukraine where Russia has just moved in troops the last couple of days, and where Russian proxies have been firing artillery at Ukraine. Zelensky addresses Russians in Russian. We are divided by a shared border of more than 2,000 kilometers. Almost 200,000 of your troops and thousands of military vehicles are standing alongside it. Your leadership has ordered them to move forward onto another country's territory. That's what Zelensky said in Russian. I don't even know if that's going to be broadcast in Russia, that speech. Here's another quote from the Zelensky speech from Hanna Lyubikova. He said, "I will get criticism for it, but I am the one who still believes de-escalation is possible and Putin is actually interested in it. Otherwise, he seriously risks the situation to get out of control." And remember, we were telling you this before hours ago, several outlets like PBS, this is Nick Schifrin, had reported that there was a new warning to Ukraine of an imminent Russian invasion soon. So Nick Schifrin said, Ukrainian official says U.S. delivered new intel to Kyiv yesterday. That's actually, yesterday. So that would be Tuesday Kyiv. And it's Tuesday in Ukraine. Now it's Thursday in Ukraine. So Ukraine officials said U.S. delivered new intel to Kyiv Tuesday of invasion within 48 hours. Kharkiv, the city at most threat. Western officials says U.S. briefed new intel to allies of imminent invasion, but U.S. officials declined to discuss timelines, say receiving, sharing intel all the time. But the really big thing that happened tonight is what a lot of people were waiting for, is that the Putin-backed leaders in eastern Ukraine asked Putin to come in and help them militarily fight against Ukraine. And that's, a lot of people were thinking, like, if that happens, that's going to be Putin's excuse to invade. This is it right here, see? The Kremlin says the DNR and LNR, the Putin-backed leaders in eastern Ukraine, have asked Putin to help beat back the aggression of the Ukrainian armed forces. And by the way, they're not being aggressive and they're not attacking, but that's to avoid victims among the civilian population and humanitarian catastrophe in the Donbass per Russian wires. It's a made-up reason, but it was anticipated that this might happen, and that's why Max Seddon says this could be it. Zelensky, in his speech tonight, said that he just made, or was just broadcast, Parallel Universe translates it, says that any provocation could spark a fire that will destroy everything. He says that Russians are being told that this would be done to free Ukrainians. He says we're already free. Andrew S. Bowen, who's an analyst on Russia, says Zelensky finally admitting that, yes, Russia is planning to invade seems like only a matter of hours now. Andrew Osborne says that Zelensky says Russia approved offensive against Ukraine. Putin did not reply to invitation for talks. This is the first time I saw that Zelensky said this, that Russia approved offensive against Ukraine. So it is a big deal that he is admitting this. See, Euromaidan, he did say that tonight. He did say it tonight. Ukraine's President Zelensky says Russia approved offensive against Ukraine. Putin did not reply to invitation for talks. So he did say in the speech tonight that was just released that Russia approved the offensive. I just retweeted Andrew S. Bowen. One of our viewers said Zelensky said that Russia declared a war. So I don't know if the translations are different or whatever. Look at what Barry McCaffrey said. Today, the breakaway Ukrainian provinces formally request Russian military protection, which they have done now, All-out high-intensity combat along the line of contact seems to be the next tragic step. Oh, Woofer says this is the restricted area. I haven't seen him. I don't know where he got this from. He says that this is like the whole. There's a flight restriction put up by Ukraine, but I didn't know. I haven't confirmed that it's like this is like the whole border area here. So I don't know. I have to see more about that. I don't know where he got that from. Again, Dnipro Airport is closed, and Kharkiv Airport are closed. Both those airports are closed in Ukraine tonight. Reuters is reporting France calls on its citizens to leave Ukraine immediately. That's from Reuters. Reuters, Idris Ali, France calls on its citizens to leave Ukraine immediately. I mean, they don't have much time to get out now. Hope they can get out. I mean, it's just a very... Let's hope there's no invasion. This is a very... this cannot be more of a serious situation than right now. Yeah, see, another commentator, Michael Horowitz, he's an analyst, security analyst. He says, Zelensky, who has thus far minimized the threat of an attack, says Russia, said tonight in his speech that just came out, Russia approved an offensive against Ukraine. That's a huge thing for him to admit. That's such, I mean, because he's been saying there's not going to be an attack. What is this? New guys, Russia has closed the airspace on the northeast Ukrainian border for civil aviation. Breaking news. Breaking news. This is from Donald Standiford, and he actually has the NOTAM here. So he says, you can go read it, but he says this is, I got this from Live UA Map. Live UA Map posted this originally. Russia has closed the airspace along the northeast Ukrainian border for civil aviation. So Russia, that's not good because they're maybe thinking of attacking tonight. That would be here, the northeast border. So they don't want any civil aviation planes here. And remember, we've already had a closure. Kharkiv Airport is closed, and airspace near the airport is closed as well. I believe there's a Kharkiv airspace restriction now. So again, if Russia was going to attack through the air on this border, they wouldn't want civil airplanes flying here. So that's Russia. That's not Ukraine. That's Russia closing the airspace. That's from Donald Standiford. Wow. Oh, he got it from the FAA. There's an FAA NOTAM. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'll trust that he knows what he's looking at. Wow. That's not good. That is not good. Because that's not coming from Ukraine. That's coming from Russia. See, when Russia does that, then it's not like, well, maybe they're not doing anything after all. That's very, very worrying. Hang on a second. Breaking news, Natasha Bertrand, CNN. The mayor of Kyiv, Ukraine, Vitaly Klitschko, has declared an emergency for the capital, Kyiv, effective midnight local time, saying an operational headquarters has been set up to coordinate the actions of the executive branch, the military command, and the law enforcement agencies. Mayor of Kyiv, Vitaly Klitschko, has declared an emergency for the Ukrainian capital that already has started because it is now 1:11 a.m. there. There's an unconfirmed report that Politico said something about 4 a.m. I have not seen this myself. I have not seen that 4 a.m. report myself, and I don't know where it's coming from. Some people say it came in Politico, but yeah, we just told you this. Russian air traffic. Oh, this is a mistake. It's not Eastern Ukraine. I think it's Russia. I'll show you the original post. It's along the border of Russia doesn't control Russia doesn't issue air traffic alerts for Eastern Ukraine. Russia has closed the Russian airspace along the northeast Ukrainian border for civil aviation. That's from Donald Strandiford. I just want to thank our moderators. Linda Belk has been moderating. Our moderators are all they're all volunteers. Sarah, AJ, I really appreciate it because they're the ones who let us have a chat. So please, give it up for the mods because they're really why we can have a chat. We really couldn't have it otherwise. Give me 1 second here, too, guys. I'm going to thank our other moderators. I just want to do something real quick. We will keep bringing you live coverage. Yeah, this unconfirmed report was that Politico said that they had heard that the hostilities would start at 4 a.m. I haven't seen that anywhere. I looked at Politico. I didn't see it there. So, what can I say? Right now, I consider it a rumor. It is 1:14 a.m. Ukraine time. 1:14 a.m. Ukraine time. Maybe Putin will change his mind. Also, let me thank our other moderators. No, the Facebook stream, I restarted the Facebook stream, so we're fine on Facebook because I had to restart the stream after a few hours. So we're okay on Facebook on time. Roxanne Becky, Kay Larry Body, Bud Green. Thank you, Facebook moderators. Margaret Riley, if she's been there. And I want to thank our Twitch moderators as well. Let me thank our Twitch moderators. Bastion Girl, Cerero, Ducksword, Mark and NC News, Papa Bear, Schultheis, Terry, Egg, and Sully. Thank you. Big thanks to our moderators. We will keep bringing you live updates here. Let me check some different sources and see what they're saying. Look, Mark Urban has some analysis here. He is with BBC. Russia closes airspace over northeast Ukraine. Yet to place... Oh, see, this is weird. I don't have a map, so I don't know. This says what B&O says. Closes airspace over northeast Ukraine. But northeast Ukraine, I thought they meant... See, like Donetsk and Luhansk is not, that's the place where the pro-Russian separatists are. They're not up here. So why would Russia be closing airspace over northeast Ukraine? They don't occupy any of northeast Ukraine. So I'm a little confused about that. So maybe he means the border. I mean, the original poster said that it was Russia's closing the airspace over on the border, which makes more sense. See, he says along the northeast Ukrainian border. Mark Urban says, yet to place a similar restriction over Crimea and southern Ukraine border. I think he meant the border. This could fit potentially with operations in Luhansk and Donetsk and possible move towards Kharkiv. Yeah, that's certainly a concern. There's been reports today that Russia might be targeting Kharkiv, which is a city of 1.5 million people just across the border. We've seen for the last week or so many videos of huge lines of Russian forces in the Belgorod area, not far from Kharkiv. So Ukraine has closed Kharkiv airport. They've put up some sort of no-fly zone restriction over in the general area of Kharkiv. Russia now has put in a flight restriction on the northeast border with Ukraine. Something else to remember too, though, is look, we don't know what's going to happen. There could be all kinds of misdirection going on here and whatever. So let's hope nothing will happen. But I'm not going to start guessing what's going to happen. I'm just hoping for nothing to happen. We'll just have to see. Look at this. PM breaking news. Guardian journalist Luke Harding. Is he still up there? Luke Harding, journalist at The Guardian. This is a rumor. He says, where is it here? Oh, is he in Kyiv? He says, after midnight in Kyiv, the mood grim, friends calling each other, the city still up and drinking tea. The rumor from officials, foreign contacts, journalists is that Russian action will begin at 4 a.m. local time. Again, who knows? Who knows if that's true, right? I don't know how they would know that. So I'll retweet it. For whatever it's worth, Sounds like he's in Kyiv. I hope he stays safe. It is 1:19 a.m. 1:19 a.m. All the signs are that a Russian attack on Ukraine is imminent. President Zelensky gave a speech a little while ago in which he said that Russia has ordered an attack on Ukraine. Ukraine has already closed 2 airports tonight, Dnipro and Kharkiv. And it's just looking not good at all right now. It's not looking good at all right now. We are bringing you the latest updates here. At Luke Nora on Twitter is where you can reach me. President Zelensky said that he tried to call President Putin today, and that Putin did not He got silence in return. Putin did not return his call or take his call. He never talked to Putin. Oh, this is terrible. Look at this. John Sweeney. The mood in my local boozer in Kyiv is bleak. People are crying, not quite believing it will happen. We fear the worst, but hope for the best. I don't even know. I feel like saying I feel sad is just not even enough. It's just terrible. He's a reporter in Kyiv. Hang on one moment. I want to see if I can get more on that Russia airspace report. Here, look, breaking. Here it is, guys. Look, right here. Russia closes airspace near Ukrainian border to civilian flights, and there's the map. There's the map. What does this say down here? Created this says created 22nd February. Maybe they ordered this last night. I don't know. But again, I wonder if I can get. Anyway, I'm not going to worry about it. I'm going to use their map. So, Live UA map says that this is the Russian closure. And it's a little weird because some of this is on the Russia side and some of it's on the Ukraine side, see? And this is all, see, this is Russia down here too. See, it says Rostov, that's Russia. So it's all along the border here. I get, assuming that's the correct map. But I know Kharkiv has one too, so I'm a little confused as to which map goes with which. So I'll see if they correct it or not. Because someone else said that was the Ukrainian map closure. Yeah, see, Matthew von Rohr posted the same thing. He's a journalist with Der Spiegel, and he says that's the map too. Well, I'm not gonna. You get the idea. I'm not gonna linger on it at the moment. You get the idea, and we'll move on. In his speech tonight, President Zelensky said, one of the things he said is major war in Europe could be started by Russia soon. Tells Moscow, I think he might, I don't know if he was talking to Moscow or the Russian people. He said the possibility of war depends on you.
I'm going to find another live stream for up at the top corner here. If anyone has any suggestions, please let me know. Be more than happy to put it up there for ya. If it's within reason. Here's a summary of the drones. We've been showing you this on the
flight radar. There's 2 U.S. drones over Ukraine, and then there's 1 NATO drone coming up from Italy. That's from Hans de Vries. I'll go to the flight radar here. Yeah, so this is, you can see Ukraine on the screen, right? There's not many aircraft over Ukraine. So we have, that's a U.S. drone right there. This is a U.S. drone where'd it go? Oh, that one looks like it's going home. Okay, so this drone here looks like it's leaving. It just left Ukraine airspace. So my guess is that the NATO drone is going to replace this one. See, Fort 11 is leaving. It's no longer over Ukraine. But there's another drone coming up down here. It's this one here, the UAV one, wherever that, this one down here over Greece right now is coming up. So that'll replace that one. And in terms of the rest of the aircraft, that's still have, I mean, it's amazing. We still have, scary, we still have commercial planes, civil airlines are still, civil aviation commercial planes are still landing. That's landing in Kyiv. Boy, these planes, they're landing in Kyiv now. This one's landing in Kyiv. That one is supposed to land in another Ukrainian city. It's late there too. I mean, it's 1:27 a.m. Oh, some of our viewers saying the third is going to the Black Sea. Maybe that's the case. I mean, it's still the same general area. If it's going to the Black Sea, it's still relevant to what we're talking about. Again, all the signs point to an imminent attack by Russia on Ukraine. This is interesting from Euromaidan PR. They say this closure here on the Ukraine border is from Russia. They say this came from Russia. Maybe Ukraine and the West should issue one for the whole country. This is what I've been saying this. I'm really surprised to see these civilian planes still flying over Ukraine at this hour. It seems like a very dangerous situation. Update here. This is from a Reuters correspondent. Hang on, update here from a Reuters correspondent. Give me one moment. Humaira Pamuk. From our people on the ground, convoys of military equipment, including 9 tanks, moved towards Ukraine's Donetsk from the direction of Russian border, per a Reuters witness. I think this is from earlier. Shelling has intensified in the east, where Putin recognized 2 separatist regions as independent. I think that report about the convoy, I saw that from Reuters like a couple hours ago, I think. I don't know that that's new. She posted it, but I don't know if it's new. All right. Checking some different outlets here. (1:30 a.m. Ukraine time. Oh, here's an update about the state of emergency in Kyiv, Ukraine. Kyiv is the city of Kyiv, the capital, is now under state of emergency. Now, I don't know if this is different than the country. A bunch of the countries under state of emergency too. No, I think this is for specifically Kyiv. Nolan Peterson. Restrictions on movement of military reservists. No curfew, but mandatory to carry ID at all times. Key infrastructure and locations under extra security. Checkpoints at all main routes in and out of the city. Extra cybersecurity. We are bringing you live coverage here. Again, all signs pointing to an attack. President Zelensky spoke a little while ago. He said that Russia had approved an attack on Ukraine. So let's hope it doesn't happen, but all signs suggesting. Here, look at this. Here's something about Zelensky's speech. All signs are trending towards an attack. Let's hope it doesn't happen. Max Seddon says, the first 2 minutes of Zelensky's speech tonight were in Ukrainian. Zelensky updated the nation on the state of emergency and his contacts with Ukraine's Western allies. I think everyone who supports Ukraine, we keep on working, he ended. But the next 9 minutes in which Zelensky addressed Russians directly were absolutely astonishing. A powerful, dignified, mature, and heartfelt appeal for peace between Russians and Ukrainians that couldn't have been any more different from Putin's resentful rant. All right, hang on one moment here. Hang on one moment. Really quick, I apologize. I'm going to have to eat like a Cliff Bar or something on the air. We've been on the air for about over 7.5 hours now. I ate something a few hours ago. I'm going to bring a Cliff Bar in here and eat it. And I do apologize for eating on the stream, but I either eat on the stream or I can't stay on the air. So I'm going to take about a 1-minute break. I'm going to grab some more water, grab a Cliff Bar. I'm going to come back. We're going to continue our live coverage in 1 minute. We'll continue our live coverage 1 minute, so I'll be right back and we'll continue in a minute.
So how's everyone doing tonight? How are you? What do you think about all this? I'd like to know your thoughts. Thoughts on what's going on with the convoys in Canada, convoys in the US, And now this Ukraine-Russia thing. I have lots of thoughts on it myself, but I would like to hear yours first. And this is, please be nice, everyone. If you do reply, please be nice. And I really appreciate those of you that are hanging out with me.
Us, without going
I
through
really
all
do.
the details,
Thank you.
all of the signs are pointing to a imminent attack in the coming hours on Ukraine by Russia. President Zelensky did say in his speech that came out a little while ago, President Zelensky said that Russia had approved an attack on Ukraine. So all signs are pointing to a Russian attack on Ukraine. You can see here Andrew Osborne, Reuters. Ukraine's President Zelensky says Russia approved offensive against Ukraine. Putin did not reply to Zelensky's call, his invitation for talks. Trying to get you the latest updates here. At Lookner on Twitter is where you can reach me. Airspace over Ukraine. A few planes, they have not closed all airspace. 2 airports have been closed for the night. Kharkiv airport has been closed. Ukraine has closed airspace above Kharkiv, and Russia has apparently closed the airspace all along the northeast border, and some of this border too. So Russia has closed a bunch of airspace along the border, which is very worrying. Closed it for civilian flights. That is a U.S. drone. There's another NATO drone on the way. The other U.S. drone left recently, went back to where it came from. And there's still some civilian aircraft. That's a civilian craft. Like this flight from Minsk to Dubai, is it going to just fly over Ukraine? I guess it is. This flight just took off from Kyiv right now. So they have not closed all the airspace. Oh, hold on. Ukraine War Report channel is back? Oh. Okay, good to know. Thanks to our viewer, I did not know they were back. All right, let me show you something, guys. There's this channel called Ukraine War Report. Thank you to Jay for letting me know they're back, because they post a lot of updates. Hang on. I did not know. I didn't know they were back today. What is this? Kharkov? They say reporters are saying the city of Kharkov has no electricity. I don't even know where that is. I assume they don't mean Kharkiv. Oh, they mean Kharkiv. Oh, that might be based. So I wonder if. I don't think that's true. So what happened is we were watching the live stream from Kharkiv before, and the lights went out, and some viewers said, "Oh, the lights always go out that time of night." So I don't know that they have no electricity. They might just always turn the lights out that time of night. So I would think they would know this, though, at Ukraine Report. Anyways, as if it's the same people from the previous account. I haven't heard that anywhere else. I'll let you know if I hear it. Okay, Alex Ward, Atlantic Council posted this. Let me see if I can find where this is. I'd like to get the original. There's an analysis from the Atlantic Council that they posted. Hang on. Where is this from? Oh, here it is. Okay, this is an article from, hang on. What happened here? I want to show you something, guys. Guys, hang on one moment, please. Hang on one moment. Hang on one moment. I just saw something that I wanted to show you from Atlantic Council. I just need to get this fixed. They posted an update, a military update, Russia crisis military assessment. So, now this is from February 16th, but they posted something about air and air defense. All right, look at this, Russian force moves. The Russian Air Force has the aircraft in place to support a major offensive, it says. The Russian Air Force is training to quickly establish air superiority over Ukraine and provide air support to ground forces, all while signaling that it will engage U.S. and NATO aircraft should they intervene in the conflict. Some people are mentioning flight radar. Flight radar. What is everybody screaming about? That's a civilian plane. What's everybody screaming about? Everybody's screaming on Twitter. That's a civilian plane. That's a drone. What's everybody yelling about? All right. I don't see any Russian plane coming from Russia. That's a civilian plane. Let me get back here. There's not much more here. Anyways, if Russia attacks, Russia would be expected to quickly establish complete air superiority over Ukraine. The Russian conventional military is much more advanced. Hold on. Everybody's yelling. Everybody's yelling at me. Everybody's yelling. Hold on. I got it, guys. I got it. Russia Air Force. Okay. It's Russia Air Force. Fine. It looks like a transport plane. It came from all the way up here. It came from all the way up here somewhere in northern Russia. Is this what you were all going crazy about? This one? All right. Well, I'll check back in a little while and see if it doesn't land. It looks to me like it might be landing here. Is that what the big thing was that you were yelling me about? Okay. As I've mentioned before, guys, there's a report of like an explosion sound in Donetsk. This is common. There's been fighting in Donetsk region for the last 8 years. There's frequently artillery firing there. So if I hear that in Donetsk or Luhansk there's explosion sounds, I'm going to assume it's the normal artillery firing. If I hear something else about it, I will let you know. But explosion in Donetsk is something we've been commonly having happen. It is 1:46 a.m. It's 1:46 a.m. Ukraine time. Let's read what, I want to read this. Max said in translated Zelensky's speech to the nation tonight. Sounded like he was speaking to the Russian people as well. So I want to read you Max Seddon's translation. This came out like an hour ago or so of Zelensky's speech. He says, Zelensky speaks to the nation. The gravity of the situation looks to have really gotten to him. Today I initiated a phone conversation with the president of the Russian Federation. The result was silence, although it's the Donbass where there should be silence. He addresses Russians in Russian. We are divided by a shared border of more than 2,000 kilometers. Almost 200,000 of your troops and thousands of military vehicles are standing alongside it. Your leadership has ordered them to move forward onto another country's territory. This step could be the start of a big war on a European continent. The whole world is talking about what could happen any day now, says Zelensky. Any provocation, any flare-up, one that could burn everything. They're telling you that this flame will liberate the people of Ukraine, but the Ukraine people are free. They remember their past and are building their future, he says. Ukraine on your TV news and the real Ukraine are two totally different countries. Ours is real. Zelensky talks about all the times he spent as an entertainer in the Donbass region in eastern Ukraine and how many friends he has with family from there. They told you I'm ordering an attack on Donbass to open fire and bomb indiscriminately. To shoot at whom? To bomb whom? Zelensky remembers, Zelensky remembers a lot of specific places in Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast he's been. I'm speaking Russian, but nobody in Russia understands what these places, streets, and events are. This is our land and our history. What are you fighting for, and with who? Lots of you have relatives in Ukraine, he says in Russian to Russian people. You studied in Ukrainian universities. You have Ukrainian friends. You know our character, our principles, what matters to us. Listen to yourselves, the voice of reason. The people of Ukraine want peace. He continued, the government of Ukraine wants peace. It's doing everything it can. We're not alone. That's true. Lots of countries support Ukraine. Because it isn't about peace at any price. It's about peace, principles, justice, international law, the right to determine your own future. This is about society's right to be safe and people's rights to live without threats. This is all important for us in the world. I know for sure that this is important to you. We know for sure that we don't need war, neither cold nor hot nor hybrid. But if troops attack us and someone tries to take our country, our freedom, our lives, the lives of our children, then we will defend ourselves. We will defend ourselves. When you attack, you will see our faces, not our backs. War is a great misfortune and it comes at a great price. People lose their money, reputation, freedom, living standards, and most importantly, they lose their loved ones and themselves. Nothing's ever enough in a war, but there's more than enough pain, dirt, and death, tens of thousands of deaths. They're telling you that Ukraine could be a threat for Russia. That never happened in the past. It's not, and it won't be in the future. Let's see, I'm gonna tell more. A few more of these. You demand security guarantees from NATO. We demand guarantees of our security, the security of Ukraine from you, Russia, and of the other guarantors of the Budapest Memorandum. We weren't in any defensive alliances. Ukraine's security is tied to our neighbor's security. Today we need to talk about the security of the whole of Europe, but our main goal is peace in Ukraine and the security of our citizens. Ukrainians, we will tell everyone, including you, in different formats, in any venue. War will take guarantees away from everyone. Nobody will have security guarantees anymore. Who will suffer most of all? People. Who doesn't want that to happen more than any one people? Who can stop that people? These people are among you. I'm sure activists, journalists, musicians, actors, athletes, scientists, doctors, bloggers, stand-up comedians, TikTokers, and many others. Ordinary people, simple people, men, women, the old, the young, fathers, and most of all, mothers. Just like the people in Ukraine. Just like the government in Ukraine. However they try to convince you otherwise, I know Russian TV won't show you my speech. But citizens of Russia need to see it. They need to see the truth. The truth is you need to stop before it's too late. And the leadership of Russia doesn't want, for the sake of peace, to sit at the table with us. Maybe it'll sit at the table with you. Do the Russians want war? I'd love to answer that question, but the answer only depends on you, citizens of Russia. He says, that's the speech. Max Seddon says the first 2 minutes of that speech were in Ukrainian. Zelensky updated the nation on the state of emergency and his contacts with Ukraine's Western allies. I think everyone who supports Ukraine, we keep on working, he ended. But the next 9 minutes in which Zelensky addressed Russians directly were absolutely astonishing. A powerful, dignified, mature, and heartfelt appeal for peace between the Russians and Ukrainians that couldn't have been any more different than Putin's resentful rant. Ukrainian reporter, this person, wrote, he or she thinks, Christina, she thinks that Ukraine will break Putin. Our country might have to suffer greatly for it, but this is definitely the end for him, she thinks. So quite a speech by Zelensky, President Zelensky tonight, and I appreciate Max Seddon translating it. All right, let's get you up to date. Here is the flight radar over Ukraine, at least what we can see. That's the U.S. drone is here. There's the U.S. drone. Why is this not? There it is. There's the U.S. drone. Not many planes over Ukraine right now. U.S. drone here. This plane is leaving the airspace shortly. That took off from Kyiv. This plane came over from Belarus, where 30,000 Russian troops are, and is flying over Ukraine to Dubai. This one is some sort of plane from Poland to Ukraine. That's it right now. It is 1:53 a.m. 1:53 a.m. Ukraine time. Another airport has been closed. A third airport has now been closed. Zaporizhzhia International Airport was closed. So that's the third airport closed that we've heard about. Kharkiv, Dnipro, and Zaporizhzhia. Wow. Hang on a second, I'm just going to do something really quick here. I need to kind of reset everything here. Oops. Hang on one moment, guys. One moment, please. Oops. Hang on, folks. Sorry. I just need to fix something here so we can keep doing this. That's better there. That's better. That's better. So I'm just getting everything set up here. I had to kind of reset something here, so just hang on one more second. I am getting everything set up here. I have my eyes on a stream from Kharkiv. I have my eyes on a stream from Kyiv. Give me one more moment here. I am sorry for the delay. Kind of have to just get everything set up here again. Breaking news. I just saw this. Alexei Sorokin, who's with Kyiv Independent, says several Ukrainian government websites are witnessing a cyber attack again. There was one earlier today. A bunch of our viewers are talking about this Turkish Air Force plane over here, which is making its way. It's a Turkish Air Force plane. Maybe it's flying to Ukraine. It took off from Turkey. It's been flying for a while. It took off from down here. So what it's doing, I don't know. It's an Airbus A400. I am not overly focusing. It's a military transport plane. It's a transport plane. I am not overly focusing on the minute to minute of the flight tracker because I don't know what all of these, what usually is up there and what the specific planes usually do. So I'm not going to start focusing on this and putting on my air analyst hat when I know nothing about it. So I am following plenty of people that if there's some huge development on the flight tracker, I will certainly hear about it and I will pass along their analysis to you, but I am not going to micro focus on the every second of the flight tracker. I think there are other important things to focus on. So again, a third airport now closed. A third airport's now closed. This is in effect for 5 hours, this notice to airmen. So let me show you here the 3 airports that are closed. Dnipro Airport is closed until morning. Kharkiv Airport is closed. Zaporizhzhia Airport, this one here, Zaporizhzhia, is closed. All 3 of these airports here are closed. Russia has closed airspace on the northeast border with Ukraine. Ukraine has also closed airspace in the Kharkiv area. No, I'm going to eat my Cliff Bar in a second. Look, conflict news, the website of the Ukrainian Cabinet of Ministers appears to have been hacked. This website went down earlier today. It looks like this looks like the same message. There was a hack like 6 weeks ago. It looks similar to that message. So it's widely anticipated that if Russia was going to attack, they would launch cyber attacks beforehand, but the cyber attacks wouldn't just be like, taking sites down. The idea is they would do things with cyber to hurt the ability of the Ukrainian government and military to communicate, to carry out their functions. So I'll wait and see if there's evidence of any kind of bigger attack. Okay, guys, let me show you something here. Donetsk, Eastern Ukraine, parallel universe. Video that's being spread on social media showing the current situation in Donetsk sounds like multiple launch rockets. Oh, hang on, I'll turn the volume on. And then he says everyone's freaking out on social media groups. Apparently, Grad multiple launch rocket fire. That's like a truck where it has, it can launch like a dozen or 20 rockets. It has a big launcher with a bunch of rockets in it. Really rapidly you can launch them. He says apparently Grad MLRS fire is ongoing and it's impacting the city. Now I don't know if that's anything different from yesterday, because yesterday there were reports of Grad fire there as well. So, you know, I can't really speak to that. The Donetsk, remember, Russia has, here, hold on a second here. We're talking about this area here. See, it says Donetsk here. Russia had, since 2014, Russia had been supporting a separatist movement here in Donetsk and Luhansk. And then Russia, 2 days ago, Putin said, that's no longer part of Ukraine. And Putin has moved troops in there now. And Putin also says, that's where the Russian-backed separatists are. But Putin says this whole thing isn't part of Ukraine. This part is controlled by the Ukrainian forces. So there's a thought that maybe Russia forces in here tonight might, among other things, attack to the west. I don't know if that's going on now. I have no idea. It might be very hard to figure out exactly what's going on tonight, so I will keep passing along what I hear. By the way, I need to eat some of my Cliff Bar. I haven't eaten in hours, so I apologize. I'm going to make myself eat some of this Cliff Bar right now. I will show you this tweet from Rob Lee. Excuse me. Oh. Hang on. I need 1 moment. Give me 10 seconds. Rob Lee's a military analyst, really smart guy. He says if Russia escalates, it will be far more dangerous than 2008, 2014, or 2050. It will be a significant departure from Russia's previous behavior, and Putin will be willing to use even more force than before to achieve his aims, which failed in 2014, 2015. It will be unpredictable. Yeah, it's really scary. If there's a large invasion, many analysts thought there would not be a large invasion because there's so many potential downsides for Putin. But we could be on the cusp tonight of a large, major invasion, maybe even a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Oh my gosh, 4:30 a.m.? Live UA Map says UN Security Council is going to hold an emergency session on Ukraine tonight at 4:30 a.m. Kyiv time. I mean, it's possible that there'll be an invasion going on at that time. I haven't confirmed that time. They're hearing 4:30 a.m. Kyiv time. Reuters says at least, this is probably the Grad rockets. See, it says at least 5 explosions heard in separatist-held Ukrainian city of Donetsk. That might be those multiple launch rockets that we heard from Parallel Universe might be firing there. It's currently 2:06 a.m. Kyiv time. Phil Stewart says the UN Security Council will meet tonight. The UN Security Council will meet tonight on Ukraine. They met 2 nights ago. What happens in the Security Council is just everybody goes around and each country says something. I don't know. Maybe they can vote on something. I mean, Russia has a veto. Hang on. United Nations Security Council. 15 members. Each member has 1 vote on all procedures. This is Encyclopedia Britannica. On all procedural matters, decisions by the Council are made of an affirmative vote of any 9 of its members. Substantive matters also require 9 affirmative votes, including those of the 5 permanent members holding veto power. In practice, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I believe that Russia could veto anything it wants. So I don't expect some kind of action from the Security Council meeting. I would expect them to do the thing where they all go around and speak. That's what happened 2 nights ago. I'm not a UN expert, obviously, but I know 2 nights ago, usually when they have the meetings, it's like everybody goes around and they say something. Mikhail D., who I follow, he's saying the same thing as we were hearing from Parallel Universe, that there could be Grad rockets in the area of Donetsk City. We showed you that video where you heard multiple explosions. There were Grad rockets firing yesterday. We heard some people saying that before yesterday there hadn't been Grad rockets in Donetsk for years. Who are they being fired at? Who is firing them? Is it Russian forces? Is it pro-separatist forces? Is it Ukrainian forces? I can't tell you. I would assume if it's Grad rockets, it's the Russians or the pro-Russian separatists. There's a Grad launcher. See, it has all these. You can launch all these rockets. And just to remind you, I think it's important to keep this in mind. And I'm sorry if you've heard it before, but pretty much every expert I've seen says if Russia were going to invade, they would begin with cyber, electronic warfare, and airstrikes. Because before Russia would put troops over the border and roll tanks in, for example, they would want to degrade the Ukrainian military. Let's hope none of this happens, but it's something to keep in mind. Yes, here's the meeting. UN Security Council will hold a meeting on Ukraine. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, at 4:30 a.m. 4:30 a.m. Ukraine time. This would be 4:30 a.m. Ukraine time here. 7-hour difference. I mean, I don't know if there might be fighting by then. OSIN Technical posted the Eastern time. There could be fighting going on by then. I hope there's not. Paul McCleary says, you guys are talking about, say, Turkish Air Force cargo plane shows up in Ukraine tonight. I wonder if they're evacuating people. I wonder if they're evacuating people. Here's that Turkish plane. It hasn't landed yet, anyways. I'm not really going to obsess over the individual planes. That's the U.S. drone there. Looking at that area where the Russian forces would be over here, the Russian forces that have moved in reportedly to eastern Ukraine. Still civilian planes. That plane just took off a little while ago. Wow. This plane took off, 17 minutes ago from Kyiv. We're trying to get you the latest updates here. Again, all signs, President Zelensky said tonight in his speech that Russia had approved an attack on Ukraine. President Zelensky himself said it. So all signs pointing to attacks. Guys, look. Alexei Sorokin, Ukraine. As of right now, he says, the websites in Ukraine of the Cabinet Ministers of Ministers, Ukraine Security Service, and at least 7 ministries are down. Some have the following message on their main webpage. I'll look for a translation of it. But again, Alexei Sorokin, who's in Kyiv, I believe, says that we now have a number of Ukrainian government websites that are down, and some have a message on them. Sorry to eat on the air, but I haven't eaten in several hours, so I have to eat something. If you missed it, we showed you this before. This is from OSINT Defender. We showed you other reports from elsewhere. Russia has issued a civil aviation notice to airmen, closing almost all of eastern Ukrainian airspace near the border with Russia. That's not good. That's not coming from Ukraine. That's not Ukraine saying we think something's going to happen. That's Russia closing the airspace. And that's very bad. Big thanks to all of our moderators. Thanks to all of our moderators. They're all volunteers. Really appreciate it from them. Linda Belk, the chat is so fast on YouTube. Alexa Fulmer is there right now. We've had Sarah, Danny James, and others there. Oh, hang on a second. I got to get our other chats up here. Our Twitch moderators, our Facebook moderators. Thanks to all of them, because they are the reason that we can actually have chats. Bastion Girl, Cerrero, Duxor, Idaho Star, Mark and NC, Muse, Papa Bear, Schultheis, Toby, and Sully. They're all over on Twitch. Excuse me. And also, Roxanne, Becky, Kay Lowry, Body, Margaret Riley, Bud Green. Thanks for all of our Facebook moderators, too. And real quick, also, I just want to say, I'm guessing we've been covering this for like a month, if you haven't been watching, so for those who've been watching, you know how bad I think this is going to be. I've told you repeatedly, if there's a big invasion on Ukraine, it'll be unspeakably horrific. It'll be unimaginably horrific in ways people can't conceive of right now, I believe. I believe it'll be one of the worst human events of my life. I believe it'll be world-changing. It'll be one of the most important events in the world in the last 100 years. I also think it could. The effects on the people of Ukraine will be horrific, unfortunately. Also, I think that it risks Putin's rule. And there's also, who knows when hostilities start, if they start, where that goes. Expert after expert I've heard has said, once hostilities start, you don't know where it's going. So let's still hope it doesn't happen. The last couple days, I've said this before, but I've been kind of just focused on getting the latest information out, but I've also kind of been, the thought of what an invasion would look like is so crazy to me and just horrific that I think I've kind of detached myself from it. And I have said, logically, it's been for weeks looking like it was going to happen, but even though that's the case, I will only truly believe it's happening when it happens. And even right now, I kind of feel like that. All the signs are pointing there. But so maybe later we can, I will have more to say about it. But I just want to convey how unspeakably horrific I believe this will be. It's not just me. But in ways people don't even realize. Just one thing I've heard analysts say, like military experts, is like people don't realize how fast and destructive modern military is. And also, if Putin does do a large-scale invasion, it basically seems like his goal is to take the country of Ukraine, which is a pro-European, pro-Western, developing democracy that wants to join NATO, and turn it into something else, a country of 44 million people. So if Putin really wants to turn that country, which wants to be a pro-European, Western democracy that wants to join NATO, if he wants to make that another country, like a country that does Putin wants, there's really only one way to do that: brute force, killing people, torturing people, imprisoning people, and terrorizing the population. That's unfortunately the logic of the situation. That's been the logic of the situation. I'm not dealing with the real ramifications right now and getting into it, but I want to acknowledge that the case and convey to those of you who maybe haven't been following the story the degree of horribleness that will come from this if he does it, and also the threat to world peace. And who knows, and I'll say one more thing before we get back to the updates. I have said for weeks now, if Putin invades Ukraine, if he does a major invasion of Ukraine, that means he's gone crazy. I actually think he's gone crazy from seeing his speech a couple days ago. But something I said like a week or two ago, I said, if Putin is crazy enough to invade Ukraine, what else is he crazy enough to do? This is someone with over 6,000 nuclear weapons. So it is a extremely dangerous time for the world. It may be one of the most dangerous times for the world ever. And I know that sounds crazy, but if you think about it, I actually think it is. The world, not just Ukraine, the entire world. This is a event of the if it happens, an event of the utmost seriousness and danger for the entire world. I've been saying this for weeks, and sadly, and I've been showing you analysts who've been saying this for weeks, and sadly, it seems like we're getting close to it. So I will keep covering it, but I just wanted to get that out there. And please keep the people of Ukraine in your thoughts. The people of Ukraine have done nothing to deserve what may happen to them. So keep them in your thoughts. Again, we've been telling you this. Many Ukrainian government websites are down. Some of them have some kind of message on them. I'll try to get you a translation of that message. This happened earlier today. This latest attack seems to be a bigger attack than the one earlier today.
Sorry, you guys.
And let me say
I
this
have
as
to
well.
Eat real quick.
If Putin really does this tonight and he launches a large scale attack on Ukraine, if he does what it looks like he's going to be doing, this is not going to be a 1 hour thing or a 1 day thing. It means that he'll want to change the country forever. So this will just be day after day, week after week of horror. Ukraine report says internet disruptions in Donetsk. A little while ago, a couple hours ago, I believe, there was mobile communications failure in Donetsk, and I believe it came back. So now we're seeing internet interruptions in Donetsk. A report of it. I'll look at some of the other local Telegram accounts or the Telegram accounts that focus on that and see what they have to say as well. I'm seeing there's a statement from a representative of one of the DPR, one of Putin's self-declared states. Putin, it's in Ukraine, but Putin says it's an independent state now. I'm seeing in some of these Telegram channels, like Donbass Decides, that the representative of the DPR says that they are planning on taking back the land that they lost in 2014. So it sounds like there's a representative of the DPR, and Sputnik, Russian state media, posted this too. Oh, it says, the Sputnik quote is, the DPR will take countermeasures and return the borders lost in 2014 in the event of an attack by Ukraine. I'll wait till somebody who's kind of familiar with it translate it. But anyways, I'll wait until, again, there'll be somebody who can better parse what's being said there. Hang on a second. Now this isn't working. Give me one moment. Oh, look at this, guys, look at this. Thomas Van Linge retweeted this. Oh, give me one moment here. Hang on, give me one moment. What is going on here? Twitter is acting a little funny, by the way. Twitter's acting a little funny right now, just so you know. Miroslava Petsa, BBC journalist. It's a sleepless night in Ukraine as ZNUA reports suggest that the airports in Kharkiv, Dnipro, and Zaporizhia that are closed until morning have their runways blocked by tractors. Hold on. In order to prevent, have their runways, the airports that are closed in Ukraine have their runways blocked by tractors in order to prevent Russia's paratroopers from landing there. Unthinkable becomes reality. Wow. Everything is weird. I'm getting weirdness from Twitter. Is anyone else having Twitter issues? My Twitter started acting funky. Oh, now it's fixed. It's fixed now. It's fixed now. It is fixed now. I apologize. Oh, guys, here's the message. Guys, look, here's the message. Oh, this is the same message. So this is a similar message to the hack a month ago. Donald Standiford said, I translated the message on hacked Ukrainian government websites. Here's what it says in English. All your personal data has been uploaded to the shared network. All information about you has become public, so be afraid and expect the worst. This is to you for your past, present, and future, and then all this stuff. Do you need the proof? See the link at the end. I can't really speak to this. But again, that supposedly is what it says. It's sort of similar to the message that was posted when they did the hack like a month ago. I wonder if like Twitter is just getting overwhelmed right now with so many people using it. Yes, well, not really. These are a small number of problems. So anyways, I'm not clicking a link at the end. People are saying don't click on the link at the end. I can't click on it anyway. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. Breaking news. Phil Stewart from Reuters. U.S. Secretary of State Blinken believes Russia will invade Ukraine before the night is over. Wow. Wow. Breaking news. Again, Phil Stewart from Reuters. U.S. Secretary of State Blinken believes Russia will invade Ukraine before the night is over. Just unbelievable. Just unbelievable. Yeah, here's the report. This is based on the report I had shown you before. Well, I don't know if it's, yeah, so tractors blocking runways in eastern Ukraine to prevent the landing of enemy aircraft. ZN. That's from BNO. Intel Crab posted this. It says, flare anti-aircraft visible on the Lviv cameras in western Ukraine right there. 80% humans says, what was that? This is the Lviv video feed on YouTube channel My Perception. I saw it live as it happened. Wild. I don't know. See that right there? I don't know what that is. I can't tell you. I can't tell you. That's from 80% human. So I don't know. Look, unfortunately, I have a feeling. You know, everybody's picking up on these little things right now. Oh, there's a sound of a few explosions, and there's a light on a YouTube video. Unfortunately, I have a feeling that if it happens, let's hope it doesn't. I have a feeling that if it happens, you'll know when it happens. You'll know. It's not going to be the one light or the five sounds of artillery or something. So, again, I think it'll be pretty unmistakable when it does happen. It hasn't happened yet. Let's hope it doesn't happen. But again, Reuters says that NBC News is reporting that Secretary of State Blinken believes that Russia will attack before the end of the night. Yeah, this is it right here. That's just really scary. Phil Stewart, Reuters, U.S. Secretary of State Blinken believes Russia will invade Ukraine before the end of the night. So he said that. President Zelensky said in his speech tonight that Russia had approved an invasion. We know that Russia has closed airspace over at the Ukraine-Russia border in northeast Ukraine. All of the signs are there. There was kind of an odd tweet by a reporter for I forget the publication, who said he had heard it was going to be at 4 a.m. and it's strange. I don't know where that information came from. But I mean, it's 2:14 a.m. right now, local time, 2:14 a.m. in Ukraine. Luke Harding. So I don't know what to make of this. He's a reporter he's in Ukraine, in The Guardian. He says after midnight in Kyiv, the mood grim, friends calling each other, the city still up and drinking tea. The rumor from officials, foreign contacts, and journalists is that Russian action will begin at 4 a.m. local time. Ukraine is bracing, joking, hugging, lovingly wait. I mean, think about this. It's unthinkable. It's unthinkable for the people in Ukraine who are there, 44 million people. For the people in Ukraine who are sitting there, and all of the signs are pointing to a Russian invasion. The president of Russia, in a crazed, angry speech 2 days ago, repeatedly said that Ukraine doesn't have a right to exist as a country. And now we have and their president came on TV a couple hours ago, President Zelensky, and said Russia had approved an attack. It is unthinkable, the situation the people in Ukraine find themselves in tonight. It's unthinkable for me. And my heart goes out to them. Intel Doge found this. Department of Defense news. Defense official says Russian forces. It says ready to launch attack on Ukraine. What does this say? Oh, what is that? Oh, that's fine. Defense official. A large-scale Russian attack on Ukraine is imminent, with Russian forces arrayed against the country as ready as they can be. Oh, this is quotes from earlier. This is quotes from earlier. We saw those quotes earlier. I saw those quotes a few hours ago. I'll check Snap Maps, by the way. Here it is. This is that post from Miroslava Petsa. She says it's a sleepless night in Ukraine as ZNUA reports suggest that the airports in Kharkiv, Dnipro, and Zaporizhia that are closed until morning have their runways blocked by tractors in order to prevent Russia's paratroopers from landing there. Unthinkable becomes reality. Hang on one moment. Hang on a second. I don't know if these are in English. So I was looking at Snap Maps just to see what was going on in Kyiv. I just want to see what's there. There's a post from 3 hours ago. I'm not seeing that many snap posts in Kyiv in the recent hours. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about that right now. Let's keep bringing you updates. Oh, I do want to check some Ukrainian media. I'm going to show you what this looks like. I want to show you what the big Ukrainian papers looks like. Let's see what they're saying. This is Ukrainian Pravda. This is the Ukrainian newspaper, Ukrainian Pravda. The parliament has declared a state of emergency in Ukraine. We knew that earlier. U.S. intelligence has said that Russia's offensive will take place in the near future. Zelensky addressed the citizens of Russia. Okay. There's a Kharkiv live stream on YouTube. There's also a Kyiv live stream on YouTube for those who might want to see what's going on there. And there's probably ones from other cities as well. I believe there's a Lviv one on YouTube as well. Oh, this is helpful here. Look, from Sebastian Robin. This is Ukraine, and this is the Ukraine-Russia border here, see? The northeast border between Russia and Ukraine, where Russia has closed this airspace here to civilian aircraft. Sebastian Roblin says, allow me to translate this notice to airmen from Russia. Please be advised, for no particular reason, we forecast this patch of airspace on the Russia-Ukraine border may experience high incident of aircraft collisions with missiles all the way through May 18th. Wait, is this serious or is this a joke? I think this is like a joke. I think this is a joke. I think he's joking. I thought he was really translating it. Sorry, my bad. I think he means to say that's what they're doing this for. Sorry, I was confused. But that is right there. That is the. So I apologize. I thought he was going to offer like some analysis of it. But I mean, basically, he's saying that's what they mean. Russia has closed this airspace here, all along their border, to civilian aircraft. No, and with no limit or ending time. No limit or ending time is currently provided. That's from OSINT Defender. Mark says 2 private jets left Kyiv while Turkish Air Force plane is landing at the Kyiv Boryspil Airport. I wonder if it's picking people up. Oops, I got to refresh my flight radar. It is 2:41 a.m. 2:41 a.m. Ukraine time. 2:41 a.m. This is Ukraine. Pretty much the last few hours, the only airplanes over eastern Ukraine I've been seeing is this drone. There's a drone there. That flight is going to land at Zaporizhia Airport, but that airport is closing. So that's one of the 3 is closing. Dnipro, Kharkiv. I got to figure out how to pronounce this word. Zaporizhia. Zaporozhye. Oh no, it's not even. Is it Zaporozhye? I don't even know. Zaporizhia? I'll say Zaporizhia. How's that? We'll settle on that. But anyways, going back here. But that airport's closed now for the night. Dnipro Airport closed. Kharkiv airport is closed. We have, that's a private jet leaving Kyiv. That's another private jet leaving Kyiv. That is a passenger plane leaving Kyiv. That's a passenger plane leaving Kyiv. I don't see anything coming into Ukraine at this moment. I don't see anything coming into Ukraine. And we see that one, that's landing in Ukraine. So in a short time, there might be no airplanes over Ukraine in a short time, because these 2 are leaving the airspace, these 2 are leaving the airspace, and that one's going to land. There's that Turkish Air Force plane is here. Looks like at Boryspil Airport. Looks like it just landed. (2:44 a.m.) Update. Here's Blinken responding in the affirmative to Lester Holt, who asks him if he believes Russia will be engaged in something akin to an invasion before the night is over. Let me just play the audio, this video. I'm not so sure about the video. Okay, let's see if I can do this. Hang on. Here's what I'll do.
I'm pleased to be joined by U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. Do you have reason to believe that before this night is over, Russian forces will be engaged in something akin to a full invasion of Ukraine?
I do. Unfortunately, Russia has positioned its forces at the final point of readiness across Ukraine's borders, to the north, to the east, to the south. Everything seems to be in place for Russia to engage in a major aggression against Ukraine.
To be clear, you think tonight that could happen or will happen?
Look, I can't put a date or an exact time on it, but everything is in place for Russia to move forward.
I'm pleased to be joined.
Well, so he didn't say. I thought he said, yeah. So that was a bit. The report that he said it's going to be tonight. It's not really what he said. That's not really what he said. He said he thinks it's going to happen, but he said he can't really put a time on it. Just to be clear. Intel Crab posted this from Ukrainian journalist Irina Mativishin. It's 2:30 a.m. and we can't go to sleep in Ukraine. Wow. It's 2:30 a.m. there now. Again, my heart goes out to everybody in Ukraine. It's just horrible. Just horrible. You know, we've seen this discussed. Dave says strange 3 a.m. traffic jam in Belgorod, some 10 kilometers long heading south. So there's been reports of traffic jam. Intelcrab retweeted this. So there's reports of traffic jams on the road going into Ukraine from Russia, both in the northeast and in the south. I don't know if this is Google Maps. This might be something else. But that road would be, we saw this before. I think this road here. We saw before a report of a big traffic jam, which very, very well could be armored vehicles, honestly. And then we also saw a traffic jam. This is Russian-occupied Crimea. We saw a traffic jam down here, close to the border as well. That went on for miles. I'll check the traffic again there. It's not hold on a second here. Oh, there's no, what is this? Look at this. Road closed. Road closed? I don't know. I'm not getting the, it's interesting. I am not seeing the, I thought we were seeing the traffic. Oh, here we go. Here we go. See, look at this. So, this is, see, this is leading up, this is in Crimea, which Russia occupies near the border with unoccupied Ukraine. And I don't know, see it's yellow there? There's yellow, I don't know if the yellow just is nothing. It's a little weird, a bunch of it has no color at all. But there's all this orange here. This is, so I don't know if that's, the normal traffic, typical traffic is green. See, that's typical traffic, it's just green. But live traffic is orange. And then look at down here. Typical traffic, green. Live traffic, orange and red. And this is several miles. Thomas Thiener found this before. So there may very well be long columns of Russian military vehicles waiting to invade. I don't know. I do not know. Again, every sign says that Russia will be invading tonight, but it has not happened. We can hope it does not happen. President Zelensky says that President Putin has ordered an invasion of Ukraine. So we are waiting right now to see what happens. It is 2:49 a.m. Ukraine time. Thomas Thiener, who has been positing a worst-case scenario for a couple months now, and it's looking more and more like his vision might end up being what actually happens, says only visit a battlefield if you really, really believe you have to. The corpses you see there will haunt you for the rest of your life. I'm not seeing. There's an ongoing cyber attack going on some Ukrainian government sites. But For the last hour or so, I've not seen... Oh, hold on a second. Hey guys, I have an update here. From Alex Macheras, he covers aviation. Multiple airlines, including European carriers, have tonight been informed by aviation risk management agencies that Ukraine as a whole is now considered a do-not-fly area on the basis of extreme tension and developments on February 23rd. If Russia does attack Ukraine, it would be expected to quickly establish complete air superiority. And as I've said before, expert after expert says if Russia attacks, they would expect cyber attacks, electronic warfare, and I don't know if we hear about that stuff. I don't know if there's like if there's a cyber attack affecting like government communications or military communications. I don't know that we hear about that. Also, electronic warfare. I don't know if we'll hear about that. But expert after expert says before moving troops across, Russia would be expected to launch a lot of airstrikes, missile strikes, airplane, rockets, artillery, to degrade the Ukrainian military. So something, let's hope we don't see it, but that could just be devastating. For all you know, there could be special forces activity going on, Russian special forces activity. I've seen experts say they would expect some of that to happen. Who knows if some of that is happening right now? There's a lot of journalists from different countries are in Ukraine right now. Erin Burnett from CNN is in Lviv. She says, we've been hearing about imminent for weeks, but now in these past few hours, certainly there's been a logistical change. There has been a change in the ground, airspace now closing, airports closing. There is a palpable shift. But hang on a second. It's just, as I said, unfortunately, I think if the attack starts, there will be no question about it. There will be no question about it. Maybe it cannot happen. It has not happened yet. It has not happened yet. It is now 2:54 a.m. 2:54 a.m. Ukraine time. Erin Burnett says, CNN confirms Russia closing airspace to civilian aircraft along northeast border with Ukraine until May 18th. And again, as we said before, that's not Ukraine closing the airspace because they're worried. That's Russia closing the airspace. Russia's not closing that airspace because they're worried about like Ukraine doing something. That's because Russia's planning on doing something. There will be Thomas Thiener thinks this is a Russian invasion convoy. So this is a traffic jam for miles reported by this person, Dave. We've seen this reported elsewhere too. on the road leading into Ukraine from Belgorod area. That would be northeast Ukraine. And Thomas Thiener thinks it's just a big convoy of vehicles. That would be up here. If it's on this road, is it this road? That could lead to Kharkiv. That's it's on the, it says E105. That's this road. Oh yeah, I can see the traffic. Here's the traffic jam. Look at this. Let me show you this. Look at this. Okay, there is the border with Russia. There's Ukraine, Russia. That's the city of Kharkiv, 1.5 million people. Some reports today said that Kharkiv might be a target of the initial invasion, which is crazy to think about, just horrific. This distance, look at the traffic, guys. Measure distance, that's about 18 miles. That's 18 miles. Now let's compare the red and the orange here with what the traffic normally is at this time of night. Normally it's green. And now we have live traffic, red and orange. And that is traffic which could head to Kharkiv. That's 18 miles. That's like an 18-mile traffic jam. Thank you again to all of our moderators who are with us. I really appreciate that. They're the reasons we can have chats. These are amazing moderators, so thank you. Linda Belk is there, moderating. Rusty G, thank you, Rusty. Lexa Fulmer, I really appreciate all of our moderators helping out with the chat. On Facebook, Kayla Ribati. We've had Bud Green, Roxanne Betke, Margaret Riley over there on Twitch. We've got a bunch of moderators over there. Really appreciate all of them. Bastion Girl, Cerrero, Duxor, Idaho Star, Mark and NC, Muse, Nightbot, Papa Bear, Schultheis, and Sully. It is getting close to 3 a.m. It is getting close to 3 a.m. Ukraine time. And the world is watching, and it appears that there's a high possibility of a Russian invasion in the coming, really at any time now, in particular tonight. All the signs are there. Look at this. Anastasia Lapatina. Do our sirens even work? A message from my mother in Kyiv at 2:40 a.m. Kyiv time. Unthinkable. I want to say this too. Don't think we have no idea. Expert after expert has said if Putin actually does this, it's like totally unlike Putin. It's very high risk. It's not low risk. It's, for example, also there won't be any hiding behind, oh, we didn't really do it. It's not that big of a deal. This is a whole different thing for Putin. So I would not judge what might happen based on what Russia might have done in the past, or the bigness of things. This is a whole new thing, and all I know is one, Putin has made it. Presumably, Putin wants to change the nature of Ukraine as a country. Presumably, he doesn't like that it's a pro-European, pro-Western, developing democracy that wants to join NATO, and he wants to change that. The people who live there want it to be that. So if he's going to fundamentally change, if he's going through all this with the intention of fundamentally changing Ukraine as a country, that means he's going to force the 44 million Ukrainian people to do something they don't want and live in a country they don't want. And think about the amount of force that will take. So if he's bothering to go through with this, it's not for a little. And I think the other problem is if you listen to that speech a couple days ago, that was a man who sounded like a madman, who just did not think Ukraine had a right to exist as a country. So if you're judging this, if you're judging the scale of this based on the scale of what Putin might have done in the past, this is new. This is new. We have no idea what's coming. But the logic of the situation, unfortunately, suggests something on an unthinkably horrific scale. And unfortunately, the logic's been suggesting that for weeks. I've been mentioning that for weeks. I've been showing you analysts who've been saying that for weeks. But a number of analysts who I've shown you have said, this thing, if it happens, will not be like anything you've seen before. It'll be that bad. Update. Reuters is reporting, Phil Stewart, Reuters, airlines should stop flying over any part of Ukraine because of the risk of an unintended shoot-down or cyber attack targeting air traffic control amid tensions with Russia. Conflict zone monitor safe airspace set. It is 3:03 a.m. Ukraine time. And with the world watching, I gotta say, the last hour or two, it's been, you might say, I mean, on the one hand, of course, it's good that it's quiet. Oh, hold on, update, guys, look at this. Unconfirmed report that Ukrainian tanks are out in Kyiv. This is from Ukraine War Report. They say that there are tanks on the street in Kyiv. These would be Ukrainian tanks. It's kind of hard to see. I don't even know if I see them. Are those the tanks? It's very hard to see. Again, I can't even really see them. Maybe like right there. It's just very hard to see. Hang on. So I'll let you know if I see more. Here, Thomas Thiener. Here you go, look. This is what Putin's invasion looks like on the main road to Kharkiv. First image, normal night traffic. Second image, tonight with hundreds of Russian military vehicles waiting for H hour. We were just talking about this. Oh, guys, the Kharkiv live stream, a person just put a heart out. There's a live stream from Kharkiv on YouTube, and the person just held a heart in front of the live stream. See if I can grab you a screenshot of it. Here, I'll get you a screenshot. Hang on. Look at this. That was on the Kharkiv live stream. The person held a little piece of paper with a heart on it in front of the camera for a few seconds. The C-410 FO2P pointed out that the Turkish plane that landed in Kyiv is not parked at the passenger terminals. Is there still planes flying out? Can you believe this just took off? Another plane just took off for Kyiv. Wow. Well, people, I guess, better people can leave if they want to and they're able to, but this is a very dangerous situation right now. We have a plane taking off, a passenger plane taking off from Kyiv. We still have some civilian aircraft. That aircraft is landing at the Zaporizhia airport, which is closing. But it is going to land, apparently. This is the U.S. drone. This aircraft, this is the other Turkish one. There's another Turkish aircraft. I don't know if they're bringing stuff in. I don't know if they're... Turkey and Ukraine are pretty strong allies, from my understanding. So I don't know if Turkey is bringing stuff in. It's that they're transport planes. Are they bringing things in, or like to help? Or are they taking people out? Or are they doing both? I can't tell you. But another Turkish plane, Air Force plane, is on its way in. One just landed a little while ago. Aside from that, one Turkish plane here. This plane is going to land soon. This plane just took off, amazingly. I'm amazed that plane took off. At 2:50, it took off at 3:02 a.m. local time. I wonder if that's going to be the last plane except for the Air Force plane. Look at this plane. What's this one? See that plane? Look at this. This plane is supposed to land in Kyiv at 4 a.m. Can you believe this? This plane is supposed to, this passenger plane is supposed to land in Kyiv at 4 a.m. I'm amazed. I can't believe they're letting these planes land there. Wow. Oh, somebody mentioned maybe Turkey is bringing in TB2 drones, Turkish drones. I don't know. Brian Stelter says, CNN's Clarissa Ward in Kharkiv says, this feels like a city, indeed a country, that's really just holding its breath. 3:09 a.m. 3:09 a.m. Alex Macheras, who's an aviation reporter, says, Ukraine, airspace over Ukraine-Russia border now restricted, essentially a no-go zone for commercial aviation. Multiple Ukrainian airports in the east have suspended all operations tonight, including Kharkiv. Multiple airlines, including European carriers, have tonight been informed by aviation risk management agencies that Ukraine as a whole is now considered a do-not-fly area on the basis of extreme tension and developments on February 23rd. The primary risk is an unintended targeting of civil aircraft by military, including misidentification. In notices to airmen, the U.S. has consistently warned the 2014 downing of Malaysia Airlines MH17 by pro-Russian, Russia-backed separatists in eastern Ukraine demonstrates the risk to aircraft mistakenly targeted during periods of increased tensions. Ukraine as a country suffered similar just 2 years ago. A Ukraine International Airlines 737 that had just departed Tehran was mistakenly shot down by Iran during a night of tensions between Iran and U.S. in just hours after Iranian airstrikes against U.S. bases in Iran. That's from Alex Macheras. Unconfirmed video from Mariupol, Ukrainian city. What is this? Are we hearing like artillery or something? Let's see. My guess is that's more artillery fire from the eastern Ukraine area. Mariupol is here. Mariupol. And, the Donetsk and Luhansk are here. So we've been hearing about some artillery or rocket fire in the Donetsk area tonight, so they might be hearing that. I don't know. All right, we will continue to bring you live coverage. All right, here's what we're going to do. I am going to take really quick, I have to grab some more water, a 2-minute break. I'm going to come back in 2 minutes. We will come back in 2 minutes and we will continue our live breaking news coverage. Okay, we are back. Sorry, thank you for your patience. We are bringing you live coverage, and the situation right now is the world expects a attack by Russia on Ukraine at any moment now, and it's just scary to think this could happen. Ukraine, which was not threatening Russia, we could be seeing right now, I mean, I can't believe I'm saying this. We could be seeing President Putin launch as formidable a military as the world has on a country of 44 million people, because he doesn't like the direction that country is going in, a country that was not threatening him. And if this happens, it'll be, I believe, one of the worst events in human history, I think. Certainly, yeah, I mean, certainly of the last, we can keep going. It'll be right up there in any era. It'll be right, I mean, there's been awful events in many eras of human history. But it'll be right up there with the worst. How about that? It'll be right up there with the worst. And it'll be unprecedentedly horrible. That's where all the trends are going. Let's hope it's not, but that's where it looks like this is going. Unprecedented. Because you heard it a couple days ago, if you watched the speech, President Putin does not think Ukraine has a right to exist as a country. So he might be unleashing his military on a country of 44 million people because he doesn't think they have a right to exist as a country. Well, it's possible that he's really bothered by them being a democracy and he hates that too. So I'm not going to get into his mind. I can't get into his mind. I'm sure he really does hate that they're a democracy as well. But this is what's happening, and it'll be unspeakably horrible, and who knows where we know it will be unspeakably horrible for the people of Ukraine. Who knows if this happens where it will go. No one knows where this will go. It hasn't happened yet. But I think a lot of people around the world have been sleeping on this. And a lot of people around the world are like, oh, I don't really know what Ukraine is. It's this thing going on in Ukraine. This has the potential to affect the entire, well, it will affect the entire world. It will. But who knows in what ways. So it's going to be really, really bad. Let's hope it doesn't happen. It hasn't happened yet. It is 3:20 a.m. local time. I keep thinking about that one report. It's so weird that we saw before. Again, I don't know if there's anything to this, but Luke Harding, who's with The Guardian, remember this. He said, after midnight in Kyiv, the mood grim, friends calling each other, the city still up and drinking tea. The rumor from officials, foreign contacts, journalists, is that Russian action will begin at 4 a.m. local time. I don't know where that comes from. It's a rumor. It's 3:21 a.m. right now. It's 3:21 a.m. right now. On the Kharkiv live stream, they just posted that the person just held up the heart again in front of the camera. See, I told, this is just what I was saying. This is just what I was saying. War always has unintended consequences. No one knows where this leads, including Putin. I want to emphasize this. This will sound crazy to you, I think. It probably will sound crazy to you. If this happens, I think most of the people, most of the generals in the cabinet in Russia don't want it to happen. We have somebody who's been in power for 22 years now. He's in absolute power. If this happens, he has lost his mind. I think he's already lost his mind. No joke, as crazy as this sounds, if this happens, it's a guy who's crazy, who just hates this other country, just unleashing his military to destroy that country and just remake the country the way he wants it. That's literally what's happening. I mean, I don't think we're going to take this little piece of land, we're going to protect ourselves from NATO. To me, if this happens, it's a crazy guy who hates his other country, and no one feels I guess people don't feel they can stop him in his own country because he has absolute power and everybody's scared, and he's just going to unleash his military. I don't even know if the soldiers know what's coming, the Russian soldiers. I hope I'm wrong. Believe me, I hope I'm wrong. But the logic points to this. So if an attack happens and it's only a little thing and the results are small, I will happily listen to all of you yell at me and say, see, you said this was going to be so bad. He's got 3/4 of his military. 3/4 of his military is on the border with Ukraine. So I know it sounds crazy to say that because you're like, well, that never happens. Well, I guess it hasn't happened. I mean, things like this can happen on a smaller scale, but on this scale? So the whole thing is so crazy. That's why I've said I won't believe it until it actually happens, because it's that crazy. But I think when it boils down to it, that's what it is. This was a video posted, Moshe Schwartz posted this. Video uploaded 2 hours ago from around 6 miles from the Ukrainian border at the closest, Valuyki. I can't play the music on it. What is this? I don't even know what that is. I don't know. Breaking news. A short time ago, Frederick Pleitgen on CNN said that Russian convoy trucks have turned around their license plates. It's unclear why. I don't know where this was. One of the commenters in the thread here thinks it's because they're going to commit war crimes and they want to hide themselves. The thing is, guys, if this invasion happens the way like it's looking it's going to happen, there's going to be no hiding for Putin and no hiding for Russia. I read you an analysis before earlier today which said that. It said, if this invasion happens on a large scale, the veneer will come off Russia. There will be no saying we weren't there, or we were attacked, or you're making too big a deal out of it, or these things didn't happen. If this invasion goes the way like it's looking, you can take the insignias off, you can remove the license plates. If this happens the way it looks like it's going to happen, You can't play the silly games because it won't be a question of who did it. Let's check the flight radar. We have a plane coming in amazingly. It's supposed to land at 4 a.m. Ukraine time in Kyiv. We have a Turkish Air Force plane, the second one in recent hours, going towards Kyiv. We have this plane on its way out that took off 18 minutes ago. Incredibly, this passenger plane took off 18 minutes ago. This plane is headed out of Kyiv, of Ukraine as well, and we have the U.S. drone here. It is 3:27 a.m. 3:27 a.m. Ukraine time. Quote from Anthony Blinken, Secretary of State, Caitlin Collins. Everything we've seen over the last 24 to 48 hours. This is literally what he says. He has access to the satellites. He has access to the drone footage, to the surveillance plane footage, to the signals intelligence. He says everything we've seen over the last 24 to 48 hours has Russia putting the final touches on having its forces in place across all of Ukraine's borders, to the north, to the east, to the south, to be ready for a full-on invasion. Let's hope it doesn't happen. Dr. Jeffrey Lewis talks about the traffic jam in Belgorod on the way to the Ukrainian border, on the road that would go to Kharkiv. According to Google Maps, there's a traffic jam at 3:15 in the morning that goes for miles on the road from Belgorod, Russia to the Ukrainian border. It starts exactly where we saw a Russian formation of armor and IFV APCs show up yesterday. Someone's on the move. Oh, I'm sorry. Guys, I messed up. The Kyiv stream was showing the heart. I thought I was watching the Kharkiv stream. I was watching the Kyiv stream. So I twice told you that on the Kharkiv stream, somebody put a heart in front of the camera. I apologize. As the chatter said, it's the Kyiv stream. So my bad. I thought I was watching. I just got confused which stream I was watching. So I apologize to you for my confusion. It was the Kyiv stream with the heart in front of it, not the Kharkiv stream. It's 3:31 a.m. It is 3:31 a.m. I am looking for updates to bring you. Excuse me. One of our viewers asked, Ben asked if a coup against Putin was possible. It's not happening now. If this doesn't go well for Putin, there's many analysts who thought that a full invasion was unthinkable because there's so many risks for Putin. So this is, in addition to the most important thing, which is how horrific this would be for the Ukrainian people, there is very serious risk to Putin to doing this. It does seem crazy. It seems crazy. And also seeming just otherworldly evil. And evil to the worst, about as evil as humanity can get, but also it seems crazy from a self-interested perspective. But I don't think he is sane anymore. I hate to say it. I don't know if he was before, but it really, if he goes through this, he has really gone crazy. But even his speech 2 days ago seemed crazy as well. Neil Hauer posted, surreal night in Kyiv, everyone glued to their phones, trying to figure out what's next as Russian troops approach the border. After Russian recognition of the DNR-LNR, people increasingly understand that everything is on the table. And I am of the opinion that if this starts, you will know it. It's not going to be, oh, is that it? And let me also say this. Again, expert after expert says if Russia's going to do a big invasion, it would start with, not with tanks, with cyber, with electronic warfare, and with airstrikes. Expert after expert says Russia, before they would bring tanks in and stuff, they would do massive airstrikes to reduce the capability of the Ukrainian military before putting their troops in, before putting their tanks in. So if the experts are right, you would expect that first. Maybe we'll luck out. Maybe it'll be 2 hours from now and it'll be daylight, and the sun will start coming up, and we'll be sitting here saying, wow, nothing happened. That would be incredible. Maybe that's what'll happen. The viewer who asked about the coup, my point was I would think it would have been done before. I would be shocked if there weren't Russians in the military and in the government who were normally pro-Putin, who were like, I cannot believe we're doing this. Certainly there seemed to be a lot of concern when Putin had that televised meeting a couple days ago, when all of his subordinates were made to get up and speak and support the overall plan, basically, not the invasion, but support the step that would lead to the invasion. A lot of them looked very uncomfortable. I would be surprised if a lot of those people weren't just like, I cannot believe we're doing this, for various reasons. I know it sounds crazy, but we might be about to see this, like, one of the worst things ever in human history, just because one guy wants to do it. Let's hope it doesn't happen. Just to be clear, Hans de Vries says the Russian closure of airspace near the Ukrainian border, the northeast border, is supposed to now, who knows how long it would last for, but the closure of the airspace is until May 18th. That is almost 3 months from now. Russia did this. This wasn't Ukraine closing Ukraine closed some airspace too. This is Russia closing this airspace on the Ukraine border. Russia did this. By the way, when I say it's one guy, I don't mean that no one else would be blameless. Surely, if this happens, there's all kinds of blame to go around. But if this happens, if this does happen, it's because one guy really wanted it to happen. That's my opinion. Because he runs the show. For over 20 years now in Russia, he runs the show. Doesn't mean nobody else is blameworthy if it happens. Believe me, all kinds of blame to go around. And people who enabled it and all that stuff. But this is where we are right now. One thing to keep in mind, if this were to happen, food prices would go possibly up significantly because Russia and Ukraine are both big grain exporters. Blake Hounshell says one of the biggest importers of Ukrainian wheat is Egypt, which tends to have revolutions when the price of bread, literally life in Egyptian Arabic, rises too high. Who knows what effect this could have around the world. It is 3:39 a.m. In 51 minutes, there's supposed to be a UN Security Council meeting in 51 minutes at 4:30 a.m. Ukraine time. I am watching the Kharkiv webcam. I am watching the Kyiv webcam. And I honestly, at this point, I don't have many updates to give you. Like you, I'm watching, I'm looking for information, but Gandalf says this would be a manned aircraft. The Homer 21 rivet joint U.S. Air Force aircraft start pinging on the ground at Chania. So there might be a manned aircraft going up near the area at some point. We'll see. It's recon aircraft. Here is the airspace over Ukraine. There is the U.S. drone. That is that plane just took off. That small plane just took off. That plane is, it's going to land in Kyiv. What a time to land. What is this plane? Wow. I'm surprised. I can't believe that Tel Aviv to Toronto, they're flying over Kyiv airspace. I can't believe it. And they're flying over Ukraine airspace. That's amazing. I can't believe they're flying over Ukraine airspace right now. But they are.
I think that's pretty ballsy. I wouldn't.
Oh, as one of our viewers said, there could very well be other planes that are not on radar. These are just the ones on radar. Other surveillance planes certainly could be up there. It is 3:42 a.m. Nolan Peterson is in Ukraine now. He just posted this. Something bad is in the air tonight. We're under a national emergency. Airports are shutting down. Military reserves have been called. I lack the talent to express what it feels like to be in this European capital, home to millions, and to feel a chill that has nothing to do with the cold as we brace for a distant madman's wrath. It's just unreal and unbelievably tragic. I'm sitting here waiting to hear the booms of missiles and bombs. It's unbelievable. I'm sitting here waiting for the lights to go off and my links to the outside world to go dead. I'm sitting here thinking about all my friends across this country and on the front lines. I'm sitting here wondering what a parent tells a child on a night like this. Think of that. Think of all the families there in Ukraine. I'm sitting here wondering what our world is going to look like when the sun comes up a few hours from now. There's been a lot of false alarms, and I hope beyond hope that tonight is one too. Maybe it will be. Maybe it will be. And we wake up tomorrow and laugh off our unnecessary anxieties and go on living like any other day until the sun goes down and the unthinkable looms possible once again. Is anyone in Russia in a position to stop Putin from doing this? Is there any chance that higher-ups in Russia have been hoping he would stop? Not to defend these people, because there's a lot of bad to be said. But is there any chance that the higher-ups, besides Putin, are just like, this, I can't believe we're doing this? And is there any chance that at the last minute, somebody would be like, well, this just can't happen? I don't know. But I feel like if there were ever a time that might happen, where this is the kind of thing that would happen. It's so monstrous what it looks like we're about to see. Maybe someone won't allow it to happen. It's that bad. It's that bad. Oh, breaking news. The plane diverted. Look, the El Al plane is turning around. The El Al plane that was going, one of our viewers said this, the Israeli plane that was going over western Ukraine has just turned. It was heading to Toronto. Look, see? It's turned out of the country. The plane has diverted. I don't know if it's diverted or what, but it has turned. Look at this. Sudden turn. A sudden turn in that plane. I'm posting this. Wow. Israeli civilian plane that was flying over western Ukraine has made a sudden turn and is leaving Ukrainian airspace. Wow. Israeli civilian airliner that was flying over western Ukraine has made a sudden turn and is leaving Ukrainian airspace. Look at that. Unbelievable. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Thank you to our chat. Whoever in our chat said this. Whoever in our chat said this. The chat caught it. Look at that. Wow. It's getting out of the airspace right now. Wow. That's quite a turn. That's quite a turn. I'm guessing that wasn't in the flight plan. Trey Yingst says, Kyiv, Ukraine is quiet right now. Not a single car on the road when I walked outside. There are millions of innocent civilians here who do not want conflict. There are no winners in war. This is from Trey Yingst from Fox, who's in Kyiv right now. So that flight has suddenly left the airspace. That flight is out of the airspace now. This plane is landing. Oh, this plane diverted too. Look at this one. Wow. Sudden turn by this plane too. That was heading for, look at this. That was heading for Zaporizhia Airport. Sudden turn. Sudden turn for this plane too. Breaking news. Wow, wow. Look at that. It was heading here and it was almost there and now it just made a turn. Zapor is, here, I'll have to do this. Zapor is, yeah. Let me see if I have any updates for you. So again, this flight just turned suddenly and it's heading back this way. Looks like it. I know the airport is closed. I know the airport is closed. The airport's been closed for 2 hours. It was still heading there. I know the airport's closed. I assume they knew that, though. So I figured they were just letting it land there. I mean, surely they have a radio on board.
Sorry, I keep rocking back and forth like I'm in a rocking chair.
Some people are
I'm
saying another
sorry.
flight has also turned around as well. People are saying like a flight from Poland has turned around. Yes, this one. Warsaw to Kyiv flight has also turned around. Good spot. Warsaw to Kyiv flight has also turned around. Thanks to our viewers for spotting that. Very worrying. Oops, I spelled it wrong. Let's do this again. There it is, look. Unbelievable. ELINT News saw the same thing. Just as an Israeli El Al flight makes a U-turn and leaves Ukrainian airspace, a SkyUp Airlines plane that took off from Kyiv's airport has made an immediate turn and is landing again. Oh, a plane took off from Kyiv and is landing again, guys. Look. That was ELINT News. I didn't see which plane it was. That plane is landing. That one here, that plane took off, this plane here, that you guys are mentioning, SkyUp Airlines, it took off at 4:33, and now it's gonna land like a half hour later. Look at that. Look at that. It took off and now it just circled back and it's landing. It didn't even get very far. Look at how fast it turned around. Something in the air of Kharkiv? I'm looking at the Kharkiv live stream myself. There is a Kharkiv live stream on YouTube that I am looking at. Yeah, live UA map, SkyUp Airlines took off and directly returned to Kyiv. So something is definitely up. We have 4 planes. Planes are all, they're avoiding Ukrainian airspace now. Guys, we had heard there was a rumor floating around that hostilities would begin at 4 a.m. I don't know where that rumor came from, but it's 3:56 a.m. local time right now. It's 3:56 a.m. local time. And we just saw a bunch of planes a couple planes leave the airspace, planes turning around, plane leaving the airspace, plane taking off from Kyiv and then landing again. This is a very worrying time right now. Flight radar posted, see? We told you this. Airplane exited Ukraine airspace shortly after entering en route from Tel Aviv to Toronto. So all of these planes It is 3:57 a.m. It's 3:57 a.m. I am watching the Kyiv live stream. I'm watching, keeping an eye on Kyiv, keeping an eye on Kharkiv. Please have the people of Ukraine in your thoughts, because it looks like we're running out of time. All the signs are bad. It looks like we're running out of time. So we just saw some planes turn around. Let's look at the current status there in Ukraine airspace. Are there any flights there? There's one drone. There's one drone in Ukraine airspace, and there's one plane. This is a plane which was heading to Zaporizhia.
My family is
which
here,
suddenly turned around.
and they're requiring
Looks like
my
it's heading to
attention.
Kyiv.
That's who you see me talking to in the back.
And then this is the drone. And that's it. Nothing else. Oh yes, your good call, good observation. The drone has moved. I don't know where it's going, but the drone was going back and forth. It's no longer going back and forth. I don't know if the drone's leaving the airspace. We'll see. That's an unmanned aircraft right there. Unmanned aircraft. Thank you so much for all of our moderators who are with us. Thank you, moderators. I really appreciate your help. The Intel Crab says Ukrainian airspace appears to be in the early stages of a complete shutdown. External commercial flights en route to cities like Kyiv are being rerouted. Situation is deteriorating rapidly. Yeah, I mean, all the signs are bad. All the signs are bad. Guys, and I am aware that Zaporizhia airport was closed, but that plane would have known that. I don't think the plane flew all the way to the Zaporizhia airport and then it got there and there was a guy on the runway saying, with a sign that says airport closed. I think they probably have a working radio on that airplane. So my guess is that they were supposed to actually land at that closed airport, and then at the last minute they said, don't land here. I don't think they would have kept flying there. Oh, here's another one. OSync Tentacle. This plane made a beeline to leave. UTN 4435. Oh, look at this one. Look at this one. See? It was flying south and then it went due right. I assume that's not normal. It's like getting away from Crimea area, whatever, maybe. That's from OSIN Technical. That's southern Ukraine. OSINT Defender says unconfirmed reports that Ukrainian airspace is being closed right now. Maybe they closed the airspace. This gives the report of Russian operations beginning at 4 a.m. more credence. It is 4:01 a.m. right now. It is 4:01 a.m. right now. 4:01 a.m. local time. It is 4:01 a.m. local time in Ukraine. 4:01 a.m. The Kyiv live feed was shaking for a second, but I don't see anything amiss there. I don't see anything amiss in the Kyiv live feed. And you can see the drone that has been going back and forth in eastern Ukraine is moving west. It's moving west. I wonder if they know something. Or maybe, maybe all the airspace is closed. But there you go, guys. That one plane is going to land, I bet, in Kyiv. I'm looking at the Kyiv cam. I'm seeing it move a bit, but I'm not seeing anything on it. There are Kyiv and Kharkiv cams on YouTube. Kind of watching both of them. Sorry guys, I'm just trying to fix something here. I have my eyes on the Kyiv and the Kharkiv cams. I will keep watching them. Maybe nothing will happen. Maybe the airspace was closed because Ukraine thinks something's going to happen. Maybe miraculously nothing will happen. Breaking news. Doge says CBS News reports Russian military leaders have gone to the Russian Armed Forces Command Center and cyber attacks against Ukraine are currently underway. Let me see if I can find the original source. That's what Doge is seeing. Let me see if I can find the... Hold on, I'm seeing something in Kyiv. I just thought I saw something in Kyiv. It looked like I saw something flash in Kyiv. Hang on. Explosions are heard in Mariupol, but I don't know. That I think is from a little while ago. Hang on. I'm seeing reports of explosions in Mariupol. It's unconfirmed. Let's be careful. So Doge says he saw this. I have not seen this report. He says that CBS News is reporting that Russian military leaders have gone to the Russian Armed Forces Command Center and cyber attacks against Ukraine are currently underway. So I'll try to get you some confirmation of that. I thought I saw a flash on the on the Kyiv stream, but I'm just not sure. Let's be careful. I have not seen that CBS report. Maybe he saw it on CBS TV. Hold on, I saw this from Global Military Info. Guys, look. According to U.S. officials to ABC, I don't have the original report, but I know they try to be reliable. Russian military leaders have left to their command center. Intensified cyber attacks are underway. So we're seeing reports that intense cyber attacks may be underway. I'm trying to unconfirmed report posted by Mark saying Crimea Kalanchak outpost is under attack. Ukrainian soldiers and civilians are running away. I don't know if that's really happening. I will keep an eye on different reports here. I haven't seen any of these reports myself. Guys, civil Ukraine airspace closed. Ukraine airspace closed. Flights by civil aircraft are now restricted inside Ukraine. Potential hazard to civil aviation. That's from Flight Radar 24. So civil airspace is closed in Ukraine. So, is this a live shot here? Mariupol live stream? I don't know where he's getting that feed. He says, smoke seen in Mariupol after explosions heard. That's from Amakai Stein. He says, smoke seen in Mariupol after explosions heard. I don't know what that was. But Ukraine has closed their civil airspace. So no civilian airliners can fly in Ukraine right now. Okay, here's the ABC News report. Thanks to our viewer for sending this, Anton. ABC News. In another indication that an invasion of Ukraine may be very close to taking place, Russian and military leaders have gone to their command center and cyber attacks are underway, according to a U.S. official. Wow. That's from ABC News. That is from ABC News. I wonder if the internet's going to get cut off. I wonder if they're going to cut off the internet.
That's what
I really wonder.
Too.
Oh, there's a Lviv cam too, guys. There's a Lviv webcam on YouTube too. You can find a Lviv webcam. And again, according to Flight Radar 24, Ukraine airspace is now closed. The only plane above the airspace is the U.S. drone on the radar. It is making its way west away from Russia. So, again, it seems that we're very close to the unthinkable happening. ABC News. In another indication that an invasion of Ukraine may be very close to taking place, Russian military leaders have gone to their command center and cyber attacks are underway. And guys, I apologize. I've been drinking a lot of water. I'm running to the bathroom. I'll be honest about it. I'm running to the bathroom. I'm coming back in 1 minute. I'll be right back in 1 minute. We are back, and I am looking at a camera from Kyiv. I'm looking at a live camera from Kharkiv. I'm not seeing anything amiss on those cameras, but again, I just want to say, if this happens the way it looks like it's going to happen, this would be a world-changing event, and it will be unspeakably horrific if what looks like it's going to happen happens. Please keep the people of Ukraine in your thoughts. Also, at 17 minutes, there's supposed to be a UN Security Council meeting. Hang on one moment here, please. Hang on one moment here. Give me 1 moment, please. Thanks for your patience. Again, live UA map says the airspace is closed over Ukraine now. Somebody mentioned Marco Rubio, one of our viewers. Breaking news, Marco Rubio posted this. He says the Russian invasion of Ukraine is now underway. Thanks for letting me know to our viewer. Marco Rubio, Senator of the U.S., says the Russian invasion of Ukraine is now underway. I'm just trying to get you updates here. Again, Ukrainian airspace is now closed. Guys, hold on a second. Look at this. So, this was a unconfirmed report here. Militaryland.net. They claimed that the Kalanchak outpost was under attack. That's from Marx retweeted this. Ukrainian soldiers and civilians are running away. Then Marx said, last screenshot of Kalanchak outpost, lights went out shortly after feed was gone. I can't confirm that. I don't know the original posting account, so maybe something happened there. I just don't know. I just don't know. OSINT Technical says, looks like a Ukrainian checkpoint north of Crimea just got raided. Again, I can't confirm that. There was like a live cam people were watching, so maybe it did. I do not know. It is 4:17 a.m. Breaking news, Marco Rubio, look. Marco Rubio, who's a senator who would be in a position to probably know, says in the hours to come, Russia will conduct strikes on air defense systems, move to cut off Kyiv from eastern Ukraine, move to cut off Ukraine's military forces on the line of contact in the east to prevent them falling back to defend Kyiv. That's what Michael Kaufman has been predicting. Again, Marco Rubio says in the hours to come, Russia will conduct airstrikes on air defense systems, move to cut the capital off from eastern Ukraine, move to cut off Ukraine's military forces on the line of contact in the east to prevent them from falling back to defend Kyiv. Unbelievable. That means Kyiv is a target. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This is horrific. This is horrific. Experts have said they would expect that one of the first things you'd see is major airstrikes. And I worry that's where we're going to see that. Yeah. Intel Doge says Marco Rubio is the vice chairman of the Select Committee on Intelligence. And he posted this. We just read this. Unbelievable. And ABC says that Russia is already conducting cyber attacks. Who knows what they're doing? Will they shut down the power? I've heard experts suggest that Russia might try to shut down the power in Ukraine, shut down mobile service. Thanks for reminding me about the headline. Please keep the people of Ukraine in your thoughts. I don't know what this means. Elint News posted this. Russian strategic bomber HF active. Aircraft passing short figure messages to ground control very busy. I don't really know what this is all about. If you guys want to see this person TJ posted it. Sounds like you can listen to some aircraft stuff. That's from Elint News, and TJ posted it. You can go look at it there. But I wonder if I've seen some discussion of whether Russia might shut down power, shut down the internet. I'm watching a shot of Lviv as well, and Kharkiv and Kyiv. I'm not going to watch the United Nations thing. If you want to watch the United Nations, then just watch it on YouTube or whatever. There's too much going on. Then the United Nations is going to be speeches. I'm interested, but I can't do it. I got to keep up to date with what's going on here. We're going to focus on what's going on in Ukraine. I am looking for updates. And I want to be careful. Oh, look, guys. Mariupol live feed camera now. The live feed is getting an error. It's either been hacked or too many people visited requesting access to it at the same time and the server got overloaded. So I guess the Mariupol live feed went down. This is truly awful. I'm hoping it doesn't happen the way it seems like it might. But I can't believe we're seeing this. I feel like I must be dreaming. This is awful. It's like a nightmare. In case you missed it, ABC reported before. This is, we don't know much. ABC says, in another indication that an invasion of Ukraine may be very close to taking place, Russian military leaders have gone to their command center and cyber attacks are underway, according to a U.S. official. And we also have this, Marco Rubio, who's in the Senate, who's, I think Doge said he was in the Senate Intelligence Committee, Vice Chair, Senate Intelligence Committee. He said that the invasion's underway. He is a U.S. senator. He said in the hours to come, Russia will conduct strikes on air defense systems, move to cut off the capital Kyiv from eastern Ukraine, move to cut off Ukraine's military forces on the line of contact in the east to prevent them from falling back to defend Kyiv. And now we wait. Ben Judah posted this. Again, we're not clear about this. He says unconfirmed, but this picture of the Ukrainian border guard fleeing from Kalanchak outpost at the edge of occupied Crimea before the security cameras switch off might be the first photo of the invasion. And who knows, guys, who knows what Russian special forces might be doing? There could be. I have read numerous experts say they think in an invasion you'd have Russian special forces going into the country and carrying out different operations. So we just have no idea what is going on in Ukraine right now. Who knows? Who knows what's going on in Kyiv right now? Where is President Zelensky? It is widely thought that Russia would try to change the government, and maybe, unfortunately, there's a bunch of reports coming out that said Russia would target various people. That could be going on now for all you know. So we just don't know what's going on. It's a very scary time. And let's hope that miraculously it doesn't happen. It is 4:27 a.m. local time. the United Nations Security Council is supposed to meet soon, but I'm not going to, we're going to focus on the latest updates here. If you want to watch it, you can turn on your TV. It'll be speeches and stuff. I just want to focus on what's going on here. Look at this, guys. Look at this. Moshe Schwartz. Video posted tonight from Crimea per video author. Caption says hundreds of vehicles go to the border with Ukraine. Sorry, look at this. That's from Moshe Schwartz. Caption says hundreds of vehicles go to the border with Ukraine. Unbelievable. And the video keeps going. It keeps going. And then Michael Kaufman said probably 7th Guards Air Assault Division. They will be moving up with a sizable number of battalion tactical groups from 58th Combined Arms Army behind them. In short, it looks like we're very near the beginning of offensive operations. Yeah, I am not going to show the UN meeting. I got to be able to follow what's going on with these updates. Watch the UN meeting wherever. We're focusing right now on what's going on in Ukraine. That is our focus. That is our focus. Here is the airspace. It looks like the U.S. drone, the last aircraft on that radar. Ukraine airspace has been closed, says Flight Radar 24, and it looks like that U.S. drone may be leaving the airspace. At least it's going further west. Unbelievable. Intel Crab says this. I don't know if this is true. Heavy RU strategic bombing activity opening airstrikes, including SMRBM, short and medium range ballistic missile targeting, are imminent. Again, every expert I've seen pretty much has said Russia would begin, not by rolling tanks over the border, by cyber attacks, by electronic warfare, and launching enormous airstrikes to degrade the Ukrainian military, and take complete control of the skies. They're expected to establish complete control of the skies, and also, who knows, terrorize the population, blow up key government buildings. Again, it hasn't happened yet, but the point of we're just about at the point of no return. If we start seeing airstrikes, that is the point of no return. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. But that is the point of no return. And what might that look like? I mean, it's looking very bad, obviously. I can't believe this is happening. I'll say, you are maybe about to see a historic act of evil on a scale, on a historically, one of the most probably, I think you're about to see one of the most evil acts in human history. And one of the worst occurrences in human history, and who knows where it all leads. It's that bad. Maybe there'll be a miracle and it doesn't happen. $44 million people in Ukraine. I think you're about to see a man who thinks the country shouldn't exist use as foremost a military as there is anywhere in the world to rain down death, destruction, and terror on that country, all just so he can, because he does not like what that country is, and he wants to force that country to be different, and force that country to not be a pro-European democracy and not be something he doesn't like. So he is about to unleash as foremost a military of the world is on this country. 44 million people. And in theory, he's not going to stop until they're subjugated. Which, I mean, would they ever really be subjugated? Would they ever really be subdued? So this ranks right up there with, if it happens, with the most evil acts humans have perpetrated. And for those of you who haven't been following this and maybe just kind of tuned in tonight or whatever, you really might not realize how bad this is going to be. I believe this will be unspeakably bad, unimaginably bad. I don't think we're even prepared for what's going to happen. And I've seen many analyses say that. They say the full invasion scenario is we don't have the language or the experience to really even understand what that would even look like with a modern military on this scale. What an awful person this person is. Russian ambassador to reporters on his way to Ukraine Security Council meeting. I am starting to enjoy nightly meetings. Look at this. That's from Margaret Bashir. Unbelievable. Intel Crab says some sort of rocket fire anti-aircraft on the Kharkiv webcam. I did not see that. Again, I have a feeling when this starts, if it starts, you will know. The UN meeting is starting, but I can't really bring you updates and cover the UN meeting. So I am deciding that that I'm going to just stick with the updates here. That is my choice.
Sorry, it's super bright in here. My bad.
Alex Ward says, just spoke to senior Democratic aide who says Rubio's outline below is consistent with U.S. intel. Follows warnings from Blinken and Milley that attack could begin tonight. Remember, Marco Rubio says the attack has begun, the invasion has begun, and Marco Rubio said In the hours to come, Russia will conduct strikes on air defense systems, move to cut off Kyiv from eastern Ukraine, move to cut off Ukraine's military forces on the line of contact in the east to prevent them from falling back to defend Kyiv. I am looking at a Lviv live feed. I'm looking at a Kharkiv live feed. I'm looking at a Kyiv live feed. The UN, you can watch it online. Go to their website. They have it. We are keeping an eye out for what happens in Ukraine. I just saw a flash on the Kyiv. I saw a flash on the Kyiv stream. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was like a camera flash. I did see a flash on the Kyiv stream. Is Putin speaking? People are saying, hang on, guys. Hang on. Hang on. People are saying Putin is speaking. Hold on. I don't hear Putin speaking. I looked at RT and I don't see him. So I don't see it. If I see it, I'll let you know. I checked RT and RT was not showing it. I would think they would show it. All right, hang on a second here. I saw a flash on the Kyiv stream, but again, guys, I think if this starts, let's hope it does not. I've said this all along. If it starts, I don't think there will be a question. I think you will know. You will know. Hang on. Some people suggested something else. Maybe he is speaking. I don't know. Is this live? Hold on. I do see Putin speaking on Rossiya 24 live. I don't know if that's from earlier today. Maybe it is live. I don't know. But at the same time, it's not in English. So I know he spoke earlier today as well. And I didn't see it on RT. So it might have been from earlier today. I'm seeing reports of shelling audible from central Mariupol, but this isn't necessarily anything new. There's been shelling going on near there for a while, many days. So that doesn't mean anything really new right now, that heavy shelling audible from central Mariupol, that's from Intel Crab. So that's not, that could be just some of the same stuff that's been going on. See, look, Intel Doge. I believe the Putin statement airing on Rossiya 24 is just his statement from the other day. He's not currently speaking. I would think if Putin was speaking live, it would be on RT, because it always is, and it would be in English. It's not. Hey guys, I just want to give you an early heads up of something. We've been on the air for 10 hours and 41 minutes. We are going to continue covering this. We've been on the air 10 hours, 41 minutes. YouTube has a live stream limit of 12 hours. So in about an hour or so, what I'm going to have to do on YouTube is just start a new stream. Not right now, but that's what I'm going to have to do in about an hour on YouTube. I assume we'll keep covering it. So I just want to give you a heads up if you're watching. It'll just be another stream on the same channel. But if I go past 12 hours on YouTube, the stream literally disappears. It's never seen again. I would prefer to not have it disappear. So that's in around an hour. In around an hour, I will quickly end the stream, and then I will start a new stream. Take me a couple minutes to start a new stream. So just letting you know. Same channel. I apologize, but this is the way it is. If you're watching on Facebook, I think in about an hour and a half, we're going to hit 8 hours because we had to restart the stream before. If you're watching on Facebook, same thing. In about an hour and a half on Facebook, the stream will just automatically end, and I will just start a new stream. I'm not going to restart now. We'll restart when I have to restart. No need to restart before you have to. We will stay on the air right now. We will restart when we have to. Here's an update from the Security Council. UN Secretary General Guterres says, President Putin, stop your troops from attacking Ukraine. Give peace a chance. That's from Olivia Gazis. We're not covering right now. No, the Twitter stream I think can keep going. The Twitch stream can keep going as far as I'm aware. I'll leave those running. Again, I'm not playing the United Nations meeting because I really just want to bring you updates. Now, I don't know if Russia, if they're planning an attack tonight, if they'd wait till after the United Nations meeting or not. I don't know if that's a factor in the timing. Is this true? Dmitry Alperovich says Putin is speaking right now. Look at this. Oh, people are saying it's recorded. Reports are saying it's an old speech being replayed. So I don't think this is true. I think this is old. I think this is an old speech that he mentioned. I don't know, but I don't have any confirmed reports that Putin is live. And I went to RT and he was not live on RT. Maybe, I mean, Elin says he's making, some people are saying Putin is speaking live right now. Some people are saying he is speaking live now. Rosia 24 is not in English. I don't have an English translation. The only place I'd find it is RT. I'm going to RT right now. I'm clicking on RT right now. I'm clicking on the RT live stream right now. Putin is not speaking on RT live right now. The RT live right now is showing the United Nations. Rosia 24 is showing Putin. I don't know Russian. So I do not have right now a English translation of Putin. If he is speaking live, I just don't know. I will let you know what he's saying. Look, Aurora Intel. Putin is now delivering an emergency address to the citizens of Russia. Same clothes and location as the one yesterday. Possible it was recorded at the same time for broadcast at a later date. So Dmitry Alperovich is posting about it. Putin giving an emergency speech right now, using NATO expansion as an excuse. It's the question of life or death for us. They crossed a red line. Putin says Ukraine is supporting neo-Nazis. So Dmitry Alperovich is translating the speech. I don't have an English translation. So I'm relying on Dmitry Alperovich. And anybody else who's translating it. So it appears Putin is speaking now. Oh, eLint News is saying it too. Neil Howard says Putin is making an emergency speech that sounds very much like a declaration of war. Okay? So I will keep finding you people who are listening in, and I'll tell you what he's saying through them. Melissa Hannum says, is Putin counter-programming the UN Security Council? Putin now, Samuel Charup, this is the red line I have spoken many times and they have crossed it. Again, apparently this is a new speech. Apparently. And I am not aware, it's interesting that I don't know that it's in English anywhere. See, Putin giving an emergency speech right now when it's nearly 6 a.m. in Moscow. That's Isabel Kershugin. Look, OSINT Technical says, I'm getting thrown off because he's wearing the same clothes in the same place. So it's like the same place and same clothes as 2 days ago. So did he record this in advance, like a couple days ago, maybe? It sounds like he recorded this in advance a couple days ago, maybe, and now they're just playing it. That's from OSINT Technical. Breaking news, Putin announces a special military operation. That's from Anastasia Lapatina. Putin has announced a special military operation. While the U.S. is speaking at the UN, the U.S. is speaking right now at the UN, while Putin is announcing a special military operation. OSINT Technical says the language sounds like a declaration of war. Again, special military action. Putin, we have decided to launch a special military action. That's from Dmitry Alperovich. And this was probably recorded on Monday. Unbelievable. The whole thing was planned out, which I was telling you was probably the case. Just crazy. Oh, here it is. Look at this. Conflict News says, Putin says we decided to launch a special military action aimed at demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine. I want to confirm that translation. That's from Conflict News. Intel Doge posted this. Russian President Putin says he has declared a special military operation, says Russia cannot feel secure with the threats from Ukraine, We have no other choice but to use the means we are about to announce. So Putin speaking while I mean, that seems intentional. I don't know. Well, I don't know if he knew there would be a meeting, but he's declaring war while the U.S. is speaking at the United Nations. That's what's going on right now. Unbelievable. The U.S. is speaking right now. Okay, now hold on a second. Putin says he's authorized a special military operation in Donbass. But the thing is, though, this is what a number of experts were saying, is that Putin will say, well, it's in part of the country, but in order to do that, he'll do airstrikes on the entire country. Like he says it's in the Donbass, which is in eastern Ukraine. My guess is that this is going to affect all of Ukraine. Again, Putin has authored a special military operation in Ukraine's Donbass. The Donbass is the eastern part of Ukraine, but be careful here. It's like in this area, because I have seen this predicted that he'll say, I'm conducting an operation here, but he might say, you know what, to conduct my operation, well, I got to protect my military from the bad Ukraine military, so I'm going to bomb all the military all over Ukraine. So I wouldn't think, I don't expect the military activity to just involve the Donbass region. And I have read you analysts who said, we think he's going to talk about doing something in the Donbass, but use it as an excuse to do something all over Ukraine. BNO News, Putin calls on Ukrainian service members to lay down their arms and go home. Unbelievable. Putin, all Ukrainian service, that was from BNO. Elan News, all Ukrainian servicemen who lay down their arms will be able to return to their families. It's just unbelievable. Phil Stewart, Putin says circumstances demand decisive action from Russia. My guess is that we might see the goal to demilitarize Ukraine. Shannon Varvra. Putin has announced a special military operation in Ukraine with a goal to demilitarize Ukraine. Demilitarize Ukraine means across the country. That's not just Donbass. Here, look, yes, exactly. Michael Kaufman, Putin's speech appears to be an official declaration of war. This is not an operation limited to the Donbass. That's just what I told you, in eastern Ukraine. It's a military operation with a maximalist war aims whose aim is regime change. Completely agree. This is going to be over the entire country. Unbelievable. I can't believe we're seeing this. And then he's broadcasting this pre-recorded speech. Michael Kaufman says, I'm not sure there's any other way to interpret what he's saying right now. Then he's talking about a military operation with maximalist war aims whose aim is regime change. Jeffrey Lewis says, I would imagine this is the end of our ability to track movement using Google Maps, as I don't think many civilians are going to be trying to access these roads. We may see traffic jams, however, if people try to flee advancing Russian units. Look, Ben Mueller said, don't hold your breath, but appears the traffic jam in, I don't know if that's the traffic jam in northeast Ukraine has moved across the border. So Russian troops may be going across the border right now. That's from Ben Mueller Madwork. See, the traffic jam it looks like it's across, I guess if that's the border right there. I can look on Google Maps in a second. Hold on. There it is. See? There's the traffic jam at the border with Ukraine. But look, the traffic jam is now on the other side of the border. So we could have maybe a huge procession of armed vehicles is moving across the border right now. I do not know. I do not know. Couple things here to show you. BNO News. Putin says clashes between Russian and Ukrainian forces are inevitable. Phil Stewart. Putin says further NATO expansion and its use of Ukraine's territory is unacceptable. Putin claims he does not want to occupy Ukraine, per RIA Novosti. Shannon Vavra. Unbelievable. President Putin has announced a special... Oh, I got to change the headline. Let me fix the headline, guys, really quick. I'm sorry, it's too big now. Putin announces military operation against Ukraine. There it is. Putin announces military operation against Ukraine. And hang on 1 second here. Give me 1 moment. Give me 1 moment. Fix the headline. Guys, unconfirmed report that Kramatorsk is being attacked. This is from Bryce Wilson. He has covered Ukraine. I believe he's in Ukraine. He says, a journalist, he says Kramatorsk is being attacked in Ukraine. So Putin has announced a military operation against Ukraine. He said eastern Ukraine, but I'm with Michael Kaufman. This is going to be all over. This is going to be all over Ukraine. Oh, breaking news. Kramatorsk. Breaking news. Christopher Miller. Putin just declared war on Ukraine, announcing a special military operation. Breaking massive explosions just now in Kramatorsk, at least 4 very big in Kramatorsk. So this is just horrible. This is just horrible. So Kramatorsk, so what Putin's gonna, first of all, this is here in eastern Ukraine. So remember, Putin this is the area held by Putin-backed separatists. But Putin a couple days ago said all of this area in here is not part of Ukraine. So one thing he might do is try to take all of this area because he says it's not part of Ukraine. But there's going to be other stuff coming. There's going to be other stuff happening, unfortunately. This is very, very bad. And again, one of the goals of Putin's says he has a goal of, he says, Putin announces a special military operation in the Donbass, says Russia's plans do not include the occupation of Ukraine, but does include demilitarization. That could be all over the place. Again, explosions have been reported in Kramatorsk, Ukraine, in eastern Ukraine. Explosion reported, I saw an unconfirmed report of another explosion. That's not confirmed. Oliver Carroll says, reports of 3 explosions in Kramatorsk, Donetsk region, where there is a large Ukrainian air base. I am looking at the Kharkiv stream. Oh, I don't see it. I'm sorry. I am watching the Kharkiv stream right now. And I'm looking at the Kyiv stream. Paul Son says, I thought Putin couldn't get angrier than the last speech. I was wrong. This is very, very scary. This is very, very scary. Fox News says Russian forces entering Ukraine from Crimea in the south. That's what Fox News is reporting, according to Elint News. This is unbelievable. That's down here. I think this is going to be an attack all around the country. An attack all around the country. Crimea is down here. So entering the country through the south. Marco Rubio said that Kyiv would be threatened. We're talking about entering from here. Guys, we're just bringing you... no, I'm not. I can't show the cameras from Ukraine. I do not own that footage. Feel free, open up another window, open up the Kyiv cam, open up the Kharkiv cam. I can't show that stuff. I will look at it. Feel free to open it, but I can't show the stuff I don't own the rights to. Again, several explosions heard in Kramatorsk, Ukraine, which is in eastern Ukraine. Look at this. Putin warns any foreign attempt to interfere with Russian action would lead to consequences they have never seen. That's from Associated Press. Please keep the people of Ukraine in your mind tonight. This is just one of the worst things I've ever seen. This is unbelievable. I can't believe this is happening. This is going to be truly horrific. Gary Kasparov says, this is the snake the free world nestled into its bosom, treating Putin as an ally and equal while he spread his corruption. Now he strikes again, proving that you cannot avoid battling evil, you can only delay it while the price goes up. Glory to Ukraine. That's from Gary Kasparov. I am watching the Kharkiv stream. Somebody said they saw anti-aircraft fire on the Kharkiv stream. I did not see that. I'll keep an eye on it. A lot of things to look at here. I have my eye on the Kharkiv stream right now. And I'm also looking at the Kyiv stream. Sorry guys, there's a lot to keep an eye on here. I just saw a flash. Guys, I'm seeing flashes on the Kharkiv stream. I am seeing flashes in the distance on the Kharkiv stream right now. Look, on the Kharkiv stream, I'm seeing flashes in the back on the Kharkiv stream. Unbelievable. I just saw a big flash on the Kharkiv stream. Breaking news, big explosions taking place in Kyiv right now. CNN reports big explosions taking place in Kyiv, in the capital. Matthew Chance is out there in CNN, and he says big explosions taking place in Kyiv. Massive explosions rock Kharkiv, says Elint News. I am seeing explosions in the back of the Kharkiv stream. I am looking at the Kharkiv stream, and there's in the distance there's explosions in the back in the Kharkiv stream. If you go to the Kharkiv stream, it's in the back. Back in the back there are all these flashes. CNN, guys, has a live shot. Guys, CNN is showing Matthew Chance. He is live. Oh, big explosion in the Kharkiv stream. Big explosion. Wow, this is unbelievable. I am not seeing any explosions in the Lviv stream. You can see, look, OSINT Technical, large explosion in Kharkiv. That's what it looks like, right there. That's what I saw. That's the Kharkiv stream right there. This is really bad. Caitlin Collins says, as Matthew Chance is reporting live on the air from CNN in Kyiv, multiple explosions can be heard in the background. So again, explosions heard. Charles Lister says there are explosions in Odessa, in Kyiv, Kramatorsk, and Odessa. Yeah, the CNN reporter just put on his flak jacket. Look at this, guys. 2 booms heard from my apartment in Kyiv in the past 3 minutes. That's from Neil Howard. Clarissa Ward says the city is eerily quiet still. Look, this is Kharkiv as well, English Lugansk. That's what it looked like. That's what I was seeing on the Kharkiv stream, right there. In the distance, seeing these explosions in the back. Yes, it's called, the YouTube stream is EA Integration Group. EA Integration Group on YouTube. EA Integration Group is the YouTube Kharkiv stream. Look up Kharkiv and then do a filter for live. Mattia Nellis says, I have just heard from a friend living in central Kharkiv. 1.5 million people live there. That shelling can be heard. Oh, guys, here's a video of the feed. Look. These were the explosions explosions seen on live cam in Kharkiv. PM breaking news, Alejandro Alvarez. Look in the back there, watch. See, that's what I was seeing on the Kharkiv cam. Oh, Clarissa Ward is in Kharkiv. She said her and her team, I thought she was in Kyiv. She says her and her team heard a steady stream of loud explosions. That's from Jeremy Dime. And then who knows what other explosions and what else is going on in the country. We're working off of a couple, it's where the reporters are and where the live shots are. But who knows what else is going on. Again, explosions were reported in Kramatorsk, explosions seen in Kharkiv, explosions heard in Kyiv. Hang on, folks. Hang on, folks. I'm looking on Snap Maps at Kyiv to see if I can see anything there on Snap Maps. I'm not seeing anything on Snap Maps from Kyiv. I just checked. How about Kharkiv? I'm looking on Snap Maps to see if I can find any videos there. An hour ago, I'm not seeing anything yet there. Checking a little bit. Oh, here's a video. Mark's posted this. Look, explosions in Kyiv live during CNN from Ryan Nobles.
Resist. Oh, I tell you what, I just heard a big bang right here behind me. I thought we shouldn't have done the live shot here. There are big explosions taking place in Kiev right now. I can't see where they're taking place from this vantage point here on top of the roof of the hotel in central Kiev. And
this was a couple minutes ago.
I can't explain what they are, but I heard 4 or 5 explosions a few moments.
That was Matthew Chance. Mark's posted that. Global Military Info posted this. MLRS systems against Ukrainian positions. I don't know where this video is coming from. Now, I can't confirm this video. I know Global Military Info I find reliable. I don't know the source of the video, so this is unconfirmed video right now. By the way, these multiple launch rockets are devastating. They'll cover like a whole area and take out anything in there. So this is just terrible. Just terrible. A report of explosions in Odessa. Breaking news. Breaking news. Report of explosions in Odessa. Global military info. Explosions reportedly occurring in Odessa, Ukraine. That's on the coast, southwest coast. Elint News also says explosions rock Odessa city on the Black Sea coastline. So now we haven't seen, I mean, there were a few explosions in Kyiv. There were some explosions in Kharkiv. I've been watching the Kyiv and Kharkiv, and it's not like there's been like the, 20 minutes of huge explosion kind of thing. So, but who knows what's happening on the ground level? I have no idea. We have no idea what's going on in the country. There could be special forces in the country. There could be tanks rolling in. We just have no idea right now. This was just posted 8 minutes ago. English Lugansk. This person said, Kharkiv, a series of explosions, can't get where it hits. Near the city administration? The sun is starting to come up on the Kharkiv stream. I can see the sun coming up. Boy, this is just... So we might have a better idea soon of what got hit because the sun is actually coming up. But I mean... Oh, a Kharkiv stream. I'm seeing a big light on the Kharkiv stream. What is this? What is that? I'm seeing a really bright light on the Kharkiv stream. What is that? Does anyone know what that is? A big bright light on the Kharkiv stream. I don't know what I just saw. I don't know what I just saw on the Kharkiv stream. It was like a big bright light. This is really awful. Kevin Rothrock, who covers Russia stuff for Meduza, says Kramatorsk is under attack. Kharkiv is under attack. Odessa is under attack. Kyiv is under attack. Everything we feared is happening right now. People were saying that light was from a car. It seemed very bright. That light seemed very bright on the stream, in the Kharkiv stream. Maybe it was a car, I don't know. It seemed very bright. Michael Del Moro, I agree. He says, history will remember this as a clear, blatant, and unprovoked war of choice, brutal and sad day for Ukraine and democracy. Frederick Blyken, guys, listen, this stuff could be going on too. Hearing what sounds like outgoing artillery and rocket fire in Belgorod, Russia. We're only looking at a couple of live streams and a couple places where the reporters happen to be, but who knows what else is going on right now. I agree with Rob Lee. Rob Lee says this is a catastrophe. It really is. It's unbelievable. Yes. Hey, yeah, I won't be holding my breath waiting for apologies from all the people who were yelling fearmonger, nothing's gonna happen, nothing burger, you're making a big deal out of nothing, he's never gonna attack. I won't hold my breath waiting for the apologies from everyone. Told you, it was obvious. Fearmonger. Nothing's gonna happen. It's not a news story. Zero Hedge says Brent oil hits $100 a barrel for the first time since 2014. Ankit Panda says reports of shelling multiple rocket launch fire on Mariupol seem credible. He says reports now from multiple cities in Ukraine, including Kyiv. This appears to be playing out close to the anticipated worst case, as indicated by U.S. intelligence reports weeks ago. But we haven't seen that much yet. Unfortunately, we have not seen much yet. I really worry about where this is all going. Mitt Romney released a statement. This is from Senator Mitt Romney. Putin's Ukraine invasion is the first time in 80 years that a great power has moved to conquer a sovereign nation. It is without justification, without provocation, and without honor. Okay? You can read the rest at his Twitter, Mitt Romney. So again, Oliver Carroll says this is footage of an explosion in Kharkiv. This is from Oliver Carroll, posted by this person who says, "What is this, the gap in Kharkiv have you started?" Wow. Hang on one moment here. Trying to get you the latest updates. Guys, we're at 11:24. I will restart the stream before 12 hours. Yes, I agree with this. Important note to the media reporting on the invasion. Putin did not announce a military operation limited just to Donbass. There's no indication this will be a limited invasion. I agree. Guys, breaking news. Look at this. Marco Rubio, U.S. Senator. He says Russia is now working on establishing air superiority via targeted surgical strikes, a pincer movement to trap Ukrainian forces in the east and cut them off from Kyiv, finally attempt to decapitate Ukrainian government by targeting government buildings, leaders, and command and control systems. We have no idea what's going on. There might be Russian tanks rolling in, there might be Russian paratroopers, there might be Russian special forces. Who knows what's going on in different buildings? We basically know nothing right now. There could be all this stuff going on that we just don't know about. I'm sure there is. So that's pretty scary what Marco Rubio just said. We are bringing you live coverage, and I will keep bringing you the latest updates here. It is 5:27 a.m. But this is truly horrible, and it's going to just keep getting worse. It's going to keep getting worse. This is going to be very, very, very bad. I believe unimaginably bad when all is said and done. This is unconfirmed. Interfax, hold on. I just saw something, guys. I just saw something. Hang on a second. Hang on. Let me see if I can get you the report myself. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. I just saw a report that I want to get for you. Where is it here? Sorry, I saw a report about, let me just go back, hang on. New statement from President Biden. New statement from President Biden. President Putin has chosen a premeditated war that will bring a catastrophic loss of life and human suffering. The world will hold Russia accountable. That's from Steve Holland. I saw a report about Interfax. Hang on a second here. Where is this here? Nothing. Breaking news. I'm seeing unconfirmed reports of explosions near Kyiv Boryspil Airport, but let me see if I can find a better source for that. That's unconfirmed. I think Interfax reported it too, but I can't find it. Statement from President Biden. David Begnaud, President Putin has chosen the prayers of the entire world are with the people of Ukraine tonight as they suffer an unprovoked and unjustified attack by the Russian military forces. President Putin has chosen a premeditated war that will bring a catastrophic loss of life and human suffering. Russia alone is responsible for the death and destruction this attack will bring, and the United States and its allies and partners will respond in a united and decisive way. The world will hold Russia accountable. I will be monitoring the situation from the White House this evening and will continue to get regular updates from my national security team. Tomorrow, I will meet with my G7 counterparts in the morning and then speak to the American people. President Biden will speak tomorrow to announce the further consequences the United States and our allies and partners will impose on Russia for this needless act of aggression against Ukraine and global peace and security. We will also coordinate with our NATO allies to ensure a strong, united response that deters any aggression against the alliance. Tonight, Jill and I are praying for the brave and proud people of Ukraine. Yeah, look, Russian media outlet Interfax is reporting that gunfire has been heard near Kyiv's Boryspil Airport, says PM Breaking News. That's an unconfirmed report. Sorry, guys, there's a lot of updates going on. I'm just trying to bring you the latest stuff here. Unconfirmed video, outgoing fire from Belgorod in Russia towards Ukraine. Marks posted this from militaryland.net. Kind of hard to hear. Unconfirmed report. Oh, Estonian parliament member. Military airfield at Kyiv is under rocket attack. This is an Estonian parliament member. Marko Mikkelson. He says military airfield at Kyiv is under rocket attack. Unbelievable. I'm very concerned. I'm guessing that Russia is going after Ukrainian armed forces. President Putin talked about demilitarization. This is very worrying. There's going to be a lot of deaths from this. This is awful. Breaking news. Now hearing jets over Belgorod, Russia, possibly flying towards the Kharkiv area. That's from Frederick Pleitgen. He's talking about Belgorod, which is going to be over, he's here. So he's here in this area, and he's saying that he's hearing the airplanes and they may be going this way. In about 10 minutes, I'm going to have to restart this stream. In about 10 minutes or so on YouTube, I'm going to be starting a new YouTube stream because after 12 hours is the stream limit. Unconfirmed reports of Boryspil Airport with explosions at it. That's in that's the major airport of Ukraine. Again, Interfax is claiming apparently that oh look, Reuters, breaking news, Reuters. Oh no, gunfire was heard on Thursday near the main airport in Ukraine of Boryspil in the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv, soon after Russia announced a military operation, the Interfax news agency said. And then we have this. Intel Crab says explosions targeting Boryspil near Kyiv. The international airport is located there. Are they taking out, runways, aircraft at the international airport? That's the major airport of Ukraine, Boryspil Airport in Kyiv, outside of Kyiv. Oliver Carroll says Boryspil is also a military air base. So maybe attacking military aircraft there. This is just horrible. And we're not going to know for a while. I'm sure there's going to be lots of loss of life from this. Just terrible. Oh, hold on. Cruise missiles? Look at this. Michael Weiss. We'll leave it to my military experts, but what do the explosions in Kyiv sound like to you? Artillery or something else? Rob Lee says they sound like cruise missiles, and he would know. He's a military expert. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. All right. Matthew Chance says a Ukrainian government official says you've been hearing missile strikes on the CNN feed. Hang on, folks. I'm just trying to get you updates here. We are bringing you live coverage. Russia has attacked Ukraine. Breaking news, Marco Rubio, breaking news. Marco Rubio has been saying what he believes is going on. He's a U.S. senator. He says Russia's airborne forces are attempting to take control of the airport in Kyiv so they can fly in forces to occupy the capital city. And in breaking news, Marco Rubio says an amphibious assault on the key port city of Mariupol is now underway. Oh my gosh. Ground forces now moving in from Belarus, Crimea, and from Russia. This is the worst case scenario. This is the worst case scenario. Unbelievable. Wow. Again, Marco Rubio, and just so you know, Marco Rubio as Intel Doge said, I believe he's on the Intelligence Committee, so he's been tweeting out what's going on, and he believes he is vice chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee. Vice chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee. So again, he says, Russia's airborne forces are attempting to take control of the airport in the capital, Kyiv, so they can fly in forces to occupy the capital. An amphibious assault on the key port city of Mariupol is now underway. That's a city of 500,000 people. And amphibious means they're landing troops from the water. Unbelievable. The city is right on the water. Look, there's Mariupol right there. There it is. It's on the water. And then he also says ground forces are now moving in from Belarus, Crimea, and from Russia. So you're looking at, if we zoom out here, this is just really unbelievable. Just so scary. From Belarus, from Russia maybe, from Crimea. It's all over the place, all sides. Okay, we're gonna restart this. We're getting, guys, I'm getting close to 12 hours here. I'm getting close to 12 hours. If you're watching on YouTube, I have to restart the YouTube stream. I'm gonna restart the YouTube stream right now. All the other streams, keep watching. YouTube, we're getting close to 12 hours. I'm going to end the stream on YouTube and I'm going to start right away. It'll take me like a couple minutes to get back on the air and we'll keep going. Same channel, Agenda Free TV. I have to wrap up this stream now. Again, if you're watching
While
on YouTube,
he does that, I'm gonna also restart my stream. So, like, I'm just gonna restart it.
Again, we'll be
so
right
if
back
you
here, Agenda Free TV,
guys want to hop into that, and
let's do that.
I'll do the best to keep my screens updated. And
so everybody else, just bear with me.
Let's just say a prayer for Ukraine, you guys.
YouTube, I am ending the YouTube stream now.
All right,
and
so I'm going to
then
end it, just like
restart
him,
the YouTube
and
stream
restart
on
it right
Agenda
now.
Free TV. So YouTube viewers, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Keep an eye out.
Or in a
Agenda Free
couple
TV,
minutes,
ending the
apparently.
YouTube
But I
stream
can
right
still
now.
start mine, and his will should redo it. So,
Okay,
all right.
everybody watching on the other streams, guys.